Hey everyone, welcome back to Cosmic Wand. Today we're diving into an amazing story called, What If Harry Had GACHA System and Could Summon Random Abilities from Other Universes. If you love what-if scenarios and epic tales, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Let's jump right in. Chapter 1, When Prompted. Ctrl++O search Ctrl+K chats projects artifacts code recents hide Cosmic Wand January 1-10 analyzing content for title suggestions pattern analysis and story creation cleaning up the narrative Harry Potter raised by the Delacours in France Harry Potter and the Peverell inheritance Harry and Daphne. A pure-blood encounter Harry Potter raised by Snape fanfiction outline Harry Potter raised by Centaurs fanfiction outline Harry Potter fanfiction with Dark Lord memories Izuku Tales January 107. Writing the next chapter Izuku Tales January 118 Writing the next chapter Izuku Tales January 127 Izuku Tales January 117 Izuku Tales January 106 Izuku Tales January 126 Izuku Tales January 116 Izuku Tales January 105 Izuku Tales January 125 Izuku Tales January 115 Izuku Tales January 104 Izuku Tales January 124 Izuku Tales January 114 Izuku Tales January 103 Izuku Tales January 123 Izuku Tales January 113 Izuku Tales January 112 Izuku Tales January 122 All chats Ayush Max Plan Cosmic Wand January 110 What if Harry had GACHA system and could summon random abilities from other universes, write a long-form fanfiction novel-style story based on the above title/concept. The story must be consisting of 15 chapters, with each chapter being a minimum of 10,000 words. Use casual language, slang, and a friendly, energetic voice. It should sound like you're excitedly telling a story. Romance develops naturally through genuine connection, not mechanics. Always prioritize, show, don't tell. Always show through action and not just tell it repeatedly. Chapters must be titled, Chapter 10, Name, and end with, Chapter 10 End. Generation process, first response, provide a brief story outline, plot, themes, character arcs, chapter breakdown. After outline, immediately begin writing Chapter 1 when prompted. Each subsequent prompt will request the next chapter. Continue until all 15 chapters are complete. Story outline, What if Harry had GACHA system and could summon random abilities from other universes, core concept Harry Potter, after a near-death experience in the cupboard under the stairs at age 7, awakens a mysterious interdimensional GACHA system that allows him to pull random abilities, items, and skills from across the multiverse. But here's the catch, it's genuinely random. Sometimes he gets universe-breaking powers. Sometimes he gets a really nice sandwich. The system runs on karma points earned through genuine good deeds, making Harry's journey one where kindness literally pays dividends. Main themes: the randomness of fate versus the consistency of character. Harry can't control what he gets, but he can control who he becomes. Found family, building genuine connections that transcend the transactional nature of his system. Power with purpose. What does it mean to have abilities from 1,000 universes when you're still just a kid figuring things out? Breaking cycles, Harry choosing compassion over vengeance, even when he has the power for either identity beyond ability. Harry learning he matters independent of his pulls. Character arcs. Harry Potter starts as a neglected, curious child who sees the system as his only friend. Gradually learns that real connections matter more than any legendary pull. Struggles with the temptation to rely on the system rather than himself. Eventually becomes someone who uses random gifts with intentional purpose, a chaos factor for good in a world that tried to box him in. Hermione Granger initially fascinated by Harry's abilities from an academic perspective. Her arc involves learning that some things can't be catalogued or explained, and that's okay. Becomes Harry's grounding force, the person who reminds him he's not just a summoner, he's Harry. Ron Weasley struggles with feeling ordinary next to Harry's multiversal toolkit. His arc is about discovering that loyalty, heart, and showing up when it matters are powers no system can grant. Becomes Harry's tactical advisor, the one who figures out creative applications for random pulls. Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin with her own family pressures who initially approaches Harry strategically. Her arc involves peeling back layers of self-protection and learning that vulnerability isn't weakness. Provides Harry perspective from outside Gryffindor's worldview. Neville Longbottom. The quiet courage arc inspired by watching Harry use absurd powers with humility, Neville begins his journey toward becoming the brave wizard we know he can be. Dumbledore. Torn between seeing Harry as a weapon against Voldemort and genuinely caring for the boy. Must confront whether he's manipulating another child for the greater good. Voldemort. The constant shadow. Increasingly obsessed with understanding and acquiring Harry's system, not realizing that its power source, genuine compassion, is fundamentally incompatible with his soul. The GACHA system mechanics. Karma points, KP earned through genuine good deeds, selfless actions, kindness without expectation. Pull tiers, common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. Categories: skills, items, bloodlines/traits, companions, summoned beings, knowledge packets, temporary boosts. Pity system, guaranteed rare plus every 50 pulls, guaranteed epic plus every 100. The catch: Harry cannot choose what he gets. A legendary pull might be incredibly situational. A common pull might be exactly what's needed. System personality, snarky, occasionally helpful, speaks in blue floating text only Harry can see. Has its own mysterious agenda. Major plot beats. Years 1 to 4 covered across 15 chapters, with Year 1 getting the most detail as Foundation. Act 1, Awakening, Chapters 1 to 5, Chapter 2, Luck favors the prepared, sort of, Chapter 2, Luck favors the prepared, sort of. The leaky cauldron was not what Harry had expected. Actually, that wasn't quite right. Harry hadn't known what to expect, so technically the grimy little pub wedged between a bookshop and a record store was meeting his expectations perfectly by being completely unexpected. From the outside, it looked like the kind of place you'd walk past 1,000 times without ever noticing. And apparently, that was the point. Muggles can't see it, Hagrid explained as they approached the dingy entrance. Magic keeps them from noticing. They just sort of slide right past. Harry's magical sensitivity was already tingling. The pub was wrapped in layers of enchantment, not bright and flashy like Hagrid's personal magic, but subtle and old. The kind of magic that had been there so long it had become part of the building itself. Faded gold and silver threads woven through the bricks, pulsing gently with a heartbeat that seemed to match the city around it. Notice Eminat wards, muggle-repelling charms, and some kind of space-folding enchantment on the interior. This place is a lot more impressive than it looks. It doesn't look very impressive at all. Exactly. That's the impressive part. Hiding in plain sight for centuries takes serious magical engineering. Hagrid pushed open the door and Harry stepped into the wizarding world for the first time. The inside of the leaky cauldron was dark and shabby, full of mismatched tables and chairs and people who looked like they'd stepped out of another century. Robes seemed to be the fashion of choice, some plain black, others in colors and patterns that made Harry's eyes water. A witch in the corner was stirring a drink that occasionally let out puffs of purple smoke. A wizard by the fire was reading a newspaper where the pictures moved. The pictures moved. Harry stared. He couldn't help it. You're going to see a lot of moving pictures. Wizarding photos capture moments in time and replay them. It's actually pretty sophisticated magical theory if you want to get into IT, later, Harry thought, still staring. Later. Overwhelmed now. Fair enough. The usual, Hagrid. The bartender was a bald man with a face like crumpled parchment and a smile that was missing several teeth. Can't, Tom. Hogwarts business. Tuckeen, young Harry here to get his school things. Tom the bartender squinted at Harry. His eyes went to the scar on Harry's forehead, visible because Harry's hair had gotten ruffled in the storm, and his whole face changed. Bless my soul, he whispered. It's Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Every single person was staring at Harry. He could feel their eyes like physical weight, pressing down on him from all directions. His magical sensitivity was picking up emotional resonance now, awe, curiosity, hope, grief, a complicated tangle of feelings that all centered on him. This is what Hagrid meant, Harry realized. Famous. I'm famous. Yeah. The boy who lived is kind of a big deal around here. Brace yourself. The silence broke. Suddenly everyone was moving, crowding forward, reaching out to shake Harry's hand. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can't believe I'm meeting you at last. So proud, Mr. Potter, so honored. Harry shook hands until his arm ached. He smiled until his face hurt. He said, thank you, and nice to meet you, and yes, I'm really him more times than he could count. Through it all, the system was cataloging reactions. Genuine admiration. Genuine grief for your parents. Some curiosity that's a little too intense, that witch in the green hat is definitely going to tell a newspaper about this. And that wizard with the twitch is. His emotions are complicated. Fear, guilt, something like worship. Keep an eye on him. The wizard with the twitch was pale and young, with a nervous manner and a purple turban wrapped around his head. When he stepped forward, Harry's magical sensitivity screamed. Not literally. But close. The wizard's magic was wrong. It was like looking at a candle that was somehow casting two shadows, one in front and one behind. The visible magic was purple and jittery, matching his nervous demeanor. But underneath, or maybe behind, there was something else. Something cold. Something that made Harry's skin crawl. P.P. Potter, the man stammered, holding out a trembling hand. Cece can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid boomed. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell. He'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Harry shook Quirrell's hand. It was cold and clammy. That man is hiding something. Something bad. The secondary magical signature, it's not his. Something is attached to him. Attached? Parasitic. Possessive. I don't have enough data to know what exactly, but Harry, be very careful around him. "And nice to meet you," Harry said, matching Quirrell's stammer without meaning to. He pulled his hand back as quickly as politeness allowed. Quirrell smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "We'll be seeing much more of each other at Hogwarts, I'm sure." Something about the way he said it felt like a threat. Hagrid, oblivious to the undercurrents, clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. "Right then. Best be off. Lots by." He steered Harry through the crowd toward a back door. Harry went willingly, trying to shake the feeling of cold that Quirrell's handshake had left behind. Mission update: keep an eye on Quirrell, unlocked, reward, variable based on outcome. Harry didn't need a mission to tell him that one. But it was nice to know the system was paying attention. The back door led to a small, walled courtyard with nothing in it but weeds and a trash can. "Right," Hagrid said, squinting at the wall like it had personally offended him. "Let me just, 3 up, 2 across." He tapped a brick with the tip of his umbrella. The brick quivered. Wiggled. Then started moving, along with every other brick in the wall, folding and sliding and rearranging themselves until they formed an archway large enough to walk through. Harry's magical sensitivity exploded with information. This wasn't just a door, it was a dimensional fold. The space beyond the archway didn't exist until the archway was opened. It was stored somewhere else, somewhere sideways to normal reality, and the brick pattern was the key that unlocked it. Okay, that's actually really cool. I've seen pocket dimensions before, but this is elegantly designed. Whoever built this knew what they were doing. "Welcome," Hagrid said, grinning at Harry's stunned expression, "to Diagon Alley." The archway led to a long cobblestone street that wound between tall, crooked buildings. Shops lined both sides, their windows full of wonders, cauldrons and brooms and books and owls and robes and things Harry couldn't even identify. Signs advertised apothecary supplies and quality Quidditch supplies and Elop's Owl Emporium and dozens of other businesses. The street was packed with witches and wizards going about their shopping. Children pressed their faces against windows. Cats wooned between legs. Owls hooted from perches outside the post office. And the magic was everywhere. Every shop was layered with enchantments. The cobblestones had preservation charms woven into them. The signs were charmed to glow and sometimes move. Potions' ingredients gave off faint auras of their properties. Magical creatures radiated power in patterns Harry was only beginning to understand. It was like going from watching black and white television his whole life to suddenly seeing in full color. No, it was like going from being blind to suddenly having vision. A whole sense he hadn't known he was missing, suddenly awake and overloading him with input. Harry stumbled. Hagrid caught him. "Yeah, all right there." "Fine," Harry managed. "Just, taking it all in. Breathe. Focus on one thing at a time. You can train your sensitivity to filter later, but for now, pick something small and concentrate on that. Ignore the rest." Harry focused on his own hands. On the faint glow of his own magic, steady and familiar. The rest of the input faded to background noise, still there, still present, but not overwhelming anymore. "Thanks. Anytime. Now come on. You've got shopping to do and I'm curious what happens when you walk into Ollivander's." "Why? What happens at Ollivander's?" "Wand shop. It's going to be interesting." That word again. Harry was starting to dread it. First stop was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. It was a massive white building that dominated one end of the alley, crooked and towering and guarded by creatures that Hagrid identified as goblins. The goblins were about a head shorter than Harry, with long fingers and pointed ears and extremely unpleasant expressions. They were also wrapped in magic so dense and old that Harry could barely see their faces through it. Goblins are magical creatures with their own brand of magic. Different from wizard magic. Older in some ways. They're extremely good with money and metals. Don't try to cheat them. Wasn't planning to. Good instinct. The inside of Gringotts was all marble and gold and more goblins. Hagrid approached a teller and explained that Harry Potter was here to withdraw from his vault. "Key?" the goblin asked, in a voice like gravel being ground. Hagrid fumbled around in his pockets, which seemed to contain approximately everything, and eventually produced a tiny golden key. "Got it here somewhere, ah. There ye go." The goblin examined the key with suspicion. Then he examined Harry with more suspicion. Then he made a note in a ledger and summoned another goblin to escort them to the vaults. The trip involved a cart ride through underground tunnels that moved fast enough to make Harry's stomach flip. Hagrid looked slightly green by the end of it, which was impressive given his size. "Vault 687, the escort goblin announced, stopping the cart beside a small door set into the tunnel wall. Harry stepped out. The goblin pressed the key to the door, which clicked and swung open. Inside was a pile of gold. Not just gold, silver too, and bronze, but mostly gold. Coins stacked in columns and heaps and mountains, gleaming in the torchlight. Harry stared. "This is mine." "Your parents left it to ya," Hagrid said. "Didn't think they'd leave ya with nothin', did ya?" Harry hadn't thought about it at all. He'd been so focused on surviving the Dursleys that he'd never considered what his life might have been like if his parents had lived. What they might have provided for him. The Potters were an old pure-blood family. Old money. James Potter was the last of the line, which means all of it passed to you. This is actually a relatively small vault. There's a family vault somewhere that you'll get access to when you're of age. More than this. Significantly more. But don't think about that now. Grab what you need for school and let's move. Harry didn't know how much he needed, so he grabbed handfuls of gold until his pockets bulged and then transferred the coins to his inventory for safekeeping. The goblin watched with an expression of professional disinterest. Inventory update, 347 galleons stored in slot 3, on the way out, they stopped at another vault, 713, that Hagrid needed to visit for Hogwarts business. It contained only a single item, a small grubby package wrapped in brown paper. Hagrid's magic flared protectively around the package as he tucked it into his coat. Whatever it was important. That's going to be relevant later. File it away. Filed. After Gringotts came the whirlwind of actual shopping. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool while a measuring tape flew around him and a kind-faced witch pinned fabric. A cauldron from the cauldron shop, pewter, standard size 2. A telescope and brass scales and phials for potions ingredients. At the apothecary, Harry's enhanced memory kicked in. He found himself reading labels and automatically categorizing ingredients by property, use, and interaction. The shop owner seemed impressed when Harry asked intelligent questions about beetle eyes versus nude eyes for beginners potions. Your enhanced memory is combining with your magical sensitivity to create some interesting synergies. You're going to be good at potions. Assuming your teacher isn't terrible. Is my teacher terrible? Let's say he's complicated. At Flourish and Blots, the bookshop, Harry had to be physically dragged away by Hagrid after an hour of browsing. His Latin fluency meant he could read old texts that other first-years would struggle with, and his enhanced memory meant everything he read stuck. We've still got loads to buy, Hagrid said, exasperated but fond. You can come back for more books later. Harry bought his required textbooks plus a few extras that caught his eye, a history of magical theory, a beginner's guide to magical creatures, and a book of common household spells that seemed practical. Good choices. Knowledge is power, etc. But don't neglect practical training. Reading about magic and doing magic are different skills. I know. But I can't practice magic yet. Not without a wand. Speaking of which, Harry looked up. They were standing in front of a narrow, shabby shop with peeling gold letters over the door that read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. Harry's magical sensitivity was going nuts. The whole shop was humming with power, hundreds of magical signatures layered on top of each other, singing in frequencies he could barely comprehend. Here we are, Hagrid said. Best wand shop in the world, Ollivanders. Every witch and wizard gets their wand here. He glanced at his watch, which was far too small for his wrist and looked held together by hope and string. Tell ya what, Harry. I've got to run an errand. Get your wand and I'll meet ya back here in a bit, all right? Harry nodded. Hagrid lumbered off down the alley and Harry turned to face the shop. Brace yourself. For what? Ollivander. Harry pushed open the door. A bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop. The interior was narrow and dusty, with shelves stretching to the ceiling, packed with narrow boxes that Harry knew contained wands. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Each one giving off its own unique magical signature. The combined effect was like standing in the middle of an orchestra where every instrument was playing a different song. Overwhelming wasn't a strong enough word. Good afternoon. Harry spun. An old man had appeared from between the shelves, pale eyes like twin moons, wispy hair, an expression of eager curiosity that made Harry deeply uncomfortable. Hello, Harry said, trying to sound normal. Ah yes, said the man. His voice was soft and somehow ancient. Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter. It wasn't a question. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Ollivander, because that's who this had to be, moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. He was very close now. Harry could see his own reflection in those silvery eyes. And that's where. Ollivander touched the scar on Harry's forehead, and Harry's scar burned, not badly, just a flare of heat, and he flinched. He knows something. About your scar. About the wand that made it. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it, Ollivander murmured. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He trailed off, then seemed to shake himself. Well, now. Mr. Potter. Let me see. He pulled out a long tape measure with silver markings. Which is your wand arm? I'm right-handed. Hold out your arm. That's it. The tape measure began measuring Harry on its own, arm length, finger span, distance between nostrils for some reason, while Ollivander pulled boxes from shelves. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. He thrust a wand at Harry. Here, try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand and immediately felt that it was wrong. The magic in it was jerky, discordant, like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Nope. Give it a wave, Ollivander instructed. Harry waved it. Nothing happened except a faint smell of burning. No, no. Ollivander snatched it back. Perhaps, he handed Harry another. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Also wrong. The magic was too bright, too eager, clashing against Harry's own frequencies. Harry tried wand after wand. Ebony and unicorn hair. Oak and dragon heartstring. Hornbeam and phoenix feather. Each one felt wrong in a different way, too heavy, too light, too eager, too reluctant. Your magical signature is unusual. The multiversal contamination from the system is making it harder to find a match. Is that going to be a problem? Probably not. Ollivander has a lot of wands. He'll find something. Ollivander's expression had shifted from professional curiosity to genuine fascination. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. He handed Harry another wand. And the moment Harry's fingers closed around it, everything changed. The wand's magic surged up to meet his own, but it wasn't a simple connection, it was a negotiation. The wand had a personality, a history, a destiny, and it was testing him, probing his magic, asking questions Harry didn't know how to answer. And then, something else happened. The wand touched the system. Whoa. Whoa, okay, that's different. The wand is reacting to my presence. It's trying to understand what I am. Harry felt the wand's magic and the system's presence intersect, overlap, examine each other. It was like watching two cautious animals circle, deciding whether to fight or become friends. The wand decided first. A warm sensation flooded through Harry's hand, up his arm, into his chest. Red and gold sparks shot from the wand's tip, showering the dusty shop with momentary light. Connection established. Wand accepted. And modified. Modified. The wand's core has been slightly altered by its contact with me. Nothing major. But it's now more compatible with multiversal energies. Your spells will interact with your pulled abilities more smoothly than they would have otherwise. That sounded like good news. Harry wasn't entirely sure, but it sounded like good news. Ollivander was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. Curious, he whispered. Very curious. Sorry, Harry said, but what's curious? Ollivander fixed him with those silvery eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry's stomach dropped. Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. He's not wrong. About the great things. But great doesn't have to mean terrible, Harry. Remember that. Harry paid for his wand, 7 galleons, and left the shop as quickly as politeness allowed. His mind was spinning. Brother wands. His wand and Voldemort's wand. Connected by a phoenix feather. Destined for great things. What did that even mean? It means your wand will behave unusually if it ever comes into direct confrontation with Voldemort's. Beyond that, I don't know. Prophecy and destiny are above my pay grade. But you know about the prophecy. I know one exists. I don't know the details. That's something you'll have to discover on your own. Harry leaned against the wall outside Ollivander's, processing. He had a wand. He had a vault full of gold. He had a mysterious prophecy and a brother connection to the darkest wizard of the age. Also, he was 11. If it helps, you're a very mature 11. Probably because you've had a cosmic lottery system living in your head for 4 years. Does that help? Honestly? Probably not. But it's something. Hagrid returned carrying a large cage with a snowy owl inside. Happy birthday, Harry. Bit late, I know, but here ya go. Harry stared at the owl. It stared back at him with large amber eyes that seemed far more intelligent than a bird's eyes should be. She's magical. Not like a familiar or anything, but wizard-bred owls have enhanced intelligence and magical navigation abilities. They can find anyone, anywhere, and deliver mail. It's actually pretty impressive. She's beautiful, Harry said, and meant it. Thought she'd be useful. Fair sendin' letters and such. Every wizard needs an owl. The owl hooted softly, and Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. He'd never had a pet before. The Dursleys wouldn't allow it. And now he had this gorgeous creature, a gift from someone who actually cared about him. Thank you, Hagrid. Really. Ah, it's nothin'. Hagrid looked pleased and slightly embarrassed. Now then, we'd best get ye back. Train leaves in a few weeks, September 1st, platform 9 3/4. Ye got your ticket? He handed Harry an envelope. Inside was a train ticket printed on heavy cardstock. London to Hogwarts, platform 9 3/4, September 1st, platform 9 3/4. Yeah, it's hidden like. Between platforms 9 and 10. Yeah, just walk straight at the barrier between don't stop, don't be scared, and yell go right through. Walk through a wall. That's the one. Harry was starting to sense a pattern with the wizarding world. Everything important was hidden. Pubs and alleys and train platforms, all existing just sideways from normal reality, waiting to be discovered by those who knew how to look. It's a whole society of hidden spaces. They've been doing it for centuries. Probably longer. The separation from muggles, non-magical people, is deeply ingrained. Why? History. Persecution. Some of it justified, most of it not. Witches used to be burned. Wizards used to be hunted. They learned to hide, and they never stopped. Harry thought about that. About living your whole life hidden from the majority of the world, keeping secrets even from your neighbors. It sounded lonely. Then again, he was used to being alone. The train ride back to Little Whinging was quieter than the ride to London. Harry sat on the train, regular train, not magical, with his owl cage on his lap and his mind full of thoughts. Hagrid had dropped him at King's Cross with another bone-crushing hug and a reminder about the September 1st deadline. Don't forget your ticket. And don't worry about them Dursleys, if they give ya any trouble, just, well, don't tell him I said this, but, you know. Harry did know. Hagrid had accidentally given Dudley a pig's tail when the Dursleys had tried to prevent Harry from leaving. It would apparently need to be surgically removed because the Dursleys refused to seek magical help. Harry felt a little bad about that. But only a little. He'll be fine. It's just a tail. Builds character. I don't think that's how character building works. You'd be surprised what builds character. Cosmic lottery systems, for instance. The owl, Harry had started calling her Hedwig in his head, after a saint he'd read about in a history book, hooted softly. She seemed to sense his mood, tilting her head and fixing him with those intelligent amber eyes. It's okay, girl, Harry murmured, stroking her feathers. Just thinking. About the future. About Hogwarts. About the Brother Wand and the Dark Wizard and the prophecy nobody would tell him about. About who he wanted to be when he got there. Any conclusions? Some. I want to make friends. Real ones. Not people who like me because I'm famous, but people who actually know me. Good goal. Might be harder than you think, given the fame thing. I know. But I have to try. What else? I want to learn everything I can. About magic, about the wizarding world, about Voldemort. About what happened to my parents. About why I survived and they didn't. Dangerous knowledge. But necessary. And I want to figure out what to do about Quirrell. The system paused. What do you mean? You said something's attached to him. Something parasitic. That sounds like possession. And if a Hogwarts professor is possessed by something dark, that's going to be a problem. So your plan is? I don't know yet. Watch. Learn. Figure out what he's after and try to stop him without getting killed. Not a bad plan for an 11-year-old LD. You might want to, I don't know, tell an adult. Which adult? The ones who put me with the Dursleys. The ones who let a possessed professor into a school full of children. I don't know who to trust yet. Fair point. The wizarding world's adults have not historically been great at dealing with obvious threats. But still, be careful. Don't try to be a hero. I won't. I'm not brave enough for that. Kid, you've been surviving an abusive household since you could walk. You've been preparing for a magical world you weren't sure existed based on the word of a voice in your head. You nearly died at 7 and your first instinct was sarcasm. Don't tell me you're not brave. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just stroked Hedwig's feathers and watched the English countryside roll by outside the train window. What about you? He asked eventually. What do you want? What do I want? Yeah. You're stuck with me. We're bonded to each other's souls or whatever. What do you want out of this? The system was quiet for a long moment. So long that Harry started to wonder if he'd broken it somehow. I want to see what happens. That's it. I've existed for a very long time, Harry. Across many universes, many hosts. I've seen people use power for good and for evil and for everything in between. I've seen the best of what people can be and the worst. And honestly, most of the time, it's boring. Predictable. People get power and they become what they always were, just more so. But you're different. I can't predict you. I don't know what you're going to do. And that's interesting. For the first time in a long time, I'm actually curious about what's going to happen next. Harry thought about that. So I'm entertainment. You're hope. Wrapped in chaos. Powered by random chance. But underneath it all, genuinely good in a way that feels increasingly rare across the multiverse. So yeah. I want to see what happens when a kid like that goes to magic school and fights dark wizards and changes the world. I want to see if the randomness of the universe can actually create something better, instead of just entropy. Is that enough? Harry smiled. It was, actually. It was enough. The weeks at Privet Drive before September 1st were the strangest of Harry's life. Not because anything dramatic happened, the Dursleys were even more terrified of him than usual, giving him Dudley's second bedroom without being asked and flinching whenever he entered a room. Dudley himself had taken to clutching his bottom and running away whenever Harry came near. No, it was strange because Harry finally had time. Time to read his textbooks and absorb the information. Time to practice waving his wand and feeling how magic flowed through it, even without casting actual spells. Time to explore Hedwig's personality. She was proud and intelligent and had very strong opinions about owl treats. Time to test his abilities and figure out how they work together. The system helped, running him through exercises and drills that had been effective for past hosts. His magical sensitivity expanded with practice. He could now sense magic at a range of about 20 meters and could differentiate between different types of enchantments. His perfect balance made physical movement effortless. His night vision let him read in the darkness of his new room without turning on lights that might attract Dursley attention. And then there was the karma. Daily login, day 31, streak maintained. 30-day reward achieved, 1 guaranteed rare plus pull. Total daily login bonuses, 310 KP, current karma, 2717 KP, plus the free pull from the 7-day streak that I saved. Correct. You have 2 saved pulls. 1 random, 1 guaranteed rare or better. Should I use them before Hogwarts? Your call. The random pull could be anything, helpful or situationally useless. The rare plus pull will at least be decent. But there's something to be said for saving them for emergencies. Harry thought about it. He was about to enter a new world full of unknowns. Professor Quirrell was a confirmed threat. The dark wizard who killed his parents might not be as dead as everyone believed. I'll use the random one now. Save the guaranteed rare for an emergency. Sensible. Initiating free pull, pulling, rarity, uncommon, result, eidetic audio, description, you can perfectly recall any sound you've ever heard. Conversations, songs, spoken spells, if you heard it, you remember it exactly. Combine this with your enhanced memory for visual information and you've basically got a human recording device. Useful for learning spell incantations, less useful for forgetting embarrassing things people have said about you. Harry grinned. That was actually perfect for a student heading to magic school. Hearing a spell once would be enough to recall the exact pronunciation forever. Good pull. Not flashy, but solid utility. You're building a good foundation of passive abilities. That's the goal. Flashy powers attract attention. Passive abilities that make me better at everything are harder to notice. You've been listening to me. I appreciate that. Harry spent the remaining days before term practicing with Hedwig, getting her used to carrying messages, testing the range of his whisper network ability, and mentally preparing for the journey ahead. The night before September 1st, he lay in bed staring at the ceiling. I'm really doing this. You're really doing this. Going to a magic school. To learn to be a wizard. With a dark lord potentially trying to kill me and a mysterious prophecy hanging over my head. When you put it like that, it sounds stressful. It is stressful. Fair. But also, it's an adventure. Your parents went on this adventure. They made friends, fell in love, fought for what they believed in. Their story ended too soon, but it was a story worth telling. Yours is just beginning. Harry closed his eyes and thought about his parents. About the sacrifice they'd made. About the world they'd wanted him to see. I'll make them proud, he promised silently. You already have, kid. You already have. September 1st dawned bright and clear. Harry was awake before his alarm, bags packed, Hedwig's cage ready, heart pounding with anticipation. Uncle Vernon drove him to King's Cross in suspicious silence. He actually helped Harry load his trunk onto a trolley, which was so out of character that Harry kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. Platform 9 3/4. Uncle Vernon finally said, as they stood between platforms 9 and 10. Don't think there's such a thing. You'll be stranded here like the freak you are. Ah. There it was. It's fine, Harry said calmly. I know what to do. He didn't wait for a response. He just grabbed his trolley, fixed his eyes on the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and walked straight at the solid brick wall. Don't slow down. Harry didn't slow down. For a split second, the wall was right there, solid and real and definitely about to hurt, and then he was through. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform, smoke billowing from its stack. Hogwarts Express was written on the side in gold letters. The platform was packed with families, witches and wizards in robes, children in muggle clothes, owls hooting, cats yowling, voices calling out goodbyes and reminders to write. Harry's magical sensitivity lit up with 1,000 different signatures. So many people. So many enchantments. So much magic. Welcome to the Hogwarts Express. You're going to want to find a compartment before they're all taken. Harry pushed through the crowd, found an open door, and hauled his trunk aboard. It was heavy, really heavy, but his enhanced physical abilities helped. Excuse me, a voice said behind him, do you need help with that? Harry turned. A pair of identical red-headed boys were standing there, grinning matching grins. Blimey, said one. George, look, said the other. Is that, I think it is, Harry Potter. Harry sighed internally. Fame was going to be annoying. Yeah, he said. Hi. And yeah, some help would be great. The twins, Fred and George Weasley, they introduced themselves, helped Harry get his trunk into an empty compartment with cheerful efficiency. They asked about his scar, politely, his owl, adoringly, and his plans for Hogwarts, curiously. Our little brother's starting this year too, George said. Ron. He's around here somewhere. Probably trying to hide from Mum's goodbye hugs, Fred added. She gets emotional. They were called away by their mother before Harry could ask more questions, but he found himself smiling as they left. They'd been friendly. Genuinely friendly, not just awed by his fame friendly. The Weasleys are good people. Old pureblood family, but none of the pureblood supremacy nonsense. They're poor by wizarding standards but rich where it counts. That sounds like approval. It is. Make friends with them if you can. They'll have your back when it matters. Harry settled into his compartment, Hedwig's cage beside him, and watched out the window as the platform slowly emptied. Families said their goodbyes. Students boarded the train. The clock ticked toward 11. At exactly, the train began to move. Harry watched the platform slide away, the faces of waving parents blurring into a smear of color. The train picked up speed, leaving London behind, heading north toward Scotland and Hogwarts and whatever came next. His adventure had officially begun. Enjoying yourself? Yes, Harry admitted. I really am. Good. Hold on to that feeling. Treasure it. Because in about 5 minutes, a red-headed kid is going to knock on your door and ask if he can sit with you, and after that your life is never going to be the same. That sounds ominous. It's not ominous. It's friendship. Which is arguably more dangerous. Harry laughed. He didn't know why that was funny, but it was. Outside the window, the English countryside rolled past, green fields and winding rivers and distant villages. Somewhere ahead, a castle full of magic and mystery was waiting. And somewhere in Harry's head, a cosmic lottery system was watching, curious about what would happen next. Let's find out, Harry thought. Let's. The knock came exactly when the system predicted. Excuse me, anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was tall and gangly, with bright red hair and freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He was looking at Harry with a mixture of hope and nervousness. Go ahead, Harry said, gesturing to the empty seat across from him. The boy dropped into the seat with visible relief. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened, flicked to Harry's forehead, then away. Blimey, he said. Is it true then? Have you got he gestured vaguely at his own forehead. Harry lifted his fringe. The lightning bolt scar was clearly visible. Wicked, Ron breathed. Then he caught himself. Sorry. You probably get that all the time. I'm getting used to it. Harry let his hair fall back into place. Your brothers helped me with my trunk earlier. Fred and George. Yeah, that's them. Ron's expression shifted to something that was half fond, half exasperated. The twins. They're mental, but they're all right. They seemed nice. Don't let them hear you say that. They'll take it as a challenge. Harry laughed, and Ron grinned, and just like that the ice was broken. Good start. He's genuine. Nervous about meeting you but not in a bad way, he's used to being overshadowed and is afraid of making a fool of himself. Be patient with him. Harry planned to be. They talked as the train rolled on. Ron came from a big family, 5 older brothers and a younger sister, and seemed to feel like nothing he did would ever be special enough to stand out. Harry found himself relating to that, in a strange way. Ron felt invisible because he was one of many. Harry had felt invisible because no one wanted to see him at all. So you really grew up with Muggles? Ron asked, after Harry had explained about the Dursleys, the sanitized version. What's it like? Boring, mostly. Everything's too slow and nothing flies. Ron laughed. Yeah, I can't imagine. My dad's obsessed with Muggle stuff, plugs and batteries and rubber ducks, but I never really got the appeal. Rubber ducks are pretty weird when you think about it. Right? What's the point of them? The conversation flowed easily after that. Ron talked about Quidditch, which he was passionate about, and the different Hogwarts houses, which he was anxious about. His whole family had been in Gryffindor and he was terrified of ending up somewhere else. Where do you think you'll be sorted? Ron asked. Harry considered. The system had told him about the houses, Gryffindor for bravery, Ravenclaw for wisdom, Hufflepuff for loyalty, Slytherin for ambition, but hadn't predicted where Harry would end up. I don't know, he admitted. I guess I'll find out when I get there. Around noon, the trolley which came by with her cart of sweets. Harry, who had never had money to spend on himself, went slightly overboard buying samples of everything, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands. Ron's ears turned red when Harry offered to share. You don't have to, I want to. I've never had any of this stuff before. That was apparently shocking enough to overcome Ron's pride. They spent the next hour eating their way through the pile, with Ron explaining what things were and Harry marveling at the weirdness of magical candy. The beans really are every flavor, Ron warned, after Harry had enthusiastically popped one in his mouth. George swears he got a bogey-flavored one once. The bean Harry was chewing tasted distressingly like earwax. He swallowed it anyway, because spitting it out seemed rude. That was earwax flavor, in case you were wondering. I was trying not to wonder. The chocolate frogs were more interesting. Each one came with a collectible card featuring a famous witch or wizard. Harry's first one was Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, with his long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. I've got about 6 of him, Ron said. Do you want it? Harry looked at the card. Dumbledore winked at him from the photograph, then wandered out of frame. What do you know about Dumbledore? Complicated man. Powerful wizard. Genuinely cares about doing good, but has a tendency to see people as pieces on a chessboard. He's not evil, far from it, but he's willing to sacrifice individual well-being for what he sees as the greater good. Be careful around him. Yeah, Harry said to Ron, pocketing the card. I'll keep it. Thanks. The train had been moving for several hours when the compartment door slid open again. A girl was standing there, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, an expression of anxious determination. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said, sounding annoyed. We haven't seen a toad. The girl didn't leave. Instead, her eyes landed on Harry's wand, which was sitting on the seat beside him. Are you doing magic? I've tried a few simple spells myself and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learnt all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She said all of this very fast without pausing for breath. Harry found himself slightly dazed. Ron Weasley, Ron said, sounding even more annoyed. Harry Potter, Harry said. Hermione's eyes went wide. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry hadn't found himself in any of the books he'd bought. Probably because he'd been buying practical texts, not history. Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad. You two should change, you know, I expect we'll be arriving soon. And she left, sweeping out as quickly as she'd arrived. Ron stared after her. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it. She's nervous. Overcompensating. First-generation witch, Muggle-born, trying to prove she belongs by being the best at everything. She's going to rub people the wrong way until she learns to relax. But she's not bad. Not bad at all. Just insecure. Give her time. Harry filed that away. Hermione Granger. Someone to watch. Not long after, the compartment door opened again. This time it was 3 boys, a pale, pointed-faced boy flanked by 2 much larger ones. Is it true? The pale boy said, not even bothering with pleasantries. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry said evenly. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a small sound that might have been a cough or might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. Ron's ears went red. Harry felt his jaw tighten. Draco Malfoy. Only son of Lucius Malfoy, who was a Death Eater, Voldemort's followers, during the war. The family claimed to be under mind control but... well. There's a reason they're still rich and connected. The kid himself is a product of his upbringing. Arrogant, prejudiced, insecure underneath. He's not beyond redemption but he's definitely going to be a problem. Draco turned back to Harry with an oily smile. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Draco. Then he looked at Ron. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry said, not taking the hand. Draco's pale face went pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit more polite, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry's magical sensitivity flared. Not because Draco was doing anything magical, he wasn't, but because Harry's own anger was surging, and with it, his magic. He pushed it down. Breathed. Controlled. I'd be careful if I were you, Malfoy, Harry said, his voice steady despite the fire in his chest. Some things are harder to forgive than others. For a moment, something flickered in Draco's eyes, surprise, maybe even fear, and then it was gone, replaced by a sneer. Come on, he said to his thuggish friends. Let's go. They left. Harry let out a breath. That was brilliant, Ron said, looking slightly odd. How'd you stay so calm? I wanted to punch him. Good restraint. Violence wouldn't have solved anything and would have made you look bad. Words are better weapons against people like Malfoy. Practice, Harry said, which was true in more ways than one. The train slowed as darkness fell outside the windows. They'd changed into their robes, plain black, since they hadn't been sorted into houses yet, and Harry found himself getting increasingly nervous. What if the hat can't sort me? Why would it not be able to sort you? Because of you. Because I'm contaminated with multiversal energy or whatever. What if that breaks the magic? The hat is an artifact designed to examine souls and determine core traits. You're unusual, yes, but you're still human. Still magical. Still have characteristics that fit the house system. It'll work. You're sure? Mostly sure. Like 90% sure. Maybe 85%. That was not as reassuring as Harry had hoped. The train stopped at a small, dark platform. Hagrid's voice boomed out over the crowd, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Harry grinned despite his nerves. Hagrid. All right, there, Harry. Hagrid beamed down at him. Come on now, follow me, any more Fur's years? Mind your step, Fur's years, follow me. They stumbled down a narrow, winding path in the darkness. Harry's night vision helped him avoid the worst of the roots and rocks, but other students weren't so lucky. He heard several yelps and one dramatic wail that sounded like it came from the boy who'd lost his toad. And then they came around a bend, and Harry saw Hogwarts for the first time. The castle sat on a high mountain, its windows glittering against the dark sky. Towers and turrets rose into the night. A great black lake spread between them and the school, reflecting the castle's lights like a mirror. Harry's magical sensitivity nearly overwhelmed him. The castle was blazing with power, layers upon layers of ancient enchantments, protection spells, and magic so old they'd become part of the very stone. It was like looking at the sun after living in darkness. Impressive, right? That's one word for it. Hogwarts is one of the most magical locations in the world. The founders built it to be a haven for magical education, but over 1,000 years of concentrated magic have made it something more. It's almost alive in some ways. The castle has moods. Moods? You'll see. They crossed the lake in small boats, 4 to a boat, Harry sharing with Ron and Neville, the Toad Boy, and Hermione, who had apparently attached herself to Neville. The boats moved on their own, gliding through the dark water, carrying them toward the castle. The entrance hall was massive, lit by flaming torches and dominated by a marble staircase. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, according to Hagrid, met them there. She was a tall witch with black hair pulled back in a tight bun and the kind of face that suggested she didn't tolerate nonsense. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said crisply. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." She explained about the houses, the point system, the common rooms, the house rivalry. Harry already knew most of it from his reading, but he listened politely. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." She left. The first years huddled together, nervous and excited. Ron was going pale. "Fred told me we'd have to wrestle a troll." "He was joking, right?" "Please tell me he was joking." "I think it's just a hat," Harry said. "A hat? A magical hat. It, sort of reads your mind and decides where you belong." Ron looked at him. "How do you know that?" "I read it somewhere," Harry lied. The system had told him, but explaining the system to Ron seemed like a conversation for another time. "Good call. You don't know him well enough yet to trust him with that secret. Give it time." Professor McGonagall returned and led them through a set of massive doors into the Great Hall. Harry had seen a lot of impressive things today. Diagon Alley. Gringotts. The Hogwarts Express. The castle from the lake. None of it had prepared him for this. The Great Hall was enormous, a vast space lit by thousands of floating candles that hovered beneath a ceiling that looked exactly like the night sky outside. For long tables filled the hall, packed with students in black robes. At the far end was another table where the teachers sat, presided over by a silver-bearded wizard Harry recognized from the chocolate frog card. Dumbledore. The most powerful wizard in the world, according to some sources. The man who had placed Harry with the Dursleys and apparently forgotten about him for 10 years. "He's looking at you." Harry glanced up. Sure enough, Dumbledore's blue eyes were fixed on him, twinkling with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. "He knows you're special. He doesn't know how special. Be careful how much you reveal." Noted. At the head of the hall, Professor McGonagall placed a three-legged stool and set an ancient, patched, frayed wizard's hat on top of it. The hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song. It explained the houses, their values, their histories, while keeping his magical sensitivity open. The hat was alive with magic, yes, but it was strange magic. Not quite human, not quite artifact. Something in between. The sorting hat was created by the founders of Hogwarts. It contains fragments of their consciousness. When it reads your mind, it's essentially having a conversation with echoes of people who died 1,000 years ago. That's creepy. Magic often is. The song ended. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." "Abbott, Hannah." A nervous-looking girl stumbled forward. The hat was placed on her head. Hufflepuff. The table second from the right cheered. Hannah went to join them. Harry watched, anxiety building, as name after name was called. Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger sat under the hat for nearly a minute before it shouted, Gryffindor. Ron groaned next to Harry. Neville Longbottom took even longer than Hermione. The hat seemed to be debating with itself before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Neville was so relieved he forgot to take the hat off and had to run back to return it. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat touch his head before it screamed, Slytherin. He swaggered to the green and silver table, looking smug. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall exploded in whispers. Harry walked forward, acutely aware of every eye on him. He sat on the stool. The hat dropped over his eyes, blocking out the watching crowd. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Hello, Harry thought. Polite. That's unusual. Most students just panic. Let's see, plenty of courage, yes. A good mind. Talent, oh my goodness, talent like I've rarely seen. And a thirst to prove yourself, but in an interesting way, not for glory, but for, For what? For meaning. For purpose. You want to matter, Harry Potter. You want your existence to make a difference. The hat paused. And there's something else here. Something, foreign. A presence I don't recognize. Harry's breath caught. Stay calm. Let me handle this. It's not malicious, the hat continued, sounding curious. Not parasitic, like some things I've seen. More like a partner. A symbiote. It's feeding you information even now, it sees me seeing it. Interesting. Hello, hat. I'm the GACHA system. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Just helping the kid out. A cosmic lottery system bonded to a student's soul. That's a new one. The hat actually chuckled. You know, after 1,000 years, I thought I'd seen everything. Thank you for proving me wrong. So, can you still sort me? Oh, absolutely. The system isn't you, Harry. It's a tool you use, a presence you live with, but your soul is still your own. And your soul is quite clear about what it wants. What does it want? To protect. To discover. To stand against darkness not because you seek glory, but because someone has to and you've decided it might as well be you. There's bravery here, true bravery, the kind that feels fear and acts anyway. There's wisdom, yes, and loyalty, and ambition too. But at the core. The hat made a sound that might have been a satisfied hum. Better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. Harry pulled off the hat, ears ringing, and walked to the Gryffindor table in a daze. Fred and George Weasley were cheering louder than anyone, chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry sat down next to Hermione, who gave him a tentative smile. He smiled back. Congratulations. You're officially a Gryffindor. Thanks. That was intense. The hat liked you. That's good. It's a surprisingly good judge of character for a piece of enchanted headwear. Ron was sorted next, the hat barely touched his head before declaring, Gryffindor. And he came to sit next to Harry, looking relieved and delighted. We made it, he said. Same house. Same house, Harry agreed. Mission complete, attend Hogwarts sorting ceremony, reward, 100 KP, new mission available, make a genuine friend, reward, 200 KP, Harry looked at Ron's grinning face. At Hermione's nervous but hopeful expression. At the other Gryffindors welcoming them to the table. I think, he thought to the system, that mission might already be in progress. I think you're right. Dumbledore stood to give a speech, a few nonsense words that everyone seemed to accept as normal, and then the feast appeared. Mountains of food materialized on the golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place. He filled his plate. He ate. He talked and laughed and felt, for the first time in his memory, like he belonged somewhere. Above the great hall, the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of stars. Somewhere in that vast darkness, a cosmic system watched through Harry's eyes, curious about what would come next. And somewhere deep in the castle, in a room protected by deadly traps, something ancient and powerful waited. But that was a problem for another day. Tonight, Harry was just a boy at a feast, surrounded by new friends, at the beginning of the greatest adventure of his life. Enjoy it while it lasts, kid. Harry intended to. Chapter 3, The Castle That Watched Back. Chapter 3, The Castle That Watched Back. The first morning at Hogwarts began with Harry getting hopelessly lost. In his defense, the castle was actively trying to confuse him. The staircases moved, he'd read about that, but experiencing it was something else entirely. One moment he was climbing toward what he was certain was the second floor, and the next the staircase had swung around to deposit him in a corridor he'd never seen before, facing a tapestry of trolls in tutus. "Oh, come on," Harry muttered. "The castle has a sense of humor. Or possibly it's testing you. Hard to tell the difference. Testing me for what? Worthiness? Entertainment value? Your guess is as good as mine. Hogwarts has been semi-sentient for centuries. Its motivations are opaque." Harry's magical sensitivity was going haywire. The castle wasn't just magical, it was saturated with magic, layer upon layer of enchantments woven so deeply into the stone that they'd become indistinguishable from the architecture itself. Every wall hummed with old power. Every door had personality. The portraits weren't just paintings, they were windows into preserved moments of consciousness, fragments of people who'd lived and died and left pieces of themselves behind. It was overwhelming. It was incredible. It was also making him late for breakfast. "Excuse me," Harry said to a nearby portrait, a knight in armor who was snoring against a fat pony. "Which way to the Great Hall?" The knight startled awake. "Eh? What? Attack? Where's my sword?" "No attack. Just lost. Great Hall." "Ah. Yes. The Great Hall." The knight puffed up importantly. "Follow me, young squire. Sir Cadogan shall lead you to victory." He proceeded to gallop through portrait after portrait, shouting challenges at suits of armor and getting into arguments with other paintings. Harry followed as best he could, which mostly meant jogging through corridors while trying not to trip over his own robes. Sir Cadogan. Good intentions, questionable execution. He's been here since the 15th century and he's still enthusiastic about everything. You have to respect that kind of commitment. He just challenged a landscape painting to a duel. Like I said. Commitment. Eventually, Sir Cadogan led Harry to a staircase that actually went where it was supposed to go, and Harry found himself in the entrance hall outside the Great Hall. He could hear the buzz of conversation from inside, the clatter of cutlery, the general chaos of hundreds of students eating breakfast. He was about to go in when he noticed someone standing by the doors, looking even more lost than Harry had felt. Neville Longbottom was clutching his schedule in both hands, staring at it with an expression of mounting panic. His round face was pale and his eyes were darting around like he expected something to jump out and attack him. "You all right?" Harry asked. Neville jumped about a foot in the air. "Oh. Harry. I mean, yes, I'm fine, I'm just," he looked at his schedule again. "I can't figure out where Transfiguration is. The map on here doesn't make sense. It says to go up 3 floors but then left and right at the same time and through a door that's only there on Tuesdays. Let me see." Harry took the schedule and examined it. His enhanced memory had already catalogued the basic castle layout from last night's tour, but this map was clearly designed by someone with a very different understanding of spatial relationships. Hogwarts schedules are semi-magical. The directions adapt to the castle's current configuration, which changes. The Tuesday door is real, by the way. It literally only exists on Tuesdays. That's ridiculous. That's Hogwarts. "Okay," Harry said slowly. "I think Transfiguration is on the first floor, in the east wing. If we go together, we can figure it out." Neville's face lit up with relief. "Really? You do that?" "Sure. We've got the same class anyway, right? First-year Gryffindors." "Right. Yes. Thank you, Harry. I'm rubbish at directions. Gran always said I'd get lost in a paper bag." Harry thought about his own years of navigating Little Whinging while avoiding Dudley's gang, always knowing exactly where every escape route was, every hiding spot, every path that led to safety. "Directions are just practice," he said. "Come on, let's get breakfast first. Can't navigate on an empty stomach." They went into the Great Hall together. The Gryffindor table was already crowded when Harry and Neville found seats. Ron was there, methodically working his way through a pile of bacon, and Hermione was reading a textbook while eating toast, her eyes moving rapidly across the pages. "There you are," Ron said through a mouthful of food. "Thought you'd gotten lost." "I did get lost," Harry admitted, sitting down across from him. The stairs moved. "They do that. Fred and George say there's a trick to it, but they won't tell me what it is. Probably because there isn't one and they just want to watch me suffer." "That does sound like something siblings would do. Based on my cross-universal data, sibling relationships are approximately 60% affection and 40% elaborate psychological warfare. The Weasley twins seem to be running closer to 30/70. Harry helped himself to eggs and toast, savoring the novelty of having actual food readily available. The Dursleys had never starved him exactly, but meals had always been limited. Here, there was more food than he could possibly eat, and nobody was glaring at him for taking too much. "What do we have first?" Ron asked, pulling out his own schedule. "Double Transfiguration with Slytherin," Hermione said without looking up from her book. "Then History of Magic, then lunch, then double potions with Slytherin again." "Ugh. Potions." Ron made a face. "Fred and George say Snape's the worst. He favors Slytherin and hates everyone else, especially Gryffindors. Severus Snape. Potions master. Complicated history. He was involved with your mother when they were young. They had a falling out. He joined the Death Eaters, then switched sides. Dumbledore trusts him, but Snape hates your father and that hatred has transferred to you." Harry filed that information away. Another person who saw him as a symbol rather than a person, but this time, a negative symbol. "Great. What about Transfiguration?" he asked. "What's McGonagall like?" "Strict but fair," Ron said. "At least that's what Charlie said. And Percy, but Percy thinks everyone's fair as long as they follow the rules." Hermione looked up from her book long enough to add, "Professor McGonagall is one of the most accomplished Transfiguration masters in Britain. She's an animagus, she can transform into a cat." "I read about it in, You Read About Everything," Ron muttered. "Knowledge is important. So is actually experiencing things instead of just reading about them." Hermione's face flushed. Harry could see this escalating into an argument, which seemed counterproductive on their first real day. "Hey," he said, cutting in. "Does anyone know where the Transfiguration classroom actually is? Neville and I were trying to figure it out." The diversion worked. Ron launched into a complicated explanation that involved 3 different staircases and a left turn, at the weird painting of the fruit bowl, while Hermione pulled out the castle map from her bag and started tracing routes with her finger. Neville shot Harry a grateful look. Harry gave him a small nod. "Conflict mediation. Nice. +5 karma points. Really? Small kindnesses add up. You just prevented a social rupture between 2 people who could become important friends. That matters." Harry thought about that as he finished his breakfast. He'd never really considered that the system's karma points might be measuring something beyond just obvious good deeds, helping old ladies, saving kittens, that kind of thing. But if preventing arguments and smoothing over social friction counted too? How granular does it get? Pretty granular. Holding a door open, 1 to 2 points. Genuine compliment that makes someone's day, 3 to 5 points. Standing up for someone being bullied, 10 to 50 depending on risk. Saving a life, 100, 1000 depending on circumstances. It's not an exact science, but the universe tracks these things. The universe tracks door holding. The universe tracks everything. I'm just the interface that lets you benefit from it. Finding the Transfiguration classroom was an adventure, but they made it with a few minutes to spare. The room was large and airy, with windows overlooking the grounds and desks arranged in neat rows. A tabby cat sat on the teacher's desk, watching students file in with an expression of feline judgment. Harry's magical sensitivity immediately flagged the cat as unusual. Its aura wasn't like a normal animal, there were human patterns underneath, complexity that suggested consciousness far beyond what a cat should possess. That's McGonagall in her animagus form. She does this to catch students who are late. It's kind of clever, actually. So she's watching us right now. Yep. Try not to do anything embarrassing. Harry took a seat near the front, partly because he genuinely wanted to learn, and partly because he'd noticed that Hermione had chosen a front-row seat and it seemed like a good idea to stay on her good side. Ron sat next to Harry, looking sleepy and unenthusiastic. The classroom filled gradually. Draco Malfoy and his cronies took seats on the Slytherin side of the room, and Draco immediately started a whispered conversation that was clearly about Harry, given the pointed glances. Ignore him. He's trying to get a reaction. Don't give him one. The bell rang. A few students were still missing, the door burst open. Two red-headed shapes tumbled through, panting. We made it, one gasped. Told you the shortcut through the... They both froze, staring at the cat on the desk. Phew, can you imagine if McGonagall had seen us come in like that? The cat leaped from the desk, transforming mid-air into Professor McGonagall. The twins' jaws dropped. Perhaps I should transfigure one of you into a pocket watch, she said coolly. That way at least one of you might be on time. That was brilliant, Professor, one twin said, recovering quickly. Absolutely top-notch transfiguration, the other added. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said, but Harry could have sworn he saw the corner of her mouth twitch. Sit down, both of you. The twins, not Fred and George, Harry realized, but 2 Gryffindor fourth years he didn't know, slunk to the back of the room. McGonagall turned to face the class. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she began, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had given this speech many times and meant every word. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she turned her desk into a pig and back again. The class was suitably impressed. Harry's magical sensitivity watched the transformation with fascination, the way the magic flowed, reshaping matter at a fundamental level, rearranging reality according to the caster's will. It was beautiful in a terrifying sort of way. Transfiguration is one of the most theoretically complex branches of magic. It's not just changing what something looks like, it's changing what it is. The pig had pig organs, pig thoughts, pig biology. For that moment, it was a pig in every meaningful way. And then it went back to being a desk. Because the transformation was temporary and McGonagall is maintaining subconscious control. Permanent transformation is even harder. Some spells change things forever. Harry found himself leaning forward, eager to learn more. McGonagall passed out matches and set them the task of turning them into needles. It was, she explained, a simple transformation, both objects were roughly the same size and shape, and the change was primarily material rather than structural. Simple in theory, at least. Harry picked up his match and examined it with his magical sensitivity. He could see the potential for change in it, the way magic could flow into the object and reshape it. But actually making it happen. He pointed his wand at the match. Acus. Nothing happened. He tried again, focusing harder. Acus. The match wobbled slightly. You're overthinking it. Transfiguration isn't about forcing change, it's about convincing the magic that change is natural. You need to believe the match is already a needle, just in the wrong shape. Harry frowned at the match. He tried to see it as a needle, thin, metallic, pointed. He imagined the wood grain becoming steel grain, the rounded end becoming sharp. Acus. The match shivered. The color shifted slightly, becoming more gray than brown. But it was still clearly a match. Around him, other students were having similar struggles. Ron's match had caught fire somehow. Neville's had vanished completely, he looked devastated. Hermione was muttering spell theory under her breath while jabbing her wand at her match with increasing frustration. Only Draco seemed to be making progress. His match had turned silver, though it still had a sulfur tip. He was smirking about it loudly enough for the whole room to hear. He's had private tutoring. Most pure-blood kids do. Don't let it get to you. Harry took a breath and tried again. This time, he let his magical sensitivity guide him, watching the way magic naturally wanted to flow, finding the path of least resistance. Acus. The match transformed. Not completely, it was silver and pointed, but still made of wood, but it was definitely more needle than match. Good progress, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, pausing by his desk. 5 points to Gryffindor. Keep at it. Draco's smirk faltered. Plus 10 karma points for honest effort paying off. The universe likes when people try hard and succeed. By the end of class, only Hermione had managed a complete transformation. Her needle was perfect, thin and metallic and sharp. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor another 5 points and gave one of her rare almost smiles. Harry's needle was about halfway there. Ron's match was slightly pointier than when he'd started. Neville had found his match, it had rolled under his desk, but hadn't managed to change it at all. That was hard, Ron said as they left the classroom. I thought we'd be doing real magic by now, not match-to-needle rubbish. It is real magic, Hermione said, sounding offended. Transfiguration is incredibly complex. The fact that we're attempting it at all in first year is, I just meant I wanted to learn hexes and stuff. Useful things. Turning objects into other objects isn't useful. They were doing it again. Harry stepped between them. I thought it was interesting, he said. The way the magic flows, you can almost see it wanting to change things. It's like, the world is more flexible than it looks. Both Ron and Hermione stared at him. That's actually a really good way to put it, Hermione said slowly. I read about magical flow theory, but I didn't really understand it until you just said that. Ron shrugged. I don't see any flows. I just see a match that won't cooperate. Maybe we can study together, Harry suggested. I can try to explain what I see, and Hermione can explain the theory, and Ron can tell us when we're being too academic. I can do that, Ron said, brightening. I'm excellent at telling people they're being boring. Hermione looked like she couldn't decide whether to be insulted or amused. She settled on a small huff and a nod. Mission progress, make a genuine friend, 30%, you're building something here, Harry. A foundation. Keep at it. History of magic was taught by a ghost. Harry had seen ghosts at the feast. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, had been particularly memorable, but Professor Binns was different. He was old and shriveled and apparently had died decades ago but simply continued teaching, unaware or uncaring that he was no longer alive. His class was also the most boring thing Harry had ever experienced. Binns has been teaching the same curriculum for over a century. He's essentially a recording at this point. The good news is that the material is actually interesting if you read it yourself. The bad news is that his delivery could put a caffeinated hummingbird to sleep. Harry tried to pay attention. He really did. His eidetic audio meant he'd remember every word Binns said, which was helpful for exams but didn't make the droning any more engaging. Around him, students were falling asleep. Ron was out within 10 minutes, his head on his desk, a small puddle of drool forming. Even Hermione's furious note-taking had slowed to a distracted doodle. Harry's enhanced memory let him process Binns' lecture while simultaneously planning other things. Tell me more about the castle, he thought. The enchantments, the history, all of it. Gladly. Hogwarts was founded approximately 1,000 years ago by 4 of the most powerful witches and wizards of their age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Each of them imbued the castle with their own magic, their own philosophy, their own Personality. Is that why it feels alive? Partly. The founder's magic created a foundation, but 1,000 years of students and teachers have added to it. Every powerful emotion, every major spell, every moment of triumph or tragedy, it all leaves traces. The castle has absorbed it all. So it really does have moods. It does. Hogwarts can choose to help people or hinder them. The Room of Requirement is the most obvious example, a room that appears only when someone truly needs it and becomes whatever they need it to be, but the whole castle operates on similar principles. Harry filed that away. A room that became whatever you needed. That sounded incredibly useful. What else should I know? The Forbidden Forest is genuinely forbidden for good reason. There are creatures in there that could kill you without noticing. Centaurs, acromantulas, werewolves, and worse. The lake has a giant squid that's actually friendly, an Amar community that's territorial but not hostile. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is OFF limits this year. Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast, and that's where whatever Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts is being kept. Harry remembered the small package, the way Hagrid's magic had flared protectively around it. What is it? I don't know specifically. Something valuable. Something dangerous. Something Voldemort would want, which is probably why Quirrell is here. You think Quirrell is after whatever's in that corridor? I think the secondary presence attached to him, the one that felt cold and parasitic, is after it. Quirrell might just be a vehicle. Harry thought about the pale, stuttering professor. About the double shadow his magic cast. About the cold feeling of his handshake. What kind of thing would attach itself to a person like that? There are possibilities. None of them are good. The most likely, given who Quirrell apparently worked for and where he's been. Let's just say Voldemort might be less dead than everyone thinks. Harry's blood went cold. You think Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort? I think it's a possibility worth considering. I don't have enough data to confirm it. But if I'm right, then the dark wizard who killed your parents is currently teaching defense against the dark arts at your school, and he's after something powerful enough to require extreme security measures. Binns droned on about goblin rebellions. Harry sat very still, his mind racing. What do I do? For now. Nothing. Gather information. Watch Quirrell carefully. Figure out what's being protected and why. Don't do anything rash. And if I'm right? If Voldemort is really here? Then we deal with it. Carefully. With preparation and planning and hopefully some adult backup if we can find adults who'll actually believe an 11-year-old's theory about their colleague. That last part seemed like the hardest. Harry had spent enough of his life not being believed by adults to know how that conversation would go. I could prove it. Show them his aura or something. Can anyone else see auras? Probably not. Then your proof is, trust me, I can see magic, and his magic looks wrong. That's not evidence. That's accusation without foundation. Harry slumped in his seat. The system was right. As always. So I just wait. You wait, you watch, and you prepare. That's what you've been doing for 4 years, Harry. You're good at it. The bell rang, interrupting Binns mid-sentence about some goblin named Urg the Unclean. Students jerked awake and gathered their things with the enthusiasm of the recently liberated. That was awful, Ron said, rubbing his eyes. How long was that? An hour, Hermione said, looking slightly ashamed of herself. I stopped taking notes after 20 minutes. I stopped listening after 5. I memorized it, Harry said without thinking. Both of them stared at him. What? You memorized an hour of Binns? On purpose? I have a good memory. Smooth save. Shut up. The Great Hall for lunch was a welcome relief after the morning's intensity. Harry loaded his plate with shepherd's pie and tried to organize his thoughts. Quirrell. Voldemort. The third-floor corridor. The mysterious object from Gringotts. It was a lot to process, and he was supposed to be an 11-year-old worried about homework and making friends, not investigating potential dark wizard infiltrations of his school. Harry. Ron nudged him. You okay? You've been staring at your pie for like 5 minutes. Just thinking. About what? Harry considered how much to share. Ron was becoming a friend, the mission tracker was evidence of that, but the system warned against revealing too much too fast. About Quirrell, he said finally. The defense professor. Did you notice anything weird about him? Ron shrugged. He's twitchy. And he smells like garlic. Fred says it's because he had a run-in with vampires in Albania. Albania? Yeah, he took a year off to get practical experience or something. Came back different, apparently. Used to be pretty normal before. Albania. That's where Voldemort's spirit was rumored to have fled after his body was destroyed. Coincidence? Almost certainly not. Harry's suspicion solidified further. Different how? More nervous. The stutter. The turban. Ron shrugged again. I dunno, I never knew him before. It's just what Percy said. Harry nodded slowly. More information to file away. More pieces of a puzzle that was starting to form a very disturbing picture. Anyway, Ron said, clearly bored with the topic, potions next. Brace yourself. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, which were cold and damp and lined with jars containing things Harry didn't want to examine too closely. His magical sensitivity picked up traces of old magic everywhere, residue from decades of potions brewed, spells cast, volatile ingredients combined. Professor Snape swept into the room like a particularly hostile bat, robes billowing behind him. He was thin and sallow-skinned, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose and eyes that seemed to drill into Harry the moment he saw him. Ah, yes, Snape said softly, his voice carrying despite its quietness. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The Slytherins snickered. Harry kept his face neutral. He's going to try to humiliate you. It's a test. Don't rise to it. Snape began the class with a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that was actually quite interesting, if delivered in a way that suggested everyone in the room was too stupid to appreciate it. Then he rounded on Harry. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked. His enhanced memory pulled up the answer instantly, he'd read about it in his textbook. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed. That clearly wasn't the answer he'd expected. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can counteract most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. For a moment, Snape seemed actually thrown. Then his expression settled into something even more hostile. Well, well. It seems fame isn't everything after all. Potter has actually opened a book. He turned to the rest of the class. Why aren't you all ing that down? There was a scramble for quills and parchment. Hermione was beaming at Harry with newfound respect. Ron looked stunned. He's furious. He wanted to embarrass you and you didn't let him. This isn't over. Harry had figured as much. The rest of the class was an exercise in unfairness. Snape criticized everything Harry did, his stirring technique, his ingredient preparation, the color of his potion, the angle of his wand, while ignoring identical or worse mistakes from Slytherin students. I don't understand, Harry murmured to Ron during a quiet moment. What did I do to him? Existed, apparently. That seems extreme. His hatred of your father is pathological. James Potter bullied him during their school years, badly, by all accounts. Snape never forgave it, and now he's taking it out on you. That's not fair. No. It's not. But fairness isn't something you're owed by the universe. It's something you have to create. Neville's potion exploded halfway through class, covering him in boils and earning a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. Snape blamed Harry for not preventing it, which made no logical sense but apparently didn't need to. By the end of class, Harry's karma hadn't changed. Snape's hatred wasn't something he'd earned, so it didn't cost him anything, but his patience had worn thin. That was brutal, Ron said as they climbed out of the dungeons. Snape really has it out for you. Apparently. Harry didn't elaborate on why. Hermione caught up with them, looking troubled. You knew all those answers. You've really read the whole textbook. I read a lot over the summer. So did I, but I didn't memorize everything. She paused. Would you? I mean, if you wanted to study together sometime. I'd like that. It was clearly hard for her to ask. Harry could see the effort it took, the fear of rejection lurking behind her words. Sure, he said. That sounds good. Hermione's face lit up. Ron looked less enthused but didn't object. Mission progress, make a genuine friend, 50%, 3 people who might become real friends. It was more than Harry had ever had before. That evening, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, pretending to work on his Transfiguration essay while actually thinking about everything he'd learned. The common room was warm and comfortable, red and gold decorations, squashy armchairs, a fire crackling in the grate. His dorm mates were scattered around, Ron playing chess with Dean Thomas, and winning decisively, Seamus Finnegan trying to turn water into rum and producing only singed eyebrows, Neville quietly reading in a corner. Hermione was at a table nearby, surrounded by books, writing so quickly her quill was a blur. Daily login, day 32, reward, 10 KP, current streak, 32 days, total karma, 2,832 KP, Harry did the math. He had enough for 6 10-pulls, easily. But the system had warned against spending too freely. Emergencies could happen at any time, and he wanted resources available. What about one more 10-pull? To prepare for whatever Quirrell's planning? It's your karma. But I'd suggest waiting until you have more information. Right now you don't know what you'll need. A random pull might give you something useless for the specific situation. But it might give me something perfect. That's the gamble, isn't it? It's called the GACHA system, not the exactly what you need system. Fair point. Okay. I'll wait. But tell me more about what I already have. I want to make sure I'm using everything effectively. Sure. Let's do a quick inventory. Passive abilities, minor vitality restoration, your body heals faster than normal. You're not going to regrow limbs, but cuts close quickly, bruises fade fast, and you recover from illness in record time. Enhanced memory, you remember everything you see in perfect detail. Combined with eidetic audio, you have essentially total recall for any sensory input. Eidetic audio, everything you hear, you remember. Useful for spells, conversations, lectures, even boring ones. Perfect balance, you don't fall unless something makes you. Great for flying, fighting, or just looking cool. Night vision, low light conditions are no problem. Your eyes might glow faintly when active, so be careful about that in social situations. Quick dry, you dry fast. It's not glamorous but it's convenient. Magical sensitivity, you can see magic. Enchantments, auras, magical creatures, they all glow in ways only you can perceive. This is probably your most useful ability right now. Active abilities, Whisper Network, you can speak directly into someone's ear from up to 50 meters away. They can respond the same way if you're maintaining the connection. Useful for secret communication. Skills, basic first aid, you know how to treat minor injuries. Not magical healing, just practical medical knowledge. Intermediate cooking, you're a decent cook. This might seem useless in a castle with house elves, but you'd be surprised. Latin fluency, you can read, write, and speak Latin perfectly. Since most spells are based on Latin, this gives you an edge in understanding incantations. Penmanship enhancement, your handwriting is beautiful. Wizards care about this more than you'd think. Inventory, 10 slots, slot 1, one-armed plastic soldier, sentimental, slot 2, emergency food cache, 2 days' worth, slot 3, 347 galleons, slots 4 to 10, empty, you've got a solid foundation. The key is using these abilities creatively, not just obviously. Harry thought about that. Magical sensitivity was clearly his biggest advantage. He could see things no one else could, which meant he could notice threats before they became critical. Whisper Network had potential for coordination. If he needed to communicate with allies in a dangerous situation without being overheard. Can I use Whisper Network with multiple people at once? Not currently. It's 1T01 only. But there might be ways to upgrade it later. How? Some abilities can be enhanced through practice, some through additional pulls that synergize, and some through other means. We'll cross those bridges when we come to them. Harry nodded to himself and returned his attention to his transfiguration essay. He needed to blend in, to seem normal, to not attract too much attention while he figured out what was happening with Quirrell and the third floor. Across the room, Fred and George Weasley were huddled over a piece of parchment, whispering and grinning in ways that suggested they were planning something chaotic. Those two have a map. A magical map that shows everyone in the castle and where they are. They think it's a secret, but I can see it glowing from here. Harry's eyes widened slightly. A map showing everyone in the castle. That would be incredibly useful. It would. But it's theirs, and they're not going to give it up easily. File it away for later. Harry filed it away, along with everything else. He was building a picture of Hogwarts, piece by piece, its secrets, its power structures, its dangers. And somewhere in the castle, Professor Quirrell was building something too. Harry intended to figure out what before it was too late. The days settled into a rhythm. Classes in the morning, homework in the afternoon, investigation in the margins. Harry paid attention to everything, the way professors interacted with each other, the movements of staff through the castle, the subtle signs of magical activity that his sensitivity could pick up. Quirrell's classes were almost more disturbing than Harry had expected. The man was a terrible teacher, stuttering through material he clearly knew, jumping at shadows, reeking of garlic that he claimed was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania. But underneath the performance, Harry could see the truth. The double shadow of his magic. The coldness that leaked through his nervous facade. The way his eyes sometimes sharpened with an intelligence that didn't match his bumbling exterior. And the turban. Always the turban. The secondary presence is centered on his head. Specifically, the back of his head, which the turban always covers. Whatever is attached to him, that's where it is. So if I wanted to confirm what it is, you'd have to see under the turban. Which would require getting close to Quirrell without him noticing. Which would be dangerous if I'm right about what's under there. Harry didn't push it. Not yet. He needed more information before taking any risks. In the meantime, he threw himself into his studies. Transfiguration came easier with practice. Professor McGonagall's teaching style suited him, precise, methodical, demanding excellence. By the second week, Harry could turn his match into a needle consistently, and was making progress on the next assignment, turning a beetle into a button. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. He was enthusiastic and encouraging, and Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the class. The first charm they learned was Lumos, the light spell, and Harry's Latin fluency meant he understood the incantation structure in a way that helped him cast it perfectly on the first try. "Excellent, Mr. Potter." Flitwick squeaked. 10 points to Gryffindor. Clear intent, proper pronunciation, perfect form. Hermione's Lumos had been just as good, but Harry noticed she'd struggled more with the Latin. He offered to help her study the linguistic roots of spells, and she accepted with enthusiasm that bordered on overwhelming. Hermione Granger is going to be a very powerful witch someday. She's got intelligence, drive, and raw magical talent. Her main weakness is insecurity disguised as overconfidence. Be a good friend to her and she'll be an incredible ally. Harry intended to try. Ron was a different kind of friend, less intense, more casual, the kind of person you could just hang out with without any pressure. He was hopeless at studying but excellent at chess, and Harry found the games they played weirdly relaxing. Ron saw strategies that Harry never would have considered, moving pieces with the easy confidence of someone who understood the board on an intuitive level. How do you do that? Harry asked after Ron had beaten him for the 10th time in a row. Do what? See 6 moves ahead. I can barely think 1 move ahead. Ron shrugged. I dunno. It just makes sense. Like the pieces want to go certain places and I just help them get there. That's strategic intuition. A rare cognitive gift. Ron Weasley might not excel at book learning, but put him in a situation that requires tactical thinking and he'll shine. Harry filed that away too. Everyone had strengths. The trick was figuring out how to help them use those strengths effectively. Mission progress, make a genuine friend, 75%, it was going well. Better than Harry had hoped, honestly. For the first time in his life, he had people who wanted to spend time with him, not because of his fame, but because they actually liked him. He tried not to think about how easily it could all fall apart. 3 weeks into term, the castle's notice boards announced the start of flying lessons. Finally, Ron said, practically vibrating with excitement. Real magic. Not books, not theory, actual flying. Flying is dangerous, Hermione said nervously. I've read about the accident statistics, Hermione. It's flying. On brooms. How can you not be excited? By reading the accident statistics. Harry was somewhere in the middle. He'd never been on a broom before, obviously, but he'd dreamed about flying since he was old enough to understand what dreams were. The idea of rising above everything, leaving the ground behind, being free. It called to him in a way he couldn't quite explain. James Potter was an exceptional flyer. Natural talent, supposedly. It's possible you inherited some of that. Or I'll fall off and embarrass myself. Your perfect balance makes that unlikely. And your enhanced reflexes from minor vitality restoration should help with maneuvering. You've got built-in advantages for this. The lesson was scheduled for Thursday afternoon, Gryffindor and Slytherin together. Malfoy had been bragging all week about his flying prowess, telling stories of narrowly dodging Muggle helicopters and outflying professional Quidditch players. He's lying, Ron muttered darkly. There's no way his father let him do half that stuff. Probably, Harry agreed. But he might actually be good at flying. Those kind of people usually are good at something. That's annoyingly fair of you. Harry shrugged. Hating someone shouldn't mean underestimating them. +5 karma for wisdom. Though I'm not sure Draco Malfoy deserves your fairness. Fairness isn't about what people deserve. It's about who I want to be. The system didn't respond to that, but Harry could have sworn he felt something like approval. Thursday arrived bright and clear, perfect flying weather according to Ron, who had opinions about these things. The lesson took place on the grounds, where 20 broomsticks lay in neat rows on the grass. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, was a stern-looking woman with short gray hair and yellow hawk-like eyes. Well, what are you waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry looked at the broom beside him. It was old and beaten, with twigs sticking out at odd angles. His magical sensitivity showed him a faint enchantment holding it together, but it was flickering, worn thin by years of use. School brooms. Functional but barely. The enchantments are basic flight and balance assist, but they've degraded. You're going to need to do more of the work yourself. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Madam Hooch instructed, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand immediately, like it had been waiting for permission. Around him, other students had less success. Hermione's broom rolled over, Neville's didn't move at all, and Ron's hit him in the face. Good, Potter, Madam Hooch said approvingly. All right, mount your brooms, and when I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and accident-prone, kicked off early. Come back, boy. Madam Hooch shouted, but it was too late. Neville rose like a cork from a bottle, 10 feet, 20, 30. His face was white with terror, his grip desperate, the broom shaking beneath him. Harry watched the scene unfold with sudden clarity. The broom's enchantment was failing. Neville's panic was feeding into the magic wrong, destabilizing it further. In about 3 seconds, he was going to fall. Time seemed to slow. Harry, that broom is about to, Harry didn't think. He acted. He kicked off the ground hard, his own broom responding to his intent with a smoothness that surprised him. He shot upward, angling toward Neville, feeling the wind against his face and the gut-dropping sensation of height and not caring about any of it because Neville was falling. The broom had given out, and there was maybe 1 second before, Harry caught him. It wasn't graceful. Harry's arm hooked around Neville's waist, Neville's flailing limbs nearly knocked them both off course, and Harry's broom groaned under the sudden double weight. But Harry's perfect balance held, his enhanced reflexes adjusted, and they descended in a barely controlled spiral that ended with both of them tumbling onto the grass in a heap. Neville was crying. Harry was breathing hard, adrenaline flooding his system. The class was silent. Potter. Harry looked up. Madam Hooch was standing over them, her expression unreadable. That, she said slowly, was either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen a first-year do. Is Neville okay? Harry asked, because that seemed more important than whether he was in trouble. Madam Hooch's expression softened slightly. He's fine. Scared, but fine. Thanks to you. She helped them both up, checking Neville for injuries, just scrapes, and examining Harry's broom, cracked but functional. Plus 100 karma for saving a life. Good work, Harry. Mission complete, make a genuine friend, reward, 200 KP, total karma, 3,132 KP, you should have stayed on the ground, Madam Hooch continued, turning back to Harry. You could have been killed. But. She shook her head, something like admiration flickering across her face. That was some of the best flying I've seen from a first year in decades. Are you sure you've never been on a broom before? Never, Harry said honestly. Natural talent, she murmured, almost to herself. Just like your father. Then, louder, right. Everyone back to the ground. Lessons over for today. Longbottom, Potter, hospital wing, just to be safe. The rest of you, put the brooms away. As Harry helped Neville limp toward the castle, Malfoy stepped into their path. Nice catch, Potter, he sneered. Maybe you should try out for keeper. You're already good at catching things nobody wants. Harry looked at him calmly. At least I can catch things. You just watched. Malfoy's face went red. For a moment, Harry thought he might throw a punch. But then Madam Hooch turned around, and Malfoy slunk away, shooting daggers with his eyes. Thanks, Neville said quietly, once they were out of earshot. I thought I was going to die. You weren't, Harry said, though he'd thought the same thing. You were just having a bad moment. I have a lot of bad moments. Everyone does. The trick is having people around to help you through them. Neville looked at him, really looked, and something shifted in his expression. A little bit of the fear faded, replaced by something warmer. "Yeah," he said. "I guess it is." They walked to the hospital wing together, and Harry felt something settle into place. Another friend. Another person who mattered. Another reason to make sure Quirrell, and whatever was riding him, didn't succeed. Chapter 4, Brooms, Blood, and Bad Decisions. Chapter 4, Brooms, Blood, and Bad Decisions. The hospital wing was quiet and smelled like clean linen and something vaguely medicinal. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, tooted over Neville's scrapes and Harry's reckless heroics, while applying healing salves that tingled against Harry's skin. "Honestly," she muttered, dabbing at a cut on Harry's elbow he hadn't even noticed. "First week of flying lessons and already someone nearly dies. Every year, I tell Dumbledore we should ban those rickety old brooms, and every year, is Neville going to be okay?" Harry interrupted. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened. "He'll be fine. Minor abrasions, mild shock. Nothing a good night's rest won't fix." She fixed Harry with a stern look. "You, on the other hand, should count yourself lucky. Catching a falling student mid-air on your first flight, do you have any idea how easily that could have gone wrong?" "I didn't really think about it." Clearly. But there was something like grudging respect in her voice. "Your father was the same way. Act first, think later. It got him into trouble more often than not." Harry's chest tightened at the mention of his father. "You knew him?" "I patched him up often enough. Him and his friends. They were in here practically every week with some new injury from some new scheme." She shook her head, but she was almost smiling. "Brave boys. Foolish, but brave. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. They called themselves the Marauders. Best friends through school. The war tore them apart in different ways." Harry wanted to ask more, but Madame Pomfrey was already bustling away to check on Neville. He filed the information away, another piece of his parents' history, another thread to follow when he had time. The hospital wing door opened, and Professor McGonagall strode in, her expression unreadable. "Mr. Potter. A word, if you please." Harry's stomach dropped. Here it came, the punishment for breaking rules, flying without permission, endangering himself and others. He'd known it was coming, but he'd hoped, "Follow me." He followed her out of the hospital wing and through the castle corridors, his mind racing through possible consequences. Detention? Expulsion? Would they snap his wand? Relax. Her magical aura isn't angry. It's excited? That's weird. Excited? I don't know what it means either. Just wait and see. McGonagall stopped outside a classroom door and knocked sharply. "Professor Flitwick? I need to borrow wood for a moment." The door opened and a burly fifth-year boy emerged, looking confused. He had the build of someone who played sport seriously, broad shoulders, strong arms, the kind of easy physicality that came from constant training. "Wood, this is Harry Potter." "Potter, this is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Harry blinked. "Quidditch? I found you a seeker," McGonagall said, and there was something almost gleeful in her voice. "A natural. The best I've seen since Charlie Weasley, and possibly better." Oliver Wood's eyes went wide. He looked at Harry like Harry had just handed him a winning lottery ticket. "Are you serious, Professor?" "He's a first year. He caught Neville Longbottom from a 30-foot fall on his first time on a broom. No training, no experience, just pure instinct." McGonagall's lips twitched. "I think we can make an exception. Seeker is the Quidditch position that catches the golden snitch, a tiny, fast, incredibly difficult TOC ball that ends the game when caught. It requires exceptional reflexes, spatial awareness, and flying ability. Basically, everything you just demonstrated." Harry's brain was struggling to keep up. "I'm not in trouble." "In trouble? McGonagall actually smiled. It was slightly terrifying. Potter, I'm offering you a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. First years haven't been allowed to play in over a century, but I believe we can convince the headmaster to make an exception. I've never even watched a Quidditch game. We'll train you, Wood said eagerly. I'll train you personally. If you're half as good as McGonagall says, he's better, McGonagall interrupted. I watched him through the window. The way he adjusted for wind, compensated for the extra weight, controlled his descent with a damaged broom, that's not beginner flying. That's professional level instinct. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd expected punishment in Gotham, a sports team. The universe has a weird sense of humor sometimes. Also, this is good. Quidditch practice will build your flying skills, give you legitimate reasons to be out on the grounds at odd hours, and help you build relationships with older students who might be useful allies. You're always thinking strategically. Someone has to. You're too busy being heroic. Okay, Harry said finally. I'll try. But I really don't know anything about Quidditch. Wood grinned like Christmas had come early. Leave that to me. The news spread through Gryffindor Tower faster than Harry would have believed possible. By dinner, everyone knew that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was the youngest Seeker in a century. Opinions were divided between brilliant and favoritism, with a healthy dose of he's going to get killed thrown in for variety. Ron was firmly in the brilliant camp. I can't believe it, he kept saying, his face split in an enormous grin. A first-year Seeker. Charlie was good, but even he didn't make the team until second year. Charlie's your brother? Harry asked, trying to remember the Weasley family tree Ron had explained on the train. Second oldest. He was Seeker before Wood became captain. Brilliant flyer, could have played for England if he hadn't gone off to study dragons in Romania. Dragons? Romanian reserve. He loves the stupid things. Ron shook his head fondly. Anyway, the point is, you're going to be famous. Well, more famous. Quidditch famous on top of everything else. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. Fame for surviving something he didn't remember was one thing. Fame for a skill he'd discovered by accident was another. Neither felt earned, exactly. Fame is a tool, like anything else. It can open doors or paint targets on your back. The key is learning to use it strategically instead of letting it use you. Hermione was less enthusiastic about the Quidditch development. First years aren't supposed to have their own brooms, she said, not quite disapprovingly but close to it. It's in the rules. And flying around on a stick seems terribly dangerous. It's not a stick, it's a broom, Ron interrupted. And Quidditch is the best sport in the world. It's a sport where people deliberately throw heavy balls at each other's heads. That's what makes it exciting. Harry let them argue, his mind elsewhere. Across the Great Hall, Draco Malfoy was glaring at him with undisguised fury. The Slytherin table around him was buzzing with whispered conversation that was clearly about Harry. Malfoy's angry that you're getting special treatment. He'll probably try something to undermine you or prove he's better. Let him try. That's the spirit. But be careful. Malfoy's father has political connections, and the kid isn't stupid, just arrogant. He might find ways to cause trouble that you don't see coming. Harry made a mental note to watch his back around Malfoy more carefully. Then his attention shifted to the staff table, where Quirrell was picking at his food with nervous, jerky movements. The professor looked up, and for just a moment, their eyes met. Harry's scar prickled. Not painfully, not like it had when he'd first touched Quirrell's hand in the leaky cauldron, but noticeably. A sensation of pressure, of something pushing against the edge of his awareness. The secondary presence is aware of you. It's watching. Can it see the system? Unknown. The hat could see me, but the hat is designed to read souls. A parasitic entity might have different perceptions. For now, assume it knows something is unusual about you, but not necessarily what. Quirrell looked away, returning his attention to his garlic-laden meal. Harry forced himself to do the same, but the prickling sensation lingered for several minutes afterward. Whatever was under that turban, it was paying attention to him. That probably wasn't good. The following week settled into a new routine. Classes in the morning, studying in the afternoon, Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week. Oliver Wood was an intense taskmaster who treated practice with the seriousness of a military campaign. He ran Harry through drills until Harry's muscles ached, then ran him through more drills because pain is just weakness leaving the body. That's not actually how muscles work, but the sentiment is appreciated. Harry didn't mind the intensity. Flying was, there was no other word for it, magical. Not just in the literal sense, though that too, but in the way it made him feel. Free. Unbounded. Like all the limitations of his earthbound life simply didn't apply anymore. His perfect balance made him unnaturally stable on a broom. His enhanced reflexes let him react to changing conditions before he consciously processed them. His magical sensitivity showed him air currents and pressure differentials that other flyers couldn't perceive. Put together, it meant that flying felt less like learning a new skill and more like remembering something he'd always known. Wood was ecstatic. "You're a natural," he kept saying, shaking his head in disbelief. "I've never seen anyone pick this up so fast. It's like you were born on a broom." Maybe I was, Harry joked, but he wondered if there was something to it. His father had been a great flyer. Maybe some things really did run in families. The team accepted him quickly, once they saw he could actually play. Fred and George Weasley, beaters, responsible for protecting teammates from the heavy bludger balls, took him under their wing with the same cheerful chaos they brought to everything. "Our new star seeker," Fred announced at Harry's first team dinner. "The youngest in a century," George added. "Destined for greatness. Or spectacular failure. Probably both." They grinned identical grins, and Harry found himself grinning back. The twins were exhausting and occasionally terrifying, but they were also genuinely funny and surprisingly kind beneath the chaos. The Weasley twins operate on a different wavelength than most people. They see the world as a series of opportunities for creative mayhem. It's actually a form of genius, though most adults don't recognize it as such. The other team members were equally welcoming. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell played chaser, scoring goals with practiced coordination. Wood guarded the hoops as keeper with obsessive dedication. They were a family of sorts, bound together by shared purpose and mutual trust. Harry had never been part of a family before. Not really. The Dursleys didn't count. This felt different. This felt like something he'd been missing without knowing what to call it. Meanwhile, the mystery of Quirrell and the third floor continued to develop. Harry had made a point of walking past the forbidden corridor several times, using his magical sensitivity to probe the defenses. What he found was concerning. The corridor itself was wrapped in enchantments so dense they appeared as a solid wall of light to his senses. Protection wards, alarm triggers, and something else, something living, radiating magical energy that felt distinctly animal. "There's a creature guarding whatever's down there. Based on the magical signature, large, aggressive, canine-influenced, I'd guess it's a Cerberus or something similar. Three-headed dog from Greek mythology, adapted by wizards as a guardian beast. There's a three-headed dog in the school. Apparently. Hogwarts security is eclectic." Harry shared his observations with Ron and Hermione one evening in the common room, keeping his voice low to avoid being overheard. "A three-headed dog?" Ron whispered, eyes wide. "Blimey, that's serious. Those things are supposed to be nearly impossible to get past." "Nearly impossible isn't impossible," Hermione said, frowning. "There must be a way through, or why guard something at all? Guards imply a threat that needs to be guarded against. You think someone's trying to steal whatever's down there?" "I think someone's going to try," Harry said carefully. He still hadn't told them his suspicions about Quirrell. Without proof, it would just sound like paranoia. And I think we should figure out what it is before they succeed. Why us? Hermione asked. Why not tell a professor? Tell them what? That I felt something weird through a wall. They'd think I was making it up. Or worse, they'd want to know how I could feel anything at all, and then I'd have to explain. He stopped, realizing he'd almost said too much. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Explain what? Ron asked. Harry hesitated. The system had warned against revealing too much too fast. But these were his friends, his actual friends, the first he'd ever had. And he was asking them to help him with something potentially dangerous. Didn't they deserve to know what they were dealing with? Your call. Trust is a currency. Spending it can yield returns or losses. I can't tell you which this will be. Harry took a breath. I can see magic, he said quietly. Not like, I know it's there, see it. Actually see it. Enchantments glow. People's magical cores have colors. When something's wrong with someone's magic, I can tell. Both of them stared at him. That's not a thing, Hermione said slowly. I've read about magical senses, but nothing like what you're describing. The closest would be mage sight, which is a theoretical ability that's never been confirmed. It's a thing for me, Harry interrupted. I don't know why, I don't know how, I just can. I've been able to do it since I was 7. Since you were 7? Ron looked skeptical but also intrigued. But you only found out you were a wizard when you were 11. I know. It doesn't make sense. But it's real. Harry held up his hand, focusing on his own magical core. Right now, my magic looks like silver-green light, mostly steady but with small pulses when I concentrate. Hermione, yours is amber with gold flecks, very bright, very active, probably because your mind is always working. Ron, yours is orange-red, warm, kind of flickering like a fire. Each person's is different. They both stared at him with expressions that mixed wonder and uncertainty. Prove it, Hermione said, not unkindly. Describe something I can verify. Harry looked around the common room. His eyes landed on a painting of a wizard with a long beard, hung over the fireplace. That painting has 3 layers of enchantment. Preservation charm on the canvas, that's blue, very faint. Animation charm on the subject, that's silver, pulsing slowly. And something else I don't recognize, something that connects it to other paintings. A network of some kind. Hermione's eyes went wide. The Hogwarts Portrait Network. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. The paintings can visit each other through connected frames. But how did you couldn't have read about that, it's just a footnote, I didn't read about it. I saw it. There was a long silence. Okay, Ron said finally. That's mental. But also kind of brilliant. You can see through invisibility cloaks and stuff. I don't know. I've never tried. We should test it. Ron was warming to the idea now. If you can see magical traps before we hit them, that's dead useful. Especially if we're going to investigate that corridor. Hold on, Hermione interjected. We haven't agreed to investigate anything. And Harry, even if what you're saying is true, and I believe you, I do, this is a big thing to keep secret. Have you told anyone? Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall? Harry shook his head. I didn't know who to trust. And I still don't, not completely. The adults put me with the Dursleys for 10 years. They let Quirrell teach here when something's clearly wrong with him. Wait. Hermione held up a hand. What do you mean, something's wrong with Quirrell? Harry hadn't meant to say that much. But he was committed now. His magic looks wrong. Like he has 2 magical signatures instead of 1. The surface layer is nervous and weak, like you'd expect from someone who stutters and flinches at everything. But underneath, there's something else. Something cold and dark and wrong. I noticed it the first time I met him, and it's only gotten clearer since. Ron and Hermione exchanged another look. You think Quirrell is, what? Evil? Ron asked. I think something evil is attached to him. Possessing him, maybe. And I think it's after whatever's on the third floor. The common room suddenly felt very quiet. The fire crackled. A first-year laughed at something across the room. This is crazy, Hermione whispered. This is absolutely crazy. We're 11. We can't, we shouldn't, I know, Harry said. And I'm not asking you to do anything dangerous. I needed to tell someone. I needed you to know what we might be dealing with. Good. Honesty builds trust. They may not believe everything yet, but they believe you're sincere. That's a foundation. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her brow furrowed in thought. Finally, she spoke. If we're going to investigate, and I'm not saying we are, we need to be smart about it. Research. Planning. We don't just charge in blindly. Speak for yourself, Ron muttered, but he was grinning. I'm always up for charging in blindly. Which is why you need me, Hermione said tartly. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. They believed him. Maybe not completely, maybe not about everything, but enough. Enough to not dismiss him. Enough to stand beside him. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. Don't thank us yet, Hermione replied. We haven't done anything except agree to maybe possibly consider looking into something that might not even be a real problem. That's more than I've ever had before. Something flickered across Hermione's face, understanding, maybe, or sympathy. She didn't say anything, but she reached out and briefly squeezed Harry's hand. Ron, characteristically, broke the tension. Right then. So we're investigating a mystery, Harry's got magic eyes, and there's a three-headed dog somewhere in the castle. Just another normal week at Hogwarts, yeah. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. Yeah, he said. Just another normal week. Halloween arrived with a blast of autumn wind and the smell of pumpkin heavy in the air. The great hall had been decorated overnight, live bats swooped beneath the enchanted ceiling, jack-o'-lanterns floated above the tables, and the usual candles had been replaced with orange and black versions that cast flickering shadows everywhere. Harry's magical sensitivity was working overtime trying to process all the temporary enchantments. The decorations weren't just decorative, they were actively magical, each element tied into the castle's ambient energy in ways that made the whole hall feel more alive than usual. Hogwarts loves holidays. The castle's semi-sentience responds to collective emotional states, and a school full of excited children on Halloween creates a feedback loop of festive energy. It's actually quite beautiful from a magical theory perspective. It's also kind of overwhelming. That too. You'll get better at filtering over time. The day's classes were lighter than usual, as if even the professors were feeling the holiday spirit. Charms was particularly memorable. Professor Flitwick announced they would be learning the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, the first spell that would actually make objects fly. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing. Flitwick squeaked from atop his pile of books. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And pronounce the words properly, Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa. Harry's Latin fluency made the pronunciation easy. He focused on his feather, visualized it rising, and incanted, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated smoothly upward, hovering at eye level with perfect stability. Oh, well done, Mr. Potter. Flitwick applauded. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Around him, other students struggled with various degrees of success. Ron was jabbing his wand aggressively at his feather, which stubbornly refused to do anything. Seamus's feather exploded. Neville's feather twitched but didn't rise. Hermione was having similar success to Harry, her feather floating smoothly after a few attempts. She shot him a small smile of shared accomplishment. Then Ron made the mistake of trying to correct Hermione's technique. "You're doing it wrong," he said, frustrated with his own failure. "You're supposed to." "I'm doing it fine," Hermione interrupted, her feather wobbling slightly in response to her irritation. "Maybe if you stopped waving your wand like a club." "I'm not waving it like a club." "You are. It's swish and flick, not stab and bludgeon. Stop telling me what to do." Their argument escalated quickly, drawing attention from surrounding students. Flitwick tried to intervene but got distracted by Seamus's second explosion. By the time class ended, Hermione had stopped talking to Ron entirely and swept out of the room with her nose in the air. Ron was muttering darkly about "bloody know-it-alls" under his breath. Harry sighed. He'd gotten used to mediating their arguments, but this one felt more serious than usual. "Ron," he started. "She's so annoying," Ron interrupted. "Always correcting everyone, always acting like she's better than us." She was right about the wand movement, though. Ron's ears went red. "That's not the point." "What is the point?" "The point is," Ron struggled for words. "The point is she doesn't have to be so smug about it. Some of us didn't grow up reading 50 books about everything." Harry thought about his own situation, growing up without any magical knowledge, having to learn everything from scratch. "Neither did I." "That's different." "Is it?" Ron didn't have an answer for that. He stormed off, leaving Harry standing in the corridor feeling like he'd somehow made things worse. Adolescent social dynamics are complicated. Ron's frustration isn't really about Hermione, it's about his own insecurity. He feels overshadowed and inadequate, and Hermione's competence reminds him of everything he thinks he's not. What do I do? Give them space. They need to work this out themselves. But be ready to help if it gets worse. It got worse. Harry didn't see Hermione at lunch. Or dinner. When he asked around, Lavender Brown mentioned she'd seen Hermione crying in the girls' bathroom after charms. She was really upset, Lavender said, not unkindly but with a certain gossipy relish. Parvati tried to talk to her, but she said she wanted to be alone. Harry's stomach churned with guilt. He should have done more to prevent the argument. Should have stopped Ron before he said something hurtful. Should have. The guilt intensified when he overheard Ron telling Dean about the incident, complete with mimicry of Hermione's voice and laughter at her expense. Something in Harry snapped. He crossed the common room and grabbed Ron's arm, pulling him away from the group of laughing boys. "What the, Harry, what are you doing?" "We need to talk," Harry said, steering Ron toward a quiet corner. "Now." Ron yanked his arm free, looking annoyed. "What's your problem?" "My problem is that our friend has been crying in a bathroom all afternoon and you're making jokes about it." "She's not my friend. She's just some girl who sits near us. She helped you with your potions essay last week. She saved you a seat at breakfast when the Great Hall was crowded. She stayed up late helping you practice the wand lighting spell when you couldn't get it right." Harry's voice was harder than he'd intended, but he couldn't seem to soften it. "That's not some girl. That's a friend. And you hurt her." Ron's face cycled through several expressions: anger, defensiveness, guilt. The guilt won. "I didn't mean to, I was just frustrated," then apologize. "It's not that easy." "It's exactly that easy. You find her, you say, 'I'm sorry,' and you mean it. That's all." Ron looked like he wanted to argue. Then his shoulders slumped. "Fine. After the feast. I'll apologize." "Good. Conflict resolution in action. +10 karma for pushing a friend toward accountability." The Halloween feast began at 7, filling the Great Hall with warmth and noise and the smell of delicious food. Harry sat with Ron, who was uncharacteristically quiet, picking at his food. Hermione still hadn't appeared. "She's probably still in that bathroom," Harry said, worry growing. "We should check on her." "After the feast," Ron mumbled. But the feast was interrupted. The doors of the Great Hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, turban askew, terror on his face. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. Pandemonium erupted. Students screamed. Professors drew wands. Dumbledore had to let off several purple firecrackers from his wand to restore order. "Silence," he commanded, and silence fell. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Students began filing out, panic barely contained beneath the thin veneer of order. Harry moved with the Gryffindors toward the door, then stopped. "Hermione doesn't know," he said. Ron's face went white. "The bathroom. She's in the bathroom. Which is near the dungeons." They looked at each other. A troll was loose in the school. Their friend was alone and unaware. Harry didn't hesitate. He slipped away from the crowd, moving against the flow of students, ducking into a side corridor. A moment later, Ron was beside him. "This is stupid," Ron said, even as he followed. "This is really, really stupid. Probably. We could die. Probably. Mum's going to kill me if I survive. Definitely." They ran. The corridor leading to the girls' bathroom was dark and empty. Everyone had followed orders and evacuated. Everyone except Hermione, still crying behind a closed door, and two 11-year-old boys with more courage than sense. Harry's magical sensitivity was on high alert. He could feel something wrong in the castle, a presence that didn't belong, heavy and dull and stupid but also incredibly dangerous. It was moving, somewhere in the building, and it was getting closer. "The troll," he whispered. "It's not in the dungeons." "What?" "I can feel it. It's coming this way." As if to confirm his words, a horrible smell filled the corridor, a combination of old socks, rotten eggs, and something Harry didn't want to identify. Heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "Hide." They ducked into an alcove just as the troll came into view. It was enormous, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy, with a tiny head on a massive body and a wooden club the size of a small tree. It moved with surprising speed for something so large, grunting and sniffing, following some trail Harry couldn't perceive. It stopped outside the bathroom door. It sniffed again. Then it raised its club and smashed through the door. Hermione screamed. Harry didn't think. He couldn't think, there wasn't time for thinking. He just moved, sprinting from the alcove, wand raised, screaming the first spell that came to mind. Lumos Maxima. The light spell flared from his wand with more power than he'd ever channeled before, exploding into brilliance that lit the entire corridor like midday sun. The troll bellowed, clapping massive hands over its tiny eyes, temporarily blinded. "Hermione, run!" Harry shouted. She ran. Stumbling out of the bathroom, past the thrashing troll, toward where Ron was standing with his wand raised and his face pale as milk. The troll recovered faster than Harry expected. It swung its club wildly, still half-blind, demolishing a section of wall. Stone fragments flew. Harry Dove, rolled, came up with his wand still pointed at the creature. "You need to incapacitate it. Trolls are magic resistant but not magic immune. Go for the head, it's the weakest point." "How?" "That club. If you can get it out of the troll's hands and onto the troll's head, Wingardium Leviosa." Harry focused on the club. The troll was swinging it again, bringing it down toward where Hermione had been standing moments ago, and Harry screamed the incantation with everything he had, Wingardium Leviosa. The club jerked in the troll's grip. The troll stumbled, confused, as its weapon suddenly tried to fly upward. Harry pulled with his magic, with his will, with every ounce of concentration he possessed. The club came free. It rose into the air, higher and higher, as the troll gaped stupidly upward at its vanishing weapon. Harry released the spell. The club dropped like a stone, 12 feet straight down, directly onto the troll's head. Crack. The troll swayed. Its eyes crossed. And then, like a collapsing tower, it fell, slowly at first, then all at once, hitting the floor with a crash that shook the entire corridor. It didn't get up. Harry stood there, breathing hard, his wand still raised, his heart pounding so loud he could hear it in his ears. "Did you just," Ron's voice was strangled. "Did you just knock out a mountain troll with its own club?" "I think so." "That was brilliant." Footsteps. Voices. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell came running around the corner, wands drawn. They stopped dead at the sight of the unconscious troll and 3 first-years standing over it. "What on earth?" McGonagall started. "My goodness," Quirrell clutched his heart, his face even paler than usual. "How did, students?" Snape's eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read. His gaze flicked briefly to the troll, then back to Harry, and something shifted in his face. Something that looked almost like grudging respect. McGonagall had recovered enough to look furious. "Explain yourselves. Both of you." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Hermione stepped forward. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Everyone stared at her. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and thought I could handle it." Hermione's voice was shaking but determined. "If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I'd probably be dead." It was a lie. An obvious lie, at least to Harry, who knew why Hermione had really been in that bathroom. But McGonagall's expression shifted from fury to something more complicated. "Miss Granger, that was extremely foolish. 5 points from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment." She turned to Harry and Ron. "As for you two, not many first-years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck." She swept away to deal with the troll. Quirrell lingered, staring at Harry with an intensity that made Harry's scar tingle, before following. Snape paused at the corridor's entrance. He turned back, met Harry's eyes, and said nothing. Then he was gone. Ron let out a breath. 5 points. For fighting a troll. That's, Ron. Hermione's voice cracked. "Shut up." He shut up. Harry looked at her. Really looked. She was shaking, tears still drying on her cheeks, her robes torn and dusty from the bathroom debris. She just lied to a professor to protect them. She just nearly died and pretended it was her own fault. "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "You didn't have to do that." "Yes, I did." Hermione wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Friends look out for each other. And you came for me. Both of you. Even though it was stupid and dangerous and you could have been killed." "Well," Ron said, scuffing his foot on the ground, "couldn't exactly leave you to get squashed, could we?" Hermione laughed, a wet, surprised sound, and then she was hugging both of them, her arms tight around their shoulders, her face buried between them. Harry had never been hugged like this before. Not by the Dursleys. Not by anyone. He didn't know what to do with his arms at first. Then he hugged back. Mission complete, make a genuine friend, bonus objective, save a friend's life, achieved, reward, 200 KP base plus 200 KP bonus equals 400 KP, new mission unlocked, build a foundation of trust, current karma, 3642 KP, standing in that destroyed corridor, covered in dust and troll smell, Harry felt something settle into place. Something important. He had friends. Real ones. People who would lie for him and cry for him and run toward danger with him instead of away. Whatever was coming, Quirrell, Voldemort, the mystery of the third floor, he wouldn't face it alone. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. Harry couldn't have said it better himself. Later that night, in the Gryffindor common room, the three of them sat together by the fire. The rest of the house had gone to bed, still buzzing with excitement about the troll and rumors about what had really happened. "We should investigate the third floor," Hermione said quietly. She'd cleaned up, changed robes, and regained most of her composure. "Tomorrow. If someone let a troll into the castle as a distraction." "Quirrell," Harry said. "I saw him at the feast. His magic spiked right before he burst in screaming about the troll. He wasn't surprised, he was performing." "You think Quirrell let the troll in?" "I think whatever's possessing him did. And I think it wanted everyone looking at the dungeons while it went somewhere else." "The third floor," Ron said, catching on. "Whatever's being guarded there." "Exactly." Hermione nodded slowly. "Then we need to know what it is. If we know what's being protected, we might be able to figure out why someone wants it and how to stop them." "Research," Harry agreed. "Careful investigation. Sneaking around after dark," Ron added, grinning. "That too." Hermione smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from her all day. "We're going to get in so much trouble." "Probably," Harry said. "Almost certainly. So much trouble." They looked at each other. And then, somehow, they were all laughing, the exhausted, giddy laughter of people who had survived something terrible and come out the other side together. Outside the window, the moon rose over Hogwarts, and somewhere in the castle, a three-headed dog guarded a secret that would change everything. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, Harry had friends. Tonight, Harry had a team. Tonight, that was enough. Chapter 5, The Dog, the Stone, and the Dark Lord's Shadow. Chapter 5, The Dog, the Stone, and the Dark Lord's Shadow. November arrived with bitter winds and frost on the castle windows. The grounds turned silver-white each morning, and students huddled in their cloaks between classes, breath misting in the air. Harry barely noticed the cold. His mind was consumed by investigation. The troll incident had confirmed his suspicions about Quirrell. Whatever was attached to the defense professor had made a move, using the troll as a distraction while it attempted something on the third floor. Harry didn't know if the attempt had succeeded or failed, but either way, it meant time was running out. "We need information," Hermione said during one of their evening research sessions in the library. She had a stack of books in front of her that would have intimidated anyone else, but she was working through them with methodical determination. "If we know what's being guarded, we can figure out why someone wants it. And how to stop them from getting it," Ron added. He was less enthused about the research aspect but showed up anyway, mostly for moral support and occasional tactical insights. Harry's magical sensitivity had given them their first lead. He'd managed to get close enough to the third-floor corridor to sense what lay beyond the locked door, layers of enchantments, each with a distinct magical signature, suggesting multiple traps or guardians. And underneath it all, something small and dense and incredibly powerful, radiating energy like a miniature sun. "The defenses aren't all the same type of magic," Harry explained, sketching a rough diagram on parchment. "There's the dog, 3 heads, definitely alive, very aggressive magical signature. Then something that feels like plants, organic, growing, reacting to movement. Then something aerial, flying things, small and fast. Then logic-based magic, which feels different from the others, more structured. And finally, something that's almost like a mirror, reflective, showing things that aren't really there." Hermione was taking notes, her quill flying across parchment. "Multiple guardians, each with different requirements to pass. That's actually clever, no single person could have all the skills needed to get through everything. Unless they had help," Ron said. "Or they've been researching each obstacle," Harry added. "Which is probably what Quirrell's been doing all term." The question of what was being guarded remained unanswered until Hermione made a breakthrough 2 weeks after the troll incident. Nicholas Flamel, she burst out one evening, slamming a book down on the library table hard enough to earn a glare from Madame Pants. Who? Harry and Ron asked simultaneously. Nicholas Flamel, I knew I'd seen that name somewhere. Remember when Hagrid accidentally mentioned him? Said he shouldn't have, that it was between Dumbledore and Flamel, I remember, Harry said slowly. Hagrid had let the name slip during one of Harry's visits to his hut, then immediately clammed up and refused to say more. Well, I finally found him. Hermione flipped open the book, a heavy tome titled Notable Alchemists of the Modern Age. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Ron's eyes went wide. The Philosopher's Stone? As in a legendary alchemical creation that can turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. Flamel is over 600 years old because of it. The stone is supposedly incredibly powerful, and incredibly valuable. If someone wanted to steal it, they could become immortal, Harry finished, his blood running cold. Voldemort. A dark wizard who had been destroyed but never confirmed dead. A spirit or fragment of something that had attached itself to Quirrell. If such a being got hold of the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. The one thing Voldemort always wanted, according to historical records. He feared death more than anything. The stone would give him a body, a permanent body, and the ability to live forever. We have to stop him, Harry said quietly. We have to tell someone, Hermione countered. This is too big for us. We should tell Dumbledore, or McGonagall. Tell them what? Harry asked. That we think their colleague is possessed by you-know-who and trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Based on what evidence? Based on your ability to see magic, which I can't prove to anyone else. Hermione's face fell. There has to be something we can do. There is. Harry's mind was racing, fitting pieces together. We watch. We wait. We figure out exactly what Quirrell's plan is, and we catch him in the act. Then even if no one believes us about the possession, they'll have to believe us about the theft. Ron nodded slowly. That's actually not bad. Catch him red-handed, let the adults handle the rest. And if we can't catch him? Hermione asked. If he gets to the stone before we can prove anything? Harry met her eyes. Then we stop him ourselves. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implications none of them wanted to fully examine. We're 11, Hermione said weakly. I know. We can't fight a dark wizard. I know. This is insane. I know. Harry smiled grimly. But what's the alternative? Let Voldemort come back because we were too scared to try. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin. Fine. But we're going to be smart about it. Research, preparation, contingency plans. If we're going to do something stupid, we're going to do it intelligently. Ron grinned. That's the spirit. I like her. She's got good priorities. The weeks leading up to Christmas were a blur of classes, Quidditch practice, and covert investigation. Harry's flying continued to improve. Oliver Wood had moved from basic drills to advanced seeker techniques, feinting, diving, split-second directional changes. Harry's natural abilities gave him an edge, but the real advantage was practice. Hours upon hours of practice until the broom felt like an extension of his body. You're ready, Wood declared after a particularly grueling session. The match against Slytherin is in 2 weeks, and you're absolutely ready. We're going to crush them. The match. Harry had almost forgotten about it, consumed as he was by the mystery of the 3rd floor. But Wood's words brought reality crashing back. His first real Quidditch game. Against Slytherin. In front of the entire school. Nervous? A little. Good. Nerves keep you sharp. Overconfidence gets people killed. That's comforting. I'm a cosmic lottery system, not a therapist. Comfort isn't my primary function. The day of the match dawned cold and clear, perfect Quidditch weather, according to Wood, who seemed incapable of experiencing anything resembling pre-game anxiety. Harry ate a light breakfast, too nervous for anything more. Ron was offering encouragement between bites of sausage, Hermione was reviewing Quidditch rules in a book, muttering about unnecessarily dangerous ball placement. Just focus on catching the snitch, Ron advised. Ignore everything else. The beaters will protect you, the chasers will score, your only job is to end the game before Slytherin can pull ahead. And try not to fall off your broom, Hermione added helpfully. Thanks for that. Your perfect balance makes falling extremely unlikely. Your enhanced reflexes give you an advantage in spotting and catching the snitch. Your magical sensitivity might even let you perceive the snitch's enchantments before you see it physically. You're going to be fine. Harry appreciated the system's confidence, even if he didn't entirely share it. The walk to the Quidditch pitch felt simultaneously too long and too short. The stands were packed, red and gold on one side, green and silver on the other, with a scattering of blue and bronze and yellow from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff spectators who didn't have a horse in this particular race. The Gryffindor team gathered in the changing room. Wood gave a speech that Harry only half heard, too focused on steadying his breathing and visualizing the game ahead. Then they were on the pitch, mounting their brooms, and Madame Hooch was releasing the balls, and Harry was in the air. The world fell away. Flying in practice was one thing. Flying in a match was something else entirely. The roar of the crowd, the flash of players zooming past, the bludgers screaming through the air, it was chaos, beautiful chaos, and Harry found himself grinning despite his nerves. Focus. Find the snitch. Ignore everything else. Harry rose above the main game, scanning the pitch with enhanced senses. His magical sensitivity helped him filter the various magical signatures, the Quaffle's mild levitation enchantment, the bludger's aggressive tracking spells, the player's personal auras, but the snitch was smaller, subtler, designed to be nearly invisible. Minutes passed. Gryffindor scored twice. Slytherin scored once. The Slytherin Seeker, a fifth-year named Terence Higgs, was shadowing Harry, watching for any sign that Harry had spotted the snitch. And then, there. A glint of gold near the Gryffindor goalposts. Harry Dove. The wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up toward him. Higgs was a half-second behind, then a full second, then falling further back as Harry's reflexes and balance let him push his broom harder than should have been possible. The snitch darted sideways. Harry adjusted instantly, hand outstretched, something grabbed his broom. Not physically. Magically. Harry felt it like a hand clamping around the broomstick's enchantments, trying to override his control. The broom bucked, jerked, nearly threw him off despite his perfect balance. Someone's jinxing your broom. They're trying to throw you off. Harry gripped the handle with both hands, the snitch forgotten. The broom was bucking like a wild animal, rolling and pitching in ways that brooms simply shouldn't. He could feel the foreign magic fighting against the broom's original enchantments, corrupting them, twisting them toward violence. In the stands, people were screaming. The Weasley twins circled beneath Harry, as if preparing to catch him if he fell. The other players had stopped, everyone staring at the first-year Seeker who was suddenly in a battle for his life. The jinx is coming from the staff box. I can't tell who, there are too many magical signatures, but someone up there is maintaining eye contact and muttering the curse. Harry couldn't look. He couldn't do anything except hold on and try to survive. Then, abruptly, the jinx broke. The broom steadied instantly, returning to Harry's control like a faithful dog returning to its master. Harry gasped, took a shaky breath, and looked around. In the staff box, there was some kind of commotion. Professor Snape's robes were on fire, and he was stamping them out with undignified fury. Several other professors were on their feet, looking confused. And Quirrell was staring at Harry with an expression that was half frustration, half calculation, before carefully schooling his face back to nervous blankness. Hermione. Look at the Gryffindor stands. Harry looked. Hermione was just returning to her seat, looking flushed and triumphant, her wand barely concealed in her sleeve. She'd set Snape's robes on fire. She'd thought Snape was the one jinxing the broom, and she'd stopped him. But it hadn't been Snape. Harry filed that information away for later. Right now, he had a match to win. The snitch was gone, vanished during the chaos, but Harry knew he was faster than Higgs. It was only a matter of time. He scanned the pitch with renewed focus. There, near the ground, hovering just above the grass. The snitch was practically invisible against the green, but Harry's magical sensitivity caught the faint shimmer of its enchantments. He dove again. Higgs saw him move and followed, but he was too far away, too slow. Harry's hand closed around the tiny golden ball just as his feet touched grass. The crowd exploded. Gryffindor had won, 170-60. Harry had caught the snitch in one of the most dramatic finishes anyone could remember. But as his teammates mobbed him with celebration, Harry's mind was elsewhere. Someone had tried to kill him. Not Snape, Harry was almost certain of that now. Quirrell. The thing wearing Quirrell's face. The war had officially begun. It was Quirrell, Harry said flatly, once they'd found a private corner of the common room that evening. Hermione's face fell. But I saw Snape, he was muttering, he wasn't blinking, he was probably trying to counter the curse. He'd have been the first to recognize it. Quirrell was the one who actually lost focus when your fire distracted everyone. I saw his face right after, he was furious. Ron was pale. You know whose puppet tried to kill you? In front of the whole school. He tried and failed. Harry's voice was steady, even if his hands weren't. He'd had hours to process the near-death experience, and what he'd landed on was anger. Cold, focused anger. He's getting desperate. Whatever he's planning with the stone, he must be running out of time. Why would he try to kill you though? Hermione asked. You're not guarding the stone. You're just a student. You're not just a student. You're the boy who lived, the one who somehow destroyed his body 11 years ago. Voldemort probably sees you as a threat, even if he doesn't fully understand why. I'm not sure, Harry said, which was true. He had theories, his survival as a baby, the brother wands, the prophecy the system had mentioned, but nothing concrete. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that he's escalating. We need to be ready. Ready for what? Ron asked. For whatever comes next. Christmas break arrived, and with it, a choice. Most students went home for the holidays. Ron was staying at Hogwarts because his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione was going home to her family, though she'd promised to continue research over the break. Harry had received no invitation to return to Privet Drive, not that he would have accepted one. For the first time in his life, he was spending Christmas somewhere he actually wanted to be. You sure you don't want to come to Romania? Ron asked, somewhat half-heartedly. Mum might let you if I owl her. I'll be fine here, Harry said, and meant it. The castle with most of its students gone was a different place, quieter, emptier, but also somehow more magical. The enchantments that usually hummed in the background of Harry's awareness now sang clearly, unmuddied by hundreds of competing magical signatures. The castle is more responsive when there are fewer people. It can focus its attention. You might find it helpful. Helpful how? You'll see. Christmas morning, Harry woke to an unprecedented sight, a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He'd never received a real Christmas present in his life. The Dursleys gave him practical things if they gave him anything at all, socks, usually, or a wire hanger once. He still wasn't sure if that had been a gift or an insult. But these were real presents. Wrapped in colorful paper. With his name on them. Ron had given him a box of chocolate frogs and a hand-knit sweater, maroon, with a golden H on the front. A note explained that his mom made one for all her children every year, and she'd included Harry this time. Harry stared at the sweater for a long moment, something warm and painful expanding in his chest. The Weasleys have essentially adopted you. That's good, Harry. That's really good. Hermione had sent a book, Practical Defensive Magic and Its Use Against the Dark Arts, with a note saying she thought he might find it useful given recent events. Hagrid had sent a wooden flute that he'd carved himself. There were sweets from various classmates who'd heard Harry was staying at Hogwarts alone. And then there was the last package. It was soft and silvery, wrapped in plain paper with no card. When Harry picked it up, his magical sensitivity flared. This wasn't just an object. This was an artifact. Old magic, incredibly powerful, saturated with enchantments so complex Harry couldn't begin to untangle them. Whoa. That's serious magic. Open it carefully. Harry unwrapped the package. Inside was a cloak, fluid and silver, like water made into fabric. The moment he touched it, he knew what it was. An invisibility cloak, he breathed. A note fluttered out, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." No signature. But Harry could guess who had sent it. Dumbledore. That's James Potter's invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows, actually, though I don't know if the headmaster knows that. It's been in the Potter family for generations. Deathly Hallows. Legendary artifacts. The Cloak of Invisibility, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone. Supposedly created by Death himself. The cloak is the only one of the three that's confirmed to exist. Harry stared at the cloak, this piece of his father's legacy. James Potter had worn this. Had hidden beneath it. Had maybe done some of the reckless, brilliant things Madame Pomfrey had mentioned. Now it was Harry's. I'm going to use this to investigate the third floor. I figured. Just be careful. Invisibility doesn't mean invulnerability. That night, after the Christmas feast, which was magnificent, even with the reduced population, Harry crept out of Gryffindor Tower with the cloak wrapped around him. He'd intended to go directly to the third-floor corridor. He'd intended to scout the defenses, figure out what Quirrell had or hadn't accomplished during his troll distraction attempt. Instead, he found himself in front of an unfamiliar door. Harry frowned. He didn't remember walking here. The castle's corridors had seemed to guide him, passages opening when they shouldn't, staircases depositing him in unexpected locations. The castle is showing you something. I told you it would be helpful. Harry pushed open the door. The room beyond was vast and empty, filled with nothing but dust and moonlight streaming through tall windows. In the center of the room stood a mirror, enormous, reaching almost to the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame and strange writing carved around the top. Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry walked toward it, his invisibility cloak still wrapped around him. As he approached, the mirror's surface seemed to shimmer, and then, he saw himself. But not himself as he was. Himself as he could be. In the mirror, Harry was older, maybe 16 or 17. He stood tall and confident, no longer undersized, wearing robes that fit properly. Behind him stood two people, a woman with red hair and green eyes just like his, and a man with messy black hair and glasses and a grin that transformed his face. His parents. His parents were in the mirror, standing behind him, their hands on his shoulders, their eyes full of pride and love. And beside them, slightly apart, watching with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, stood a figure he didn't recognize. A young man with sharp features and dark hair, dressed in expensive robes, looking at the mirror version of Harry with something that might have been grudging respect. Harry's breath caught. The Mirror of Erised. It shows the deepest, most desperate desire of your heart. Not the future, not what will be, but what you want more than anything else. My parents. Yes. And something else. The figure you don't recognize, I don't know who that is. The mirror isn't showing you specific people. It's showing you desires. That figure represents something you want, acceptance, maybe, from someone you see as an enemy or rival. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy. About Snape. About all the people who looked at him and saw something other than who he really was. I want to be seen. Really seen. By everyone, not just my friends. That's a dangerous desire, Harry. The mirror is seductive, people have wasted their lives in front of it, staring at reflections that can never be real. Don't let it consume you. Harry forced himself to step back. His parents' faces smiled at him from the mirror, warm and welcoming, and it took everything he had not to step forward again. I'll come back, he whispered to them, to himself, to no one. But not tonight. He turned and walked away. Behind him, the mirror's surface rippled, and the images faded. Harry returned to the Mirror of Erised twice more over the break, unable to stay away entirely. Each time, he saw his parents. Each time, the mysterious figure stood beside them, just out of focus. Each time, it was harder to leave. On the third night, he wasn't alone. Back again, Harry. Harry spun, heart pounding. Dumbledore was sitting on one of the desks along the wall, as if he'd been there the whole time. His blue eyes twinkled in the moonlight. I didn't see you, sir. Strange how short-sighted being invisible can make you, Dumbledore said mildly. He rose and walked toward the mirror, his robes trailing softly on the dusty floor. I see you, like so many before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erised. It shows what you want most, Harry said. Doesn't it? Yes and no. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But this mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. Harry swallowed. What do you see, sir? When you look in the mirror? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Harry blinked. Socks. One can never have enough socks, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. It was a lie. Harry could tell, not through his magical sensitivity, but through simple human intuition. Whatever Dumbledore saw in the mirror, it wasn't socks. But Harry didn't press. Some secrets weren't his to uncover. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Dumbledore continued. And I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, Harry. I understand, sir. Good. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and for a moment, they seemed to peer straight through Harry, seeing everything, understanding everything. The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. Remember that, Harry. He swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with the mirror. Harry looked at his parents one last time. At the love in their eyes. At the future that could never be. I won't forget you, he promised. But I won't forget to live either. Then he pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and walked away. That was well done. Facing your desires without being consumed by them, that takes strength. It hurt. Growth usually does. But you're stronger for it. Ready for whatever comes next. Whatever came next. The stone. Quirrell. Voldemort. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, the castle's corridors guiding him gently home. The rest of the school year passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch, and investigation. Harry's abilities continued to develop. His magical sensitivity grew more refined. He could now distinguish between different types of enchantments at a glance, could read emotional states from magical auras with increasing accuracy. His academic work excelled, driven by enhanced memory and genuine curiosity. Ron and Hermione remained his constants. They studied together, ate together, schemed together. The bond forged in the bathroom with the troll had only grown stronger. Mission progress: build a foundation of trust, 85%, you're creating something real here, Harry. Friendships that will last. That's more valuable than any pull I could give you. Spring arrived. Exams loomed. And Quirrell's nervousness had reached a fever pitch. Harry watched the professor carefully during every defense class, noting how his stutter had worsened, how his hands shook more than usual, how the secondary presence behind his magic had grown more agitated and hungry. Whatever was riding Quirrell, it was getting impatient. The breakthrough came in late May, when Hagrid accidentally revealed too much during one of Harry's visits. Fluffy? Harry repeated, certain he'd misheard. My three-headed dog, Hagrid said, looking embarrassed. Got him off a Greek chappie I met at the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... He stopped abruptly. Never you mind. To guard the stone, Harry finished. Hagrid went pale. How do you, who told you about, it doesn't matter. Hagrid, someone's trying to steal it. We need to know how to get past Fluffy. I'm not tellin' you nothin'. Hagrid said firmly. That stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's around. No one's gonna steal it. Dumbledore's not always around, Harry pressed. He's been called away before, what if it happens again? What if someone makes it happen on purpose? Hagrid's face crumpled with uncertainty. You're just kids. You shouldn't be worryin' about, Hagrid. Please. How do we get past Fluffy? The half-giant sighed, his massive shoulders slumping. Music, he muttered. Play him music and he falls right asleep. But you didn't hear that from me, right? And you're not gonna do anything stupid? We're not going to do anything stupid, Harry promised. Behind him, Ron and Hermione exchanged skeptical looks. The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days before exams, Dumbledore received an urgent owl and left the castle for London. Ministry business, apparently, something that couldn't wait. Harry knew the moment it happened. The castle's ambient magic shifted, like a dog relaxing when its master leaves. And in the staff box at dinner, Quirrell's magic spiked with barely contained excitement. Tonight, Harry said to Ron and Hermione. It's happening tonight. How do you know? Hermione asked. I just know. Dumbledore's gone, Quirrell's ready, if we don't act now, we might not get another chance. They met in the common room at midnight, after everyone else had gone to bed. Harry had his invisibility cloak. Hermione had a collection of useful spells she'd been practicing. Ron had his wand and his tactical mind and the fierce loyalty that made him the best friend Harry could have asked for. This is insane, Hermione whispered as they crept through the darkened castle. You mentioned that, Ron replied. I'm mentioning it again. Noted. They reached the third-floor corridor without incident. The door was locked, but Hermione's Alohomora opened it easily, too easily, Harry thought, as if someone had already been through. The wards have been partially disabled. Quirrell's already inside. The room beyond was huge and dark, dominated by the massive three-headed dog that Hagrid had inexplicably named Fluffy. It was asleep, all three heads snoring, a harp playing softly in the corner. Someone's already here, Harry breathed. The music, it's enchanted to keep playing. Then we go through, Ron said. Now, while we still can. They moved carefully past the sleeping beast, toward a trapdoor in the floor. Harry lifted it, revealing darkness below. I'll go first, Harry said. No, Hermione started. But Harry had already jumped. He fell through darkness, expecting to hit stone, but instead landed on something soft, plant-like tendrils that immediately began wrapping around his arms and legs. Devil's snare. Hermione's voice came from above, then she dropped down beside him, then Ron. Don't struggle. It kills you faster if you struggle. Kills. Ron was already thrashing, which only made the vines tighten. Fire. It hates fire. Hermione pulled her wand, concentrated, and hissed, Lacarnum inflammary. Flames erupted, and the plant recoiled, releasing them. They dropped again, landing in a stone corridor below. Nice one, Harry gasped. Thanks. Hermione was pale but steady. What's next? The next room was filled with flying keys, hundreds of them, buzzing through the air like a swarm of metallic birds. An old broomstick leaned against the wall, and a door on the far side was locked tight. We need to catch the right key, Hermione analyzed. That broom, Harry, you're the fastest flyer. Harry was already mounting the broom. He kicked off, rising into the swarm, his magical sensitivity helping him sort through the chaos. There, an old silver key with a bent wing, clearly the one that had already been used on the door. He caught it in seconds, his seeker reflexes making the task trivially easy. The next room was a giant chessboard. Ron's eyes lit up. I've got this, he said, and Harry believed him. The chess match was brutal. Ron commanded the pieces like a general, sacrificing strategically, protecting Harry and Hermione while they served as his bishop and castle. When the endgame came, Ron saw what needed to happen. I have to be taken, he said, his voice steady despite his pale face. Ron, no, it's the only way. After I'm taken, you'll be free to checkmate the king. He looked at Harry. Stop quarrel. Whatever it takes. The White Queen struck. Ron fell. Harry wanted to check on him, wanted to make sure he was okay, but there wasn't time. He made the final move, the Black King threw down his crown, and the door ahead opened. Hermione stayed with Ron. Go, she said. I'll make sure he's okay. You finish this. Harry ran. The next room contained a dead troll, already dealt with by whoever had come before. Harry didn't slow down. The room after that was filled with potions, a logic puzzle that would have stumped him if not for his enhanced memory and Latin fluency helping him parse the riddle. He identified the correct bottle and drank, feeling cold fire wash through his body as the potion protected him from the black flames blocking the final door. And then he was through, into the last chamber, and he wasn't alone. Professor Quirrell stood before another mirror, the Mirror of Erised, moved here as its new home. He wasn't stuttering now. His face was calm, focused, utterly unlike the nervous man Harry had spent the year watching. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter, Quirrell said, and his voice was different too, smoother, colder, dripping with intelligence he'd hidden all year. Where's Dumbledore? Harry demanded, hand on his wand. He's in London by now. I sent him a fake letter, very convincing. By the time he realizes the truth, it will be far too late. I won't let you take the stone. Quirrell laughed, actually laughed, a sound completely at odds with his nervous persona. And how will you stop me, Potter? You're a child. A talented child, I'll admit, but still just a child. He turned back to the mirror, studying his reflection with frustration. I see myself with the stone. I see myself presenting it to my master. But where is it? How do I get it? Master. Harry's blood went cold. Use the boy, a voice hissed. Harry's scar exploded with pain. The voice came from Quirrell, but not from his mouth. From behind him. From under the turban. Yes, Potter, come here. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and ropes bound Harry, dragging him forward until he stood directly in front of the mirror. What do you see? Harry looked into the mirror. He saw himself, but this version was different from before. Mirror Harry smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. Then Mirror Harry winked and put the stone back in his pocket. And Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had the stone. Somehow, impossibly, the mirror had given him the stone. The mirror was enchanted to give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Dumbledore's final protection. Brilliant. What do you see? Quirrell demanded again. Harry lied. I see myself winning the house cup. He lies, the voice hissed. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, I have strength enough for this. Quirrell's hands rose to his turban. He began to unwrap it. The voice was coming from the back of Quirrell's head. Harry watched in horror as the turban fell away, revealing something that should not exist, a face, white as chalk, with burning red eyes and slits for nostrils, pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull like a parasite. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face whispered. See what I have become. See what I must do to survive. Live off another, a mere parasite. But once I have the stone, I will be able to create a body of my own. Harry's scar was agony. His vision blurred with pain. Now, give me the stone. Never. Don't be a fool. Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy. Liar. Harry lunged forward, hands outstretched, and grabbed Quirrell's face. Quirrell screamed. His skin, where Harry touched it, began to blister and burn. Smoke rose. The smell of cooking flesh filled the air. Your mother's protection. The sacrifice she made, it lives in your blood, in your skin. Voldemort can't touch you without burning. Harry didn't let go. Couldn't let go. The pain in his scar was overwhelming, but so was the pain Quirrell was experiencing. The professor fell, Harry on top of him, hands pressed to every inch of skin he could reach. Kill him. Voldemort screamed from the back of the burning head. But it was too late. Quirrell was dying. His body was crumbling to ash beneath Harry's hands. And then Harry's vision went black, and he fell into darkness. He woke in the hospital wing. White sheets. Sunlight streaming through windows. The smell of healing potions. Good afternoon, Harry. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, looking tired but relieved. Sir, the stone is safe. Nicholas and I have had a little chat and agreed it's best to destroy it. Destroy it? But, Flamel, will die, yes. But to Nicholas, death is but the next great adventure. He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order, and then, well, then he will move on. Harry processed that. It seemed wrong somehow, destroying something so powerful, letting someone die who didn't have to. But it also seemed right. The stone was too dangerous to exist. As long as it remained, someone would try to use it for the wrong reasons. Flamel understands that. He's ready. Voldemort, Harry said. He's still out there. Yes. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The shade that possessed Professor Quirrell has fled, weakened but not destroyed. He will return, Harry. There is no doubt about that. Then I need to be ready. Yes. You do. Dumbledore studied him with those piercing blue eyes. You have your mother's eyes, Harry. And her courage. And something else, something I don't fully understand. Something that protected you tonight in ways beyond the blood magic Lily left behind. Harry said nothing. He wondered how much Dumbledore knew, or suspected, about the system. He knows something is unusual about you. He doesn't know what. For now, that's probably best. Rest, Dumbledore said, rising. You've earned it. And Harry, what you did tonight, facing Voldemort alone, refusing to give him the stone even at risk of your own life. Your parents would be very proud. He left. Harry lay back against his pillows, exhausted but alive. Mission complete, survive first year at Hogwarts, bonus objectives, identify the hidden threat, complete, protect the Philosopher's Stone, complete, face Voldemort and survive, complete, total reward, 1,500 KP, current karma, 5,142 KP, new status, year 1 complete. Harry closed his eyes. It was over. For now. But somewhere out there, a dark spirit was fleeing, weakened but not destroyed. And somewhere in the castle, a boy with a cosmic lottery system was already thinking about next year. The game had only just begun. Chapter 6, The Summer of Evolution. Chapter 6, The Summer of Evolution. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station on a bright June afternoon, carrying students towards summer holidays and leaving behind a castle that felt strangely empty without them. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the Scottish Highlands roll past the window. His trunk was stored overhead, Hedwig dozed in her cage, and for the first time in months, there was nothing urgent demanding his attention. It felt strange. Almost uncomfortable. "You're brooding," Hermione observed, not looking up from the book she was reading. "You've been brooding since we left." "I'm not brooding. I'm thinking." "Brooding is just thinking with extra drama," Ron said, unwrapping a chocolate frog. "What's on your mind?" Harry wasn't sure how to answer that. "Everything. Nothing." The fact that he'd faced Voldemort and survived, but the Dark Wizard was still out there, still planning, still hunting for ways to return. "Just processing," he said finally. "It's been a weird year. Mate, you fought a troll, nearly got killed by a jinxed broomstick, and burned a professor to death with your bare hands. Weird is an understatement. I didn't burn him to death. He crumbled. There's a difference." "Is there though?" Hermione closed her book with a snap. "The important thing is that the stone is destroyed and Voldemort's plan failed. We bought time." "Time for what?" Harry asked. "Time to prepare. Time to learn. Time to figure out what we're really dealing with." She fixed Harry with a serious look. "You said Voldemort mentioned that he'd return. That means this isn't over. We need to be ready for whatever comes next." She's right. Voldemort's spirit is still out there, still seeking a way back to physical form. The Philosopher's Stone was one option, there are others. He'll find another path eventually. How long do we have? Unknown. Could be months, could be years. Depends on how resourceful he is and how desperate he becomes. The train rumbled on. Outside, the landscape shifted from mountains to rolling hills to farmland. Harry's thoughts drifted to the summer ahead, weeks of Dursley misery, trapped in a house where he wasn't wanted, cut off from the magical world that had become his home. "I'll write," Ron promised, as if reading his mind. "Every week. Mum'll probably send food too, she's convinced you're too skinny." "I am too skinny." "Yeah, but she doesn't need to know she's right." Hermione's expression softened. "We'll figure something out for next summer. Maybe you can visit one of us, or, it's fine," Harry said, and mostly meant it. "I've dealt with the Dursleys my whole life. A few more months won't kill me. Probably won't kill you. The Dursleys are unpleasant but not actively homicidal. Just be careful. And keep accumulating karma. You never know when you'll need it." The train continued south. King's Cross Station was chaos, magical families trying to blend with muggles, owls hooting in protest at their cages, tearful goodbyes and excited reunions happening on every platform. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione near the barrier, extracting promises to write and planning tentatively for the future. Then he pushed his trolley through the barrier into the Muggle world, where the Dursleys were waiting. They were not happy to see him. "Come on, boy," Uncle Vernon grunted, not offering to help with Harry's trunk. "We haven't got all day." Aunt Petunia sniffed and looked away. "Dudley," Massive Dudley, who had somehow gotten even larger over the school year, flinched when Harry came near, one hand instinctively covering his bottom. The drive back to Privet Drive was silent except for Uncle Vernon's occasional muttering about freaks and abnormality and shouldn't be allowed. Harry let the complaints wash over him without really hearing them. His mind was elsewhere, on the system, on Voldemort, on the year ahead. Daily login, day 313, reward, 15 KP, current streak, 313 days, streak bonus, you've maintained your login streak for almost a full year. Impressive dedication. The next milestone is day 365, which will grant a special reward. Special reward? You'll find out when you get there. No spoilers. The Dursley house looked exactly as Harry remembered it, aggressively normal, meticulously maintained, utterly devoid of magic or warmth. His room, Dudley's second bedroom, reluctantly surrendered after the Hogwarts letter incident, was small and bare, with bars on the window that the Dursleys had installed for safety. Harry didn't mind the bars. He'd gotten used to worse. He unpacked his trunk, set Hedwig's cage by the window, and began the process of settling in for a long summer. Okay. Let's talk about your training plan. Training plan? You survived first year through a combination of luck, preparation, and your mother's blood protection. The luck might not hold. The blood protection has limits. Preparation is the only variable you fully control. Harry sat on his bed, giving the system his full attention. Here's the situation, you have over 5,000 karma points accumulated. That's enough for 11 10 pulls, with change left over. You also have the free pull from your 7-day streak and the guaranteed rare plus pull from your 30-day streak, both of which you saved for emergencies. I was going to use those if things went bad with Quirrell. Smart thinking. But now that crisis is past, we should consider your options. You could save everything for future emergencies, do a few strategic pulls to round out your abilities, or go all in and see what the multiverse gives you. Harry thought about it. The system was right, preparation was key. But random pulls were exactly that, random. He might get something incredible, or he might get a sandwich. What would you recommend? 2 10 pulls now, to establish a baseline. Save the rest for emergencies and strategic moments. Your current ability set is solid for intelligence gathering and survival, but you lack offensive options and direct combat capabilities. I have magic. You have first-year magic. Lumos and Wingardium Leviosa aren't going to stop a dark wizard. You need something else, something that works even when your wand is unavailable or your spells are countered. That was a fair point. Harry had gotten lucky against Quirrell, the blood protection had done most of the work. If he faced a situation where that protection didn't apply. Okay. 2 10 pulls. Let's do it. Initiating 10 pull 1. Cost, 450 KP, remaining karma, 4,692 KP, pulling, the familiar blue light filled Harry's mind. He felt the multiverse shifting around him, possibilities collapsing into reality. Pull 1, common, result, advanced stretching techniques, your flexibility and range of motion are now equivalent to a trained gymnast. Not flashy, but good for dodging and physical combat. Pull 2, uncommon, result, pain tolerance, your ability to function while experiencing pain is significantly enhanced. You can still feel pain, it's not numbness, but it won't debilitate you as easily. Useful for enduring torture or fighting through injuries. Pull 3, common, result, basic herbology knowledge, you now have practical knowledge of magical plants, their properties, uses, and dangers. Overlaps with your Hogwarts education but goes slightly beyond first-year curriculum. Pull 4, rare, result, mana reinforcement, passive, your magical core is now denser and more efficient. Spells cost slightly less energy, you recover magical exhaustion faster, and your maximum magical output is approximately 15% higher than before. This will scale as you grow. Pull 5, common, result, speed reading, you can read and comprehend written material approximately 3 times faster than normal. Combined with your enhanced memory, this makes research incredibly efficient. Pull 6, uncommon, result, danger sense, you gain a passive awareness of immediate threats to your safety. Not precognition, more like an instinctive warning system that triggers when something is about to harm you. Works best against ambushes and surprise attacks. Pull 7, common, result, knot tying, you are now an expert at tying and untying knots. This seems useless, but you'd be surprised how often restraints come up in adventure scenarios. Pull 8, uncommon, result, emotional stability, your ability to maintain calm under pressure is enhanced. Fear, anger, and panic are still possible but won't overwhelm your rational thinking. Useful against psychological attacks and high-stress situations. Pull 9, common, result, wilderness survival basics, you now know how to find food, water, and shelter in natural environments. Good if you ever get stranded somewhere without civilization. Pull 10, guaranteed rare plus rare, result, physical enhancement, minor, your baseline physical attributes, strength, speed, endurance, are now approximately 20% higher than normal for your age and build. This is permanent and will scale as you grow. You're not superhuman, but you're at the peak of what a non-magical human could achieve. 10 Pull 1 complete. Summary, 5 common, 3 uncommon, 2 rare, solid hull. The mana reinforcement and physical enhancement are both excellent foundation abilities. Danger sense and emotional stability will help with survival situations. The commons are practical if unexciting. Harry flexed his hands experimentally. He did feel different, stronger, more grounded, like his body was finally the right size for his spirit. That's a lot of passive improvements. Passive is good. Passive means always on, always working, doesn't require activation or concentration. You're building a foundation that will serve you for life. Okay. Pull number 2. Initiating 10 Pull 2. Cost, 450 KP, remaining karma, 4242 KP, pulling, Pull 1, uncommon, result, language, Ancient Greek, fluent, you can now read, write, and speak Ancient Greek fluently. Combined with your Latin, you're becoming quite the classical scholar. Many old magical texts are written in these languages. Pull 2, common, result, swimming proficiency, you can now swim competently. Not Olympic level, but you won't drown. Surprisingly useful given how often water hazards appear in magical adventures. Pull 3, uncommon, result, lock intuition, you have an intuitive understanding of locks and locking mechanisms, both magical and mundane. You can't automatically open anything, but you'll understand how locks work and can learn to bypass them more easily. Pull 4, common, result, calming aura, minor, people and animals in your immediate presence find you slightly more trustworthy and calming than they otherwise would. This is subtle, not mind control, just a gentle nudge toward positive first impressions. Pull 5, rare, result, a clemency foundation, your mind now has basic natural defenses against intrusion. This isn't full clemency, you'd still need training to resist a skilled legilimens, but casual mind reading and surface-level mental probes will bounce off you. Consider this a starter kit. Pull 6, common, result, temperature tolerance, you're less affected by temperature extremes, both hot and cold. You can function comfortably in conditions that would distress most people. Won't protect you from actual fire or freezing, but environmental discomfort is reduced. Pull 7, uncommon, result, accelerated healing, minor, your healing rate is now approximately twice normal, stacking with your existing minor vitality restoration for a total of roughly 6 times normal healing speed. You're still not regenerating limbs, but broken bones will mend in weeks instead of months, and cuts close in hours instead of days. Pull 8, common, result, Mat Ion basics, you now understand the fundamentals of Mat Ion and mental focus techniques. Good for stress management, magical recovery, and laying groundwork for more advanced mental disciplines. Pull 9, Uncommon, Result, Spatial Awareness, your ability to perceive and remember three-dimensional spaces is enhanced. You won't get lost easily, can estimate distances accurately, and have an intuitive understanding of how objects relate to each other in space. Good for navigation and combat positioning. Pull 10, Guaranteed Rare plus Epic, Result, Adaptive Learning, your ability to learn new skills is fundamentally enhanced. You acquire competence approximately 50% faster than normal, plateaus are easier to overcome, and muscle memory develops more quickly. This applies to everything: magic, physical skills, academic subjects, social abilities. Combined with your enhanced memory and speed reading, you are now an extremely efficient learner. 10 Pull 2 Complete. Summary: 4 Common, 4 Uncommon, 1 Rare, 1 Epic, excellent pull. Adaptive learning is a high-tier ability that will compound over time. The Occlumency Foundation is incredibly valuable given who your enemies are. Voldemort and Snape are both skilled legilimens. The accelerated healing stacking with your existing vitality restoration makes you remarkably durable. Harry stared at the list of new abilities, slightly overwhelmed. That's a lot. You just spent almost 1,000 karma points. It should be a lot. The question is, do you feel ready for whatever comes next? Harry thought about Voldemort, lurking somewhere in the world as a disembodied spirit. Thought about the enemies he'd made, Malfoy's family, whatever dark forces still served the fallen Dark Lord. Thought about the fact that he was 12 years old and already marked for death. More ready than I was yesterday. That's the spirit. Now, how are you going to spend your summer? The summer at Privet Drive was, in some ways, the most productive period of Harry's life. The Dursleys, terrified of magic and whatever unspecified horrors Harry might inflict upon them, left him largely alone. As long as he did his chores and stayed out of sight when visitors came, they pretended he didn't exist. For Harry, this was perfect. He established a routine. Mornings, physical training. His new physical enhancement and adaptive learning made exercise incredibly effective. He ran before dawn when the streets were empty, did bodyweight exercises in his room, practiced the stretching routines his advanced stretching techniques had given him. Within weeks, his body began transforming, still lean, but now with visible muscle definition and an easy grace that hadn't been there before. Your physical baseline is improving rapidly. At this rate, you'll be in peak condition by the time school starts. Midday, magical study. He couldn't cast spells, the ministry tracked underage magic, but he could read, memorize, and understand. His speed reading and enhanced memory let him devour his textbooks, not just memorizing content but understanding the underlying principles. His Latin and ancient Greek fluency opened up supplementary texts that most students couldn't access. You're developing a theoretical understanding that most adult wizards never achieve. When you can actually practice these spells, you'll be ahead of the curve. Afternoons, Mat-Ion and mental training. His Occlumency Foundation needed development. Following the Mat-Ion basics techniques, Harry spent hours each day building mental walls, organizing his thoughts, strengthening the natural defenses the system had given him. Occlumency is as much about mental discipline as magical technique. You're building good habits. When you eventually get proper training, you'll progress quickly. Evenings, correspondence and planning. Letters arrived regularly. Ron's were enthusiastic and slightly chaotic, Hermione's were organized and information-dense, Hagrid's were warm and full of spelling errors. Harry wrote back to all of them, maintaining connections, sharing what he was learning, carefully to hide system-related details, and planning for the year ahead. And every night, without fail, daily login, day 314, daily login, day 315, daily login, day 316, the days accumulated. July became August. Harry grew stronger, smarter, more prepared. And then, on day 365, everything changed. Harry woke to blue light flooding his vision. Daily login, day 365, congratulations. You have maintained a continuous login streak for 1 full year. This is the first time any host has achieved this milestone in over 3,000 years. Special reward unlocked, System Evolution. Harry sat up in bed, heart pounding. System Evolution. The GACHA system is not static. It grows with its host, adapting to their needs and circumstances. Your dedication over the past year has triggered the first evolution phase. Please stand by for system update. The blue light intensified. Harry felt something shifting inside him, not painful, but profound. Like a door opening in a room he'd forgotten existed. Update in progress, new feature unlocked, skill synthesis, description. You can now combine 2 or more related abilities to create a new, more powerful ability. Synthesis requires karma points and is not guaranteed to succeed. Failure returns the original abilities unchanged. Success creates something greater than the sum of its parts. New feature unlocked, ability upgrade, description. You can now spend karma points to upgrade existing abilities to higher tiers. Costs vary based on ability rarity and desired upgrade level. Not all abilities can be upgraded, some are already at maximum potential. New feature unlocked, daily missions, description. Each day, you will receive 3 optional missions tailored to your current circumstances. Completing missions grants bonus karma points beyond normal accumulation. Missions refresh at midnight local time. New feature unlocked, pity system upgrade, description. Your pity counters now persist across sessions and the guaranteed thresholds have improved. Every 30 pulls, guaranteed rare plus. Every 75 pulls, guaranteed epic plus. Every 150 pulls, guaranteed legendary. System evolution complete, bonus reward, 500 KP, current karma, 4,897 KP, including daily accumulation. Harry stared at the notification screens, mind racing. Skill synthesis. Let me show you. Open your status and select 2 related abilities. Harry mentally pulled up his status. Status, name, Harry James Potter. Age, 12. Titles, The Boy Who Lived, Youngest Seeker in a Century. Karma points, 4,897. Abilities, passive, physical, minor vitality restoration, rare, enhanced memory, uncommon, eidetic audio, uncommon, perfect balance, common, night vision, uncommon, quick dry, common, advanced stretching techniques, common, pain tolerance, uncommon, physical enhancement, minor, rare, swimming proficiency, common, temperature tolerance, common. Accelerated healing, minor, uncommon, passive, mental, magical sensitivity, rare, danger sense, uncommon, emotional stability, uncommon, Clemency Foundation, rare, spatial awareness, uncommon, adaptive learning, epic, passive, social, calming aura, minor, common, active, whisper network, uncommon, skills/knowledge, basic first aid, common, intermediate cooking, common, Latin fluency, uncommon, penmanship enhancement, common, basic herbology knowledge, common. Speed reading, common, knot tying, common, wilderness survival basics, common, lock intuition, uncommon, mat ion basics, common, ancient Greek fluency, uncommon, magical, mana reinforcement, rare, inventory, 10 slots, slot 1, one-armed plastic soldier, sentimental, slot 2, emergency food cache, slot 3, 298 galleons, slot 4, invisibility cloak, slots 5 to 10. Empty. Harry looked at the list with new eyes. Some of these abilities clearly related to each other. Enhanced memory and eidetic audio both involve perfect recall. Exactly. Watch this. A new interface appeared, showing enhanced memory and eidetic audio side by side, with a glowing synthesize button between them. Synthesis cost, 200 KP, success chance, 78%, potential result, total recall, rare, perfect memory of all sensory information, not just visual and audio. Touch, smell, taste, everything you experience is recorded and can be retrieved at will. That's incredible. It is. But note the success chance. Failure means you keep the original abilities but lose the karma points. It's a gamble. 78% seems pretty good. For a synthesis, it's excellent. The abilities are closely related and similar tier. More ambitious syntheses have lower success rates. Harry considered. 200 KP wasn't that much, and total recall would be a significant upgrade over his current abilities. Do it. Initiating synthesis. Combining, enhanced memory plus eidetic audio, processing, success. New ability acquired, total recall, rare, description, you have perfect memory of all sensory information. Everything you see, hear, smell, taste, or touch is recorded permanently and can be retrieved at will. This includes proprioceptive information. You can perfectly recall physical sensations and movements, which aids in learning physical skills. Karma spent, 200 KP, remaining, 4,697 KP, Harry closed his eyes and tested the new ability. He thought about breakfast yesterday, not just what he saw, but the texture of the toast, the smell of burnt eggs, the feel of the cheap plastic fork in his hand. Every detail was there. Crystal clear. This is amazing. Synthesis is powerful but expensive. Use it strategically. I'd recommend saving most of your karma for emergencies and pulls, only synthesizing when you see a clear upgrade path. Harry nodded mentally, already thinking about other potential combinations. His healing abilities could probably combine. His physical enhancement abilities might stack somehow. But that could wait. For now, he had a new system to explore. Daily missions, Day 365, Mission 1, Physical Training, complete 30 minutes of exercise, reward, 15 KP, Mission 2, Mental Training, practice occlumency for 20 minutes, reward, 15 KP, Mission 3, Correspondence, write and send a letter to a friend, reward, 10 KP, all missions are optional. Uncompleted missions do not carry penalties. These seem very tailored to my current routine. The system adapts to your circumstances. It's encouraging you to maintain good habits while rewarding you for consistency. Think of it as a personal trainer with cosmic powers. Harry laughed quietly. He'd learned to suppress the sound so the Dursleys wouldn't hear. This changed everything. Not just the new features, but what they represented. The system was growing with him. Evolving. Becoming more useful exactly when he needed it most. Thank you, he thought, and meant it. Don't thank me. You earned this. 365 days of dedication, never missing a login, never giving up even when things were hard. That's all you, Harry. I'm just the tool. You're the one doing the work. Harry sat in his small room at Privet Drive, feeling stronger and more prepared than he ever had before. Voldemort was still out there. Dark forces were still gathering. Second year would bring new challenges, new dangers, new tests of everything he'd learned. But for the first time, Harry felt genuinely ready. Bring it on, he thought. That's the spirit. The rest of the summer passed quickly. Harry's daily missions kept him motivated, adding structure to his training routine. Most days he completed all 3 missions easily, accumulating steady karma on top of his natural gains from good deeds around the neighborhood, helping Mrs. Fig with her groceries, returning lost items, small kindnesses that cost him nothing but earned him everything. Current karma, 5,847 KP, you've been busy. The letters from his friends grew more frequent as September approached. Ron's mentioned strange happenings at the Burrow, his family's home, including a new house elf that had appeared unexpectedly. Hermione's focused on her summer reading and theoretical magical research. Both expressed eagerness to see him again. Harry shared their eagerness. The Dursleys had become even more insufferable as the summer wore on, their fear of magic warring with their resentment of Harry's presence. The bars on his window felt more oppressive every day, even though he knew he could probably escape if he really needed to. Then, on the night before his birthday, he received an unexpected visitor. Harry was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about nothing in particular, when his danger sense screamed. Something was in his room. Harry rolled off the bed instantly, coming up in a crouch, his hand reaching for the wand hidden under his pillow. His night vision showed him the room clearly, and there, standing by his desk, was a creature he'd never seen before. It was small, barely 3 feet tall, with enormous bat-like ears and huge green eyes the size of tennis balls. It wore what looked like a filthy pillowcase as a garment, and it was wringing its hands with an expression of desperate anxiety. "Harry Potter," the creature squeaked. "So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. House-LF. Magical servants, bound to wizarding families. This one is not bound to you, he belongs to another family. His presence here is unusual. Who are you?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low to avoid waking the Dursleys. "Dobby, sir. Just Dobby. Dobby the house elf." Harry studied the creature with his magical sensitivity. Its aura was odd, strong magic, but twisted somehow, wrapped around a core of misery and fear. The binding to its family, whoever that was, showed as chains of golden light, tight and painful looking. "Okay, Dobby. Why are you in my bedroom in the middle of the night?" Dobby's ears drooped. Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Why not?" "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." Dobby's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. He is too great, too good, to lose. He's telling the truth, or at least, he believes he's telling the truth. His emotional aura is genuine terror and genuine admiration. But he's also hiding something. There's information he's not sharing." "What kind of plot?" Harry pressed. "Who's behind it?" Dobby's face contorted with what looked like physical pain. "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is bound, Dobby cannot." He suddenly grabbed Harry's desk lamp and started hitting himself in the head with it. "Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Stop." Harry lunged forward, grabbing the lamp. "Stop hurting yourself." Dobby looked up at him with huge, tear-filled eyes. "Dobby must punish himself, sir." Dobby almost spoke ill of his family. His family. Whoever owned Dobby was connected to the plot against Hogwarts. And Dobby was bound by house elf magic not to reveal them. House elf bindings are serious magic. He literally cannot betray his masters, even when he wants to. The self-punishment is automatic, triggered whenever he approaches forbidden territory. Harry's mind raced. "Dobby, I appreciate the warning. But I can't just not go back to Hogwarts. My friends are there. My education is there. Everything that matters to me is there. But Harry Potter must understand, terrible dangers, there are terrible dangers everywhere," Harry said quietly. "Staying away from Hogwarts won't make me safe. It'll just make me unprepared." Dobby stared at him, something like awe mixing with his fear. "Harry Potter is brave. Harry Potter is noble. But Harry Potter does not understand, then help me understand. Tell me what you can. Anything that might help me prepare." The house elf trembled, caught between loyalty to his masters and his obvious desire to protect Harry. For a long moment, Harry thought he couldn't, say anything useful. Then Dobby leaned close and whispered, "History, Harry Potter. Dark history. What was opened before may be opened again. And Harry Potter is connected. That's a clue. Something that was opened before, something in Hogwarts history, is going to be opened again. And somehow, you're connected to it." Before Harry could ask more, Dobby's ears perked up in alarm. "Dobby must go. Dobby has said too much. And with a crack like a breaking branch, he vanished. Harry stood alone in his room, the lamp still clutched in his hand. What was opened before? We need to research Hogwarts history. Specifically, anything involving openings, dark magic, and connections to the boy who lived or the Potter family. Whatever's coming, it's not random, it's targeted. Harry set down the lamp and returned to bed, but he didn't sleep. His mind was too busy planning. The next morning, his 12th birthday, Harry was woken by an owl tapping at his window. Not Hedwig, who was dozing on top of her cage. A different owl, carrying a small package and an official-looking letter. Harry opened the window carefully, mindful of the bars, and the owl squeezed through to deposit its cargo on his desk. Then, without waiting for a reply, it launched itself back into the morning sky. The letter bore the Hogwarts crest. Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed your book list for the coming year. All students require the complete works of Gilderoy Lockhart for defense against the dark arts. Additionally, please be advised that the Ministry of Magic has issued new guidelines regarding underage magic usage. Any magical activity performed outside of school by underage wizards will be automatically detected and may result in expulsion. We look forward to seeing you on September 1st. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the book list with growing concern. 7 Gilderoy Lockhart books. He'd heard the name, some kind of celebrity wizard, but the sheer number seemed excessive for a single class. Gilderoy Lockhart. Author, adventurer, and self-promoter extraordinaire. His books describe encounters with dark creatures, werewolves, banshees, vampires, all supposedly defeated by him personally. His credentials are questionable. Questionable how? Put it this way, either Lockhart is one of the most accomplished dark creature hunters in British history, or he's a fraud who stole CR for other people's achievements. The evidence points strongly toward the latter. Great. A fraudulent defense against the dark arts teacher, on top of whatever plot Dobby had warned about. Second year was shaping up to be interesting. The package was smaller, a single wrapped parcel from Ron, containing a birthday card and a Chudley Cannons poster that moved when you looked at it. Happy birthday, Harry. Sorry I couldn't send more, things are weird at home. There's this house elf who keeps showing up, and Mum's going spare. I'll explain when I see you. Can't wait to get back to Hogwarts. Ron. A house elf showing up at the Weasleys. Dobby showing up at Privet Drive. Too much of a coincidence. The elf is trying to reach you through your connections. He went to the Weasleys because they're your closest friends. When that didn't work, he came to you directly. Why? What's so important about warning me specifically? Unknown. But whatever the plot is, it involves you. Specifically you, not just Hogwarts in general. That's consistent with your pattern, the boy who lived tends to be at the center of things. Harry spent his birthday quietly, no celebration from the Dursleys, obviously, but he didn't mind. His mind was on bigger things. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, carefully mentioning Dobby's warning without revealing too much about how he'd interpreted the clues. He asked Hermione specifically to research Hogwarts history, anything about previous incidents, dark openings, dangerous events. Then he completed his daily missions, trained as usual, and went to bed early. Daily login, day 367, reward, 15 KP, 2 more weeks until September 1st. 2 more weeks to prepare for whatever was coming. Harry closed his eyes and dreamed of opening doors and ancient secrets. The last weeks of summer brought a rescue. Ron and his brothers, Fred, George, and Percy, arrived at Privet Drive in the middle of the night, driving a flying car. Yes. A flying car. Harry. Ron's face appeared at the window, grinning through the bars. We've come to rescue you. The twins made quick work of the bars with what looked like magical lockpicks. Harry gathered his things, trunk, Hedwig's cage, wand, invisibility cloak, and squeezed out through the window into the hovering car. Uncle Vernon appeared at the bedroom door just as Harry was climbing into the back seat. Petunia. He's escaping. Too late, Vernon. Harry called, unable to resist. See you next summer. The car shot into the sky, leaving Privet Drive and the Dursleys far behind. That was brilliant, Fred said, steering the car through cloud cover. Did you see his face? Purple, George confirmed. Actual purple. New record. Harry laughed, really laughed, for the first time in months. He was free. He was with friends. Whatever second year brought, he'd face it on his own terms. Smooth escape. The Weasleys are good allies. The best. The car flew north through the night, carrying Harry toward the Burrow and the beginning of a new adventure. Chapter 7, The Burrow, Books, and Bad Omens. Chapter 7, The Burrow, Books, and Bad Omens. The Burrow was the most wonderful house Harry had ever seen. It looked like it had once been a large stone pigpen, but extra rooms had been added over the years until it was several stories high and so crooked it seemed to be held up entirely by magic, which, Harry realized as his magical sensitivity kicked in, it absolutely was. The whole structure was wrapped in enchantments like a Christmas present in too much ribbon. Stability charms, expansion charms, weatherproofing, pest repelling, and at least a dozen other spell types Harry couldn't immediately identify. The magic was layered haphazardly, some of it decades old, some clearly recent patches, creating an aura that was chaotic but somehow warm. It felt like a home. It's not much, Ron said, ears turning red as they approached. I know it's not what you're used to, Ron. Harry turned to look at him. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs. This is incredible. Ron's embarrassment shifted to confusion, then something softer. Right. Yeah. I keep forgetting. The car touched down in the yard just as dawn was breaking. Chickens scattered. A pig in a nearby pen snorted indignantly. And from the house came Mrs. Weasley, a short, plump woman with a kind face that was currently twisted into an expression of maternal fury. Where have you been? Fred and George exchanged guilty looks. Ron went pale. Even Percy, who had been silent for most of the journey, seemed to shrink. Beds empty. No note. Car gone. You could have died. You could have been seen. But Mum, Fred started, we had to rescue Harry, the Muggles had bars on his window. George added. They were starving him. Ron contributed. Mrs. Weasley's fury faltered. Her eyes found Harry, standing awkwardly behind the Weasley boys, and something in her expression changed. Bars on the window? They're not fond of magic, Harry said carefully. Or me, really. Mrs. Weasley's mouth pressed into a thin line. For a moment, Harry thought she might start shouting again. Instead, she took a deep breath and pulled him into a crushing hug. You poor dear. Well, you're here now, and you're staying. Arthur and I won't hear otherwise. Molly Weasley. The emotional center of the Weasley family. Her magical aura is protective and fierce, she'd literally kill for her children, and she's apparently decided to include you in that category. That's kind of terrifying. In the best way. The boys were still punished, degnoming the garden for the next week, but Mrs. Weasley fed Harry the largest breakfast he'd ever seen and gave him a room to share with Ron at the top of the house. The room was small and violently orange, every surface covered in Chudley Cannon's posters, but it had a window overlooking the orchard and 2 comfortable beds and it felt more welcoming than anywhere Harry had ever slept. Sorry about the posters, Ron said, misinterpreting Harry's expression. I know they're a bit much. They're perfect. Harry dropped his trunk at the foot of his bed. All of this is perfect. You've never had a real home before. The Dursleys' house was a prison. Hogwarts is a school. This is what family feels like. Harry blinked rapidly, glad Ron had turned away to rummage through his own trunk. Yeah. It is. The days at the Burrow were the happiest of Harry's life. He helped with chores, actual helpful chores, not Dursley punishments, and was rewarded with enormous meals and genuine gratitude. He played Quidditch with Ron and the twins in the orchard, using battered old brooms and apples as practice balls. He explored the house's countless rooms, each one stuffed with magical objects and family history. And he trained. His daily missions continued, adapted to his new environment. Daily missions, Day 372, Mission 1, Physical Training, Help Degnome the Garden, counts as exercise, reward, 15 KP, Mission 2, Social Connection, have a meaningful conversation with a Weasley family member, reward, 15 KP, Mission 3, Skill Practice, practice a magical skill or study theory for 30 minutes, reward, 10 KP, the degnoming was actually excellent exercise, the gnomes were heavier than they looked, and throwing them over the hedge required real effort. Harry's physical enhancement made him better at it than he should have been, which earned him approving looks from the twins. "You've got a good arm," Fred observed, watching Harry hurl a particularly fat gnome into the distance. "Natural talent," George agreed. "Ever considered Beater? We could use a backup." "He's our seeker," Ron protested. "You can't have him." "Selfish, Ronald. Very selfish." The meaningful conversations came naturally. Arthur Weasley was fascinated by Harry's Muggle upbringing, or rather, by Muggle technology in general, and peppered him with questions about electricity and rubber ducks and the function of telephones. Harry answered as best he could, marveling at the idea of a grown wizard who found spark plugs genuinely exciting. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic, in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He's obsessed with understanding how Muggles survive without magic. It's actually a fascinating field of study, though most wizards don't see it that way. The magical study was trickier. Harry couldn't cast spells, the Ministry's trace would detect it, but he could review theory, practice wand movements without incanting, and work on his mental disciplines. His occlumency had improved dramatically over the summer. The combination of his foundation ability and his dedicated mat ion practice had built solid mental walls, not impenetrable, but enough to resist casual intrusion. He tested it by trying to disrupt his own concentration, finding that his thoughts stayed organized even under mental pressure. "You're developing good occlumency instincts. When you get proper instruction, you'll advance quickly. For now, focus on maintaining your walls automatically, they should be up all the time, not just when you're actively thinking about them." Hermione arrived a week before term started, her parents dropping her off with slightly bewildered expressions that suggested they still weren't entirely sure how to handle their daughter's magical life. "Harry." She threw her arms around him, then stepped back, frowning. "You look different." "Different how?" "Taller. And more." She gestured vaguely. "Fit? Have you been exercising?" "A bit." "Your physical enhancement is becoming noticeable. Between that and your natural growth, you've probably gained 3 inches and about 15 pounds of muscle since last year. You're starting to look like someone who could actually handle himself in a fight." "Well, it suits you." Hermione blushed slightly, then covered it by pulling out a stack of papers. "Anyway, I did that research you asked about. Hogwarts history, previous incidents, dark openings, I found something interesting." Harry's attention sharpened. "Tell me." "It's called the Chamber of Secrets." They gathered in Ron's room, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, Ron's little sister, who had been hovering around Harry with starstruck eyes ever since he arrived. Hermione spread her notes across Ron's bed and launched into lecture mode. "The Chamber of Secrets is a legendary room supposedly built beneath Hogwarts by Salazar Slytherin himself," she began. "According to the stories, Slytherin had a falling out with the other founders over their policy of admitting Muggle-born students. He believed only purebloods should be taught magic." "Sounds like a charming bloke," Ron muttered. "When he left Hogwarts, he supposedly sealed a secret chamber somewhere in the castle, a chamber that only his true heir could open. And inside..." Hermione's voice dropped. Inside, he left a monster. Something that would purge the school of all those unworthy to study magic. Harry felt cold despite the summer warmth. The house elf said something about history. Something that was opened before being opened again. The chamber was opened once, about 50 years ago. Hermione shuffled her notes. There were attacks, students petrified, and one girl actually died. The culprit was caught, a student named Rubeus Hagrid, and expelled. Hagrid? Ron's jaw dropped. Our Hagrid? It doesn't make sense to me either. Hagrid loves magical creatures, even dangerous ones, but he'd never hurt students on purpose. Hermione frowned. And the records are suspicious. Hagrid was accused of opening the chamber with a monster he was keeping as a pet, some kind of giant spider. But acromantulas don't petrify people, they just eat them. The whole thing feels wrong. She's onto something. The official story doesn't add up. Someone else opened the chamber 50 years ago, someone who let Hagrid take the blame. Harry's mind was racing. You said only Slytherin's true heir can open the chamber. Who was that 50 years ago? That's the problem, I couldn't find any record of a Slytherin heir at Hogwarts during that period. The family line supposedly died out centuries ago. Supposedly, Harry repeated. But if the chamber was opened, there must have been an heir. Or someone who could fake it somehow. Hermione tapped her notes. There's more. The monster in the chamber, the one that actually petrified students, is never clearly identified in any source I could find. It's called Slytherin's Monster or the Horror of the Chamber, but no one says what it actually is. Because everyone who saw it died? Ron suggested grimly. Or was petrified before they could tell anyone. Petrification typically affects memory of the moment before it happens, victims often don't remember what attacked them. Harry thought about the house elf's warning. Dark history. What was opened before may be opened again. Someone's planning to open the chamber again, he said quietly. This year. That's what the house elf implied, right? Hermione nodded. But who? And how? If the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's heir, and the heir's identity is unknown. Maybe it's not unknown to everyone. Harry remembered Dobby's self-punishment when he'd almost revealed his masters. Dobby belongs to a wizarding family, a family that's connected to the plot. If we could figure out who owns him. House elves are bound to their families, Ron said. Really old magic. The only way to free one is if their master gives them clothes. Gives them clothes? It's symbolic. Servants wear their master's cast-offs. If a master gives a house elf actual clothes, like a gift, not just something to wear, the binding breaks. That's useful information. If we ever need to free Dobby or another house ELF, we'd know how. Ginny, who had been silent throughout the conversation, spoke up in a small voice. Maybe we shouldn't go looking for trouble. If someone's planning something dangerous. Then we need to stop them, Harry said firmly. Last year, Voldemort tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We stopped him because we figured out what was happening before it was too late. We can do the same thing this year. Voldemort? Ginny's face went white. You know who is involved? Maybe. Probably. Harry shook his head. I don't know for certain. But the Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin's heir, attacks on Muggleborns, it all fits with his ideology. Even if he's not directly involved, whoever's doing this shares his goals. Hermione gathered her notes with determination. Then we research. We prepare. We figure out what the monster is, how to stop it, and who's controlling it. And this time, Ron added, we don't wait until someone nearly dies before we do something. Harry nodded. Whatever was coming, they'd face it together. Good. You've got a team, a theory, and a plan. That's more than most people have when facing ancient evil. Most people don't have to face ancient evil. Most people aren't the boy who lived. The trip to Diagon Alley was scheduled for the following Wednesday. The Weasleys traveled by Flo powder, a magical substance that let you transport through fireplaces, which Harry had never used before. Mrs. Weasley explained the process carefully: throw the powder in the flames, step into the green fire, clearly state your destination. Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley demonstrated, vanishing in a swirl of emerald flame. Fred and George went next, then Percy. Ron gave Harry an encouraging thumbs up and followed. Harry's turn. He took a handful of powder, threw it into the flames, stepped forward, and coughed at exactly the wrong moment. Diagon Alley, he spluttered, the words coming out mangled. The green flames swallowed him. Oh no. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, like being sucked down a drain while spinning at high speed. Harry caught glimpses of other fireplaces whirling past, too fast to identify. Then he was tumbling out onto cold stone, covered in soot, glasses cracked. This was not Diagon Alley. Harry stood slowly, his danger sense prickling. He was in a dingy shop filled with dark artifacts, shrunken heads, cursed jewelry, ominous cabinets filled with worse things. Through the grimy window, he could see a narrow alley that definitely wasn't the sunny shopping district he remembered. Nocturne Alley. The dark magic version of Diagon Alley. Not somewhere you want to be seen. Harry quickly ducked behind a cabinet just as the shop's door opened. Two people entered, a tall man with long white blonde hair and cold gray eyes, and a boy about Harry's age with the same coloring and a distinctly unpleasant expression. Draco Malfoy. And presumably, his father. Touch nothing, Draco, the elder Malfoy said. His voice was soft and dangerous, like silk hiding a knife. I wasn't going to. Draco was pouting. I want to go to the Quidditch shop. We have business first. Mr. Borgin. The shop's proprietor emerged from a back room, a stooped man with an oily smile. Mr. Malfoy. What an honor. How may I serve you today? Lucius Malfoy, Harry knew the name from the war histories, pulled a sheaf of papers from his robes. The Ministry is conducting raids. Confiscating dark artifacts from respectable families. I need certain items removed from my home before they can be found. Of course, of course. We offer excellent storage services for clients of your stature. Harry watched through a crack in the cabinet as Malfoy handed over a list. His magical sensitivity showed him the man's aura, cold silver, tightly controlled, with dark threads running through it that spoke of practiced cruelty. Lucius Malfoy. Former Death Eater, supposedly under the Imperius curse during the war. Rich, powerful, politically connected. If anyone could be involved in opening the Chamber of Secrets, he'd be a prime candidate. And he owns house elves. Almost certainly. The Malfoys are one of the oldest pureblood families. They'd have a whole staff. Harry committed everything to memory, the list of items, partially visible from his angle, the conversation, the father-son dynamic. Draco clearly idolized his father in a hungry, desperate way, seeking approval that seemed perpetually withheld. It didn't make Harry like him more, but it did explain some things. Finally, the Malfoys left. Harry waited a long moment, then crept toward the door. And where do you think you're going? Mr. Borgin had spotted him. I got lost, Harry said, keeping his voice steady. Float powder mishap. Borgin's eyes narrowed, taking in Harry's appearance, the broken glasses, the soot-covered clothes, the scar on his forehead. Potter, he breathed. Harry Potter, in my shop. Just leaving, actually. Harry slipped out before Borgin could respond, emerging into the dark alley and immediately regretting it. Nocturne Alley was worse than the shop, witches and wizards with hungry eyes, creatures in cages that made sounds no animal should make, the pervasive feeling of wrongness that his magical sensitivity interpreted as accumulated dark magic. Move quickly. Find a main street. Don't make eye contact. Harry navigated by instinct, his spatial awareness helping him choose turnings that led toward brighter, broader streets. He passed shops selling poisons and curses, windows displaying objects that radiated malevolence, until finally, Harry! Hagrid's enormous form appeared at the end of the alley, relief flooding his face. "There ya are. What are ya doin' down Knockturn Alley? Dodgy place. Got lost in the flu. Ah, happens to everyone first time." Hagrid steered Harry firmly toward the light of Diagon Alley proper. "Come on, the Weasleys are worried sick." As they emerged into sunshine and normality, Harry filed away everything he'd learned. The Malfoys hiding dark artifacts. Lucius's connection to dark magic. The Chamber of Secrets potentially being opened by someone with resources and ancient knowledge. The pieces were starting to fit together. The reunion with the Weasleys was brief but warm. Mrs. Weasley fussed over his injuries while Mr. Weasley repaired his glasses with a tap of his wand. Then they split up to handle shopping efficiently. Harry found himself in Flourish and Blots, the bookshop, which was inexplicably packed with witches of all ages, most of them pushing toward a signing table in the back. Gilderoy Lockhart, Hermione breathed, appearing at his elbow. "He's doing a book signing. I didn't know he'd be here." Harry followed her gaze to the man at the table. Gilderoy Lockhart was, a lot. Wavy blonde hair, dazzling white teeth, forget-me-not blue robes that matched his eyes. He posed for photographs with a smile that seemed permanently attached to his face. Harry's magical sensitivity showed him something interesting, though. Lockhart's aura was bright and attention-grabbing, lots of surface flash, but underneath, it was strangely hollow. Like a beautiful house with no furniture inside. His magical core is weak. Much weaker than you'd expect from someone who supposedly defeated banshees and werewolves. Either he's hiding his true power extremely well, or he's a fraud. Exactly. "It's Harry Potter," someone shouted. Before Harry could react, Lockhart had spotted him. The author bounded over, grabbed Harry's arm, and pulled him toward the front of the shop. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present to him now, free of charge." The crowd clapped. "He had no idea that he would shortly be getting much more than my book, Magical Me." "What?" "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd cheered. Harry wanted to disappear. Well, that's concerning. A defense teacher who can't actually defend against anything. This year is going to be interesting. Lockhart pressed a towering stack of books into Harry's arms, still beaming, still posing for photographs. Harry endured it with gritted teeth until he could finally escape back to the Weasleys. "Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter?" Draco Malfoy had appeared, his lip curled in familiar contempt. Famous Harry Potter. Can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page. "Leave him alone," Ginny snapped, surprising everyone including herself. Draco sneered at her. "Potter's got himself a girlfriend. Though I can't imagine why anyone would want him, Draco." Lucius Malfoy appeared behind his son, cane tapping the floor. His cold eyes surveyed the group, lingering on Harry. "Ah. Mr. Potter. Lucius Malfoy." He didn't offer to shake hands. "We meet at last." "Forgive me," his eyes moved to Ginny, who was clutching a battered cauldron full of second-hand books. "Your father, Weasley, told me where to find you. I'm surprised he didn't have to sell his house to afford those books." Mr. Weasley pushed through the crowd, face red. "Lucius. Arthur." Malfoy's smile was thin and cruel. "Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids. I do hope they're paying you overtime." The tension was palpable. Harry's danger sense wasn't triggering. This wasn't a physical threat, but his instincts were screaming that something bad was about to happen. Lucius reached past Ginny and pulled one of her textbooks from her cauldron, a shabby Transfiguration volume. He examined it with distaste. Dear me. What's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy, Mr. Weasley replied, his voice tight with anger. Clearly. Lucius dropped the book back into Ginny's cauldron. I'll see you at work, Arthur. He swept out, Draco trailing behind him. But as they left, Harry caught something, a flicker in Lucius's aura, a moment of dark satisfaction that had nothing to do with the confrontation with Arthur Weasley. He did something. When he handled the book, his magical signature spiked. He put something in Ginny's cauldron. Harry's heart rate doubled. What? I don't know. But whatever it was, it's connected to dark magic. The trace I'm picking up is similar to what I felt from the items in Borgin's shop. Harry had to warn someone. Had to check Ginny's books. Had to, but the Weasleys were already leaving, Mrs. Weasley hurrying them out before the confrontation could escalate. Harry found himself swept along, unable to say anything without explaining how he knew. I need to check her cauldron. Tonight, at the Burrow. Agreed. If Lucius Malfoy planted something on Ginny Weasley, we need to know what it is before it can cause harm. The flu ride back to the Burrow was uneventful. Harry went through correctly this time, his mind elsewhere. Lockhart as a defense teacher. The Chamber of Secrets. Dark artifacts being hidden. And now, something planted among Ginny's belongings. Second year was going to be complicated. That night, after everyone else had gone to bed, Harry crept downstairs. Ginny's school things were piled by the door, ready for packing. Harry knelt beside them, using his night vision to see in the darkness, and carefully examined her cauldron. Books, quills, ink bottles, parchment, all normal. He checked each item with his magical sensitivity, looking for the dark trace he'd glimpsed in the bookshop. There. Tucked between two textbooks was a small black diary. It looked old, the leather cover worn and faded. The pages were blank. But the magical signature was unmistakable. This was dark magic, old, powerful, and patient. It felt alive in a way that objects shouldn't feel alive, like something was coiled inside, waiting. That's not a normal diary. The enchantments on it are sophisticated, layers of concealment, compulsion, and something else I can't identify. It's designed to be written in, to create a connection with whoever uses it. Should I destroy it? I don't know if you can. Dark artifacts of this level often have protections against simple destruction. And if you try and fail, whoever's monitoring it might notice. Then what do I do? Take it. Keep it away from Ginny. Study it carefully, figure out what it does and where it came from. Knowledge is power, especially when dealing with dark magic. Harry hesitated. Taking the diary felt right, Ginny shouldn't be exposed to whatever this was, but it also felt dangerous. What if the diary affected him? What if studying it made things worse? Your occlumency provides some protection. Your magical sensitivity will warn you if the diary tries to influence you. It's safer in your hands than in hers. That decided it. Harry slipped the diary into his pocket and replaced it with one of his own blank notebooks, similar enough that Ginny probably wouldn't notice the switch. Then he returned to Ron's room and hid the diary at the bottom of his trunk, wrapped in a sock and surrounded by protective items from his inventory. Good. Now we wait, and we learn. Harry lay awake for a long time, thinking about dark magic and ancient chambers and the weight of the diary in his trunk. Whatever was coming, he'd intercepted at least one piece of the puzzle. Now he just had to figure out what it meant. Chapter 8, Secrets Shared. Chapter 8, Secrets Shared. The last days of summer at the Burrow passed in a blur of preparation and hidden investigation. Harry kept the diary locked in his trunk, wrapped in multiple layers of cloth and stored inside his inventory for extra security. He didn't write in it, every instinct screamed that would be a terrible idea, but he examined it carefully with his magical sensitivity whenever he had privacy. The magic was unlike anything he'd encountered before. It wasn't just enchantment layered on an object, it was more like the diary contained something. A presence, dormant but aware, waiting for interaction. The dark threads in its aura pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. This is sophisticated soul magic. The diary isn't just enchanted, it's holding a piece of someone. A fragment of consciousness preserved in the object. Like a ghost. Similar, but more deliberate. Ghosts are imprints left behind by death. This was created intentionally, someone put part of themselves into this diary on purpose. The technique is called Horcrux creation, and it's among the darkest magic that exists. Harry felt cold. Horcrux. A container for a piece of soul, created through murder. The act of killing tears the soul, and a skilled dark wizard can capture that fragment and bind it to an object. As long as the Horcrux exists, the creator cannot truly die. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort. This is a piece of Voldemort. Almost certainly. The magical signature is consistent with what I sensed from Quirrell last year, that same cold, patient malevolence. Tom Marvolo Riddle became Lord Voldemort. This diary belonged to Tom Riddle. Harry stared at the diary in his hands with new horror. He was holding a piece of the dark wizard who had murdered his parents. A fragment of the monster who had tried to kill him as a baby and again last year. And Lucius Malfoy put this in Ginny's cauldron. Which means Malfoy knew what it was, or at least knew it was dangerous and connected to his former master. He planted it on an 11-year-old girl, presumably to cause harm to the Weasleys or to Hogwarts or both. He was going to let Voldemort possess Ginny. Probably. The diary seems designed to form a connection with whoever writes in it. Over time, that connection would strengthen, allowing the fragment to influence and eventually control the writer. Harry's hands were shaking. He wanted to destroy the diary right now, burn it or tear it apart or throw it into the deepest ocean. But the system had warned him, dark artifacts of this level weren't easy to destroy. How do I get rid of it? Basilisk venom would work. So would fiend fire, though that's almost impossible to control. There may be other methods, but I don't have enough data to say for certain. Basilisk venom. Where would I even get? Harry stopped. Basilisk. Snake. Slytherin's monster. The Chamber of Secrets. The monster is a basilisk. That would fit. Basilisks petrify with their gaze, fatal if direct, merely petrifying if indirect or reflected. Slytherin was a parselmouth, able to speak to snakes. A basilisk would be the perfect guardian for his chamber. Everything was connecting. The chamber, the diary, the attacks 50 years ago. Voldemort had opened the chamber as a student, as Tom Riddle, and created a Horcrux to preserve part of himself. Now that Horcrux was meant to open the chamber again, using Ginny as its puppet. But Harry had intercepted it. So what happens now? The diary can't control anyone while I have it. The plan is disrupted, but not necessarily stopped. If the chamber can be opened by Slytherin's heir, and Voldemort is Slytherin's heir, there may be other ways to access it. The diary was probably the intended method, but desperation breeds creativity. I need to tell someone. Who? That was the question. Dumbledore was the obvious choice, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the one person who might understand the full implications. But Harry still wasn't sure he trusted Dumbledore completely. The man had left him with the Dursleys for 10 years, had kept secrets about Harry's past and future. McGonagall. She was strict but fair, and she'd helped last year. But would she believe a story about Horcruxes and possession without proof? Ron and Hermione. They'd helped him before, but this was bigger than trolls or logic puzzles. This was ancient dark magic, pieces of Voldemort's soul, potential threats to the entire school. You don't have to decide right now. The diary is contained. The immediate threat is neutralized. Use the train ride to Hogwarts to think through your options. Harry rewrapped the diary and stored it carefully. He'd figure out what to do. He had to. September 1st arrived with its usual chaos. The Weasleys piled into the ministry cars Mr. Weasley had borrowed, trunks and pets and children crammed together in spaces that shouldn't have fit them all. Harry found himself wedged between Ron and Ginny, the latter still shooting him occasional shy glances. She seemed fine, normal, happy, excited about her first year at Hogwarts. Whatever influence the diary might have had, Harry's intervention had prevented it from taking hold. Small victories. They add up. That's kind of the whole point. King's Cross was crowded as always. The group split up to approach platform 9 3/4 in small groups, avoiding Muggle attention. Percy went first, then the twins, then Mr. and Mrs. Weasley with Ginny. Harry and Ron approached the barrier together, trolleys loaded, ready to pass through, and slammed into solid brick. Ow! Ron stumbled backward, rubbing his nose. What the? Harry touched the barrier. It was solid. Completely solid, no magical give at all. The gateway's sealed, he said, magical sensitivity confirming what his hand already knew. Someone's blocked it. But that's impossible. The barrier's been open for centuries. Harry's danger sense wasn't triggering, this wasn't an immediate threat to his safety, but his instincts were screaming that something was very wrong. The diary. Someone knows I took it. Possible. Or this could be Dobby again, trying to keep you away from Hogwarts. Or it could be coincidence, barriers do malfunction sometimes. We're going to miss the train, Ron said, panic creeping into his voice. Harry, what do we do? The clock on the station wall showed 10:58. 2 minutes until the Hogwarts Express left. We could wait for your parents to come back through, they might not be able to. If the barrier's sealed from both sides, then we find another way. Harry's mind raced. The car. Your dad's flying car, it's in the parking lot. Ron's eyes went wide. Harry, we can't, we can. We follow the train, land somewhere discreet, and explain what happened when we arrive. That's mental. That's absolutely mental. Ron was already nodding, already moving toward the exit. Let's do it. Flying a Ford Anglia to Scotland was, in retrospect, not Harry's best decision. It started well enough. The car rose smoothly over London, the invisibility booster keeping them hidden from Muggle eyes. They spotted the Hogwarts Express below and followed it north, the landscape unfolding beneath them in patches of green and gold. Then the invisibility booster started failing. Ron! People can see us. I know. Ron was hammering buttons on the dashboard. It keeps cutting out. They rose higher, into the clouds, but the booster kept flickering. A Muggle in a helicopter nearly collided with them. An old woman hanging out washing dropped her basket and stared. This is going to cause problems. The Ministry monitors Muggle sightings of magical phenomena. You're leaving a trail of witnesses. We didn't have a choice. There's always a choice. Whether it's a good one is a different question. By the time they reached Scotland, the car was making ominous grinding noises. The engine stuttered. The steering went sluggish. And ahead, finally, rose the towers of Hogwarts, beautiful and welcoming and absolutely impossible to reach. We're going down. Ron yanked the wheel, trying to control their descent. They crashed into a tree. Not just any tree, Harry realized as branches started attacking them. The Whomping Willow, a massive, violent tree that had been planted on the Hogwarts grounds decades ago. Its limbs swung like baseball bats, denting metal and cracking glass. Go! Harry shouted, and Ron slammed the accelerator. The car lurched forward, broke free of the branches, and died completely. It rolled to a stop on the grass, steaming and broken, and then, with what seemed like mechanical indignation, it ejected them and their luggage onto the ground before driving off into the forbidden forest. Harry and Ron lay on the grass, battered and bruised, staring at the starlit sky. "That could have gone better," Ron said. "You think? On the positive side, you're alive. You're at Hogwarts. The diary is still secure. And on the negative side, you're about to be in so much trouble." The trouble was immediate and extensive. Professor Snape found them first, his face a mask of vindictive satisfaction as he escorted them to his office. Professor McGonagall arrived shortly after, her expression mixing fury with what might have been concern. Of all the irresponsible, idiotic, dangerous, McGonagall seemed to run out of adjectives. "Do you have any idea how many Muggles saw you? The Ministry has been fielding reports all evening." "The barrier was sealed," Harry said. "We couldn't get through." "Then you should have waited. Sent an owl. Contacted the school through the Fleur network at the Leaky Cauldron." All options that hadn't occurred to them in the moment. Harry felt his face flush with embarrassment. Lesson learned: panic leads to poor decisions. Next time, take a breath and consider all options before committing to the dramatic one. Snape was practically glowing with malicious joy. "I think expulsion is in order, Headmistress, excuse me, Deputy Headmistress. The rules are quite clear about this sort of behavior." "Severus, you are not the one who decides." The office door opened. Dumbledore entered, his expression mild but his eyes sharp. "Ah. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley. I hear you've had quite an adventure." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry started, "we didn't mean to." Dumbledore held up a hand. "I'm sure you had what seemed like excellent reasons. However, rules exist for purposes beyond inconvenience. Your actions tonight have put both yourselves and the statute of secrecy at risk." "Yes, sir. Nevertheless." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. "I find myself inclined toward mercy. You will both serve detention, Professor McGonagall will determine the nature and duration, and your families will be notified. But you will not be expelled." Snape's face contorted with disappointment. "Headmaster, surely, my decision is final, Severus. Now, I believe the sorting ceremony is concluding. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I suggest you join your house for the feast, quietly, and without further incident." They escaped before anyone could change their minds. The great hall was warm and full of food, exactly as Harry remembered. He and Ron slipped into seats at the Gryffindor table, trying to ignore the stares and whispers from students who had apparently already heard about their arrival. "Blimey, Harry," Seamus Finnegan said, leaning across the table. "A flying car? Really? It seemed like a good idea at the time." "Everything seems like a good idea at the time," Dean Thomas observed. "That's usually the problem." Hermione arrived at the table moments later, her face flushed with anger. "I can't believe you two. Of all the stupid, reckless, do you have any idea how worried everyone was?" "The barrier was sealed," Ron started. "Then you wait. You don't steal a car and fly it across the country. You could have been killed. Or worse, expelled." "She really needs to sort out her priorities," Ron muttered to Harry. Hermione heard him. Her glare intensified. Harry decided to change the subject. "How was the sorting?" "The distraction worked." Hermione's expression softened slightly. "Ginny made Gryffindor. She was so nervous, but the hat barely touched her head before deciding." Harry felt a wave of relief. Ginny was in Gryffindor, away from Slytherin influences, surrounded by people who would look out for her. If the diary had affected her in any way, she'd have support. Good outcome. She's protected, at least partially. Down the table, Ginny caught Harry's eye and smiled shyly. He smiled back. The feast continued. Dumbledore gave his usual start-of-term speech, introducing Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, to thunderous applause from the female students and obvious skepticism from everyone else. The food was excellent. The company was familiar and warm. But underneath the celebration, Harry's mind kept returning to the diary in his trunk. To the Horcrux. To the pieces of a puzzle he was only beginning to understand. I need to tell Hermione and Ron about all of it. You're sure? They deserve to know. And I need help figuring this out. Then tell them. Tonight, if possible. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes. The Gryffindor common room emptied slowly after the feast. Students drifted off to bed in small groups, exhausted from travel and stuffed with food. Harry waited until only he, Ron, and Hermione remained, sitting by the fire in their usual corner. I need to tell you something, Harry said quietly. Something big. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. This is about more than the flying car, isn't it? Hermione asked. Much more. Harry took a deep breath. Do you remember Dobby? The house elf who warned me about danger at Hogwarts? They nodded. I figured out who he belongs to. And I found out what the danger is. At least part of it. Harry told them everything. He told them about seeing Lucius Malfoy in Knockturn Alley, selling dark artifacts to avoid ministry raids. About the confrontation in Flourish and Blots, and the moment when Malfoy slipped something into Ginny's cauldron. About stealing the diary that night and discovering what it really was. A Horcrux, Hermione whispered, her face pale. I've read about those. Harry, they're the darkest magic imaginable. The process of creating one requires murder, and it damages the creator's soul permanently. Voldemort made this one, Harry said. When he was still Tom Riddle, probably while he was a student at Hogwarts. It's connected to the Chamber of Secrets. I think he used it to open the chamber 50 years ago. Ron looked sick. And Malfoy was going to give it to Ginny. My sister. He was going to let you know who possessed my little sister. I intercepted it. She never wrote in it, never made contact with whatever's inside. She's safe. Harry met Ron's eyes. But the diary still exists. And there might be more. More Horcruxes. Hermione's voice cracked. Harry, if Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes, then he can't really die until they're all destroyed. Harry nodded grimly. That's why he survived when the killing curse rebounded. He had anchors keeping him tied to life. Silence fell over the common room. The fire crackled. Outside, wind howled around the tower. What do we do? Ron asked finally. First, we figure out how to destroy the diary safely. Basilisk venom would work, apparently, but we'd need to find a basilisk. Slytherin's monster, Hermione said slowly. If the monster in the chamber is a basilisk, and we could find a way to access the chamber, we'd have the means to destroy the Horcrux and eliminate the threat to the school at the same time. Harry nodded. But finding the chamber is the hard part. Generations of students and teachers have looked for it without success. Slytherin's heir can open it, Ron said. That's what the legends say. The heir of Slytherin. Voldemort was the heir. But there might be other ways, something connected to Parseltongue, maybe. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry. You're a Parselmouth. What? You can speak to snakes. Remember that time at the zoo, before you knew you were a wizard? You talked to a snake. Harry had almost forgotten about that incident, it seemed like a lifetime ago. But Hermione was right. He'd spoken to the snake, and it had spoken back, and he'd never thought much about what that meant. Parseltongue is the language of snakes, and it's strongly associated with Slytherin's line. If the chamber's entrance requires Parseltongue to open, you might be able to access it. How did I get that ability? I'm not related to Slytherin. Unknown. Possibly something transferred when Voldemort's curse rebounded. Possibly an innate ability that's unrelated to bloodline. Parseltongue is rare but not exclusively Hirari. I can speak Parseltongue, Harry confirmed slowly. I don't know why, but I can. If the chamber opens to snake speak, then you could find it. Hermione was already shifting into research mode. We need to identify possible locations for the entrance. The original legends say it's hidden in the depths of the school, somewhere Slytherin could have built without the other founders knowing. The dungeons, Ron suggested. That's Slytherin territory. Too obvious. Generations of Slytherins have lived in those dungeons without finding it. Hermione shook her head. It has to be somewhere unexpected. Somewhere people don't normally look. The bathrooms, Harry said suddenly. They both stared at him. What? Bathrooms are everywhere, but nobody really pays attention to them. If there's one that's been out of use for decades, or one with weird plumbing, or, moaning Myrtle, Hermione breathed. Who? A ghost. She haunts one of the girls' bathrooms on the second floor, the out-of-order one that nobody uses. She died at Hogwarts when she was a student. 50 years ago. Hermione's face went pale. I don't know exactly when, but, Harry, what if she was the student who died when the chamber was opened? What if the entrance is in that bathroom? That's a solid theory. A student killed by the basilisk in the same location as the chamber's entrance, it would explain why her ghost remains there. We need to talk to Myrtle, Harry said. Find out what she remembers about her death. Tomorrow, Hermione decided. It's too late tonight, and we need to plan carefully. If we're right about this, if we've actually found the Chamber of Secrets, we need to be prepared for what's inside. 1,000-year-old basilisk, Ron said weakly. We need to be prepared for 1,000-year-old basilisk. Sure. No problem. Harry found himself smiling despite everything. His friends were with him. They believed him. They were going to help. This is why I told them. This partnership is your greatest asset, Harry. Individual power can be countered or overwhelmed. Coordinated teamwork multiplies everyone's strengths. One more thing, Harry said. I haven't told you everything about how I know what I know. Hermione and Ron exchanged another glance. We figured there was something, Hermione admitted. Last year, the way you could sense magic, the things you knew that you shouldn't have been able to know, we've been waiting for you to explain. Harry took a deep breath. And then he told them about the GACHA system. The conversation lasted until dawn. Harry explained everything, the near-death experience at age 7, the system's awakening, the karma points and pulls and abilities he'd accumulated over the years. He demonstrated his magical sensitivity, describing their auras in detail. He showed them his inventory, pulling items from thin air and storing them again. He explained the missions, the daily logins, the recent system evolution. By the end, Ron and Hermione were staring at him with expressions that mixed wonder, confusion, and something that might have been hurt. You kept this secret for 4 years, Hermione said quietly. From everyone. I didn't know who to trust. I didn't know if people would believe me, or if telling them would put them in danger. But we're your friends. I know. Harry met her eyes. That's why I'm telling you now. Because I trust you. Because I need your help. And because you deserve to know who you're really dealing with. Ron was processing differently, his expression shifting through surprise and calculation. So all those times you knew things you shouldn't have known, the system was telling you? Sometimes. Other times it was abilities I'd pulled, the magical sensitivity, the enhanced memory, the danger sense. The system gives me tools, but I'm the one who uses them. And the karma points, you get those from being good? Like, actually good? From genuine kindness. It has to be real, the system can tell the difference between helping someone because you care and helping someone because you want points. Ron laughed, a short, surprised sound. Mate, that's brilliant. You've got a cosmic reward system for not being a prat. That's one way to put it. Hermione was still frowning, but her expression was softening. The abilities you've gained, enhanced memory, adaptive learning, all of it, that's why you learn so quickly. I thought you were just naturally talented. Some of it's natural. Some of it's the system. It's hard to separate them at this point. And you can't control what you get. It's truly random. Completely random. I once got a skill for making perfect knots. Another time I got intermediate cooking. The system calls it the GACHA, because it's basically a cosmic lottery. You put in karma, you get out random abilities. Hermione's academic curiosity was visibly warring with her emotional response. This is unprecedented. A multidimensional ability-granting system bonded to a human soul. The magical theory alone is staggering. We need to document everything, study the patterns, figure out how it works, later, Harry said gently. Right now, we need to focus on the chamber. She deflated slightly, then nodded. You're right. First we deal with the immediate threat. Then we figure out everything else. Ron stood up, stretching. Through the common room windows, dawn light was turning the sky pink. I don't understand half of what you just told us, he admitted. But I know one thing, you're still Harry. Weird cosmic system or not, you're still the bloke who saved my sister from a troll and faced down you know who. That's what matters. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. He grinned. Besides, having a friend with supernatural powers is kind of cool. Just don't use them to cheat at chess. Wouldn't dream of it. That went well. Better than I expected. Trust is a foundation. You've just laid down another layer. This will pay dividends for years to come. The three of them made their way up to the dormitories, exhausted but somehow lighter. The secret was shared. The burden was distributed. And tomorrow, they would start looking for the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 9, The Gauntlet, Random Difficulty Mode. Chapter 9, The Gauntlet, Random Difficulty Mode. The first weeks of second year established a new rhythm. Classes resumed with familiar faces and new challenges. Lockhart's defense against the dark arts was every bit as useless as Harry had feared. The man spent most of each lesson reenacting scenes from his books, casting himself as the hero in increasingly implausible scenarios. His actual magical knowledge seemed limited to memory charms and haircare spells. His magical aura spikes whenever he discusses memory modification. That's his real specialty, not fighting dark creatures, but making people forget things. Including, presumably, the people who actually accomplished the feats he claimed CR for. So he's been stealing other people's stories. Almost certainly. He finds witches and wizards who've done impressive things, interviews them about their methods, then obliviates them and writes himself into their achievements. It's actually quite clever, in a sociopathic way. Harry kept his suspicions to himself. Lockhart wasn't a threat in the traditional sense, just an obstacle to actual learning. The real dangers lay elsewhere. The investigation into the chamber proceeded carefully. Hermione threw herself into research with characteristic intensity, spending hours in the library tracking down every reference to Slytherin, the chamber, basilisks, and the attacks 50 years ago. Her notes grew into a thick folder of cross-referenced information, timelines, and theories. Ron contributed tactical thinking and pure Gryffindor nerve. He mapped the castle's layout, identified potential hiding spots for a massive snake, and spent considerable time figuring out escape routes in case things went wrong. Harry focused on the diary. He hadn't destroyed it yet, they didn't have access to basilisk venom, and attempting other methods might alert whoever had created it to the interference. Instead, he studied it, carefully probing its magical structure with his sensitivity while maintaining strict mental barriers. The soul fragment inside is dormant but not inactive. It's waiting for interaction, specifically, for someone to write in the diary. The blank pages are a trap, designed to create a two-way connection between the writer and the fragment. What would happen if I wrote in it? The fragment would respond. It would present itself as a sympathetic listener, drawing out your thoughts and feelings, building trust. Over time, it would begin influencing your perceptions, your decisions, your sense of self. Eventually, it could take control entirely, using your body to act in the physical world. That's what was supposed to happen to Ginny. Yes. She would have become a puppet, opening the chamber and releasing the basilisk without even knowing what she was doing. The attacks would have been blamed on her, or on some anonymous heir of Slytherin, while the real culprit, Voldemort's memory, remained hidden. Harry kept the diary locked away and focused on finding the chamber itself. The bathroom was exactly as Hermione had described, out of order, perpetually flooded, and haunted by a ghost who seemed determined to be as miserable as possible. Moaning Myrtle drifted through the stalls, wailing about various injustices both real and imagined. She was a pudgy girl with lank hair and thick glasses, her spectral form permanently fixed in the moment of her death. "What do you want?" she demanded when Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered. "Come to throw something at me? Mock my suffering? Everyone does, you know. Even when I was alive, people laughed at me." "We're not here to mock you," Harry said quickly. "We wanted to ask about how you died." Myrtle's expression shifted from hostility to something almost like pleasure. "Oh, it was dreadful. It happened right here, in this very bathroom. I was hiding because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard someone come in. A boy. He was speaking some strange language, hissing, like a snake. And then I opened the door to tell him to go away, and I died." "You saw something?" Hermione pressed. "Great big yellow eyes. Over there." Myrtle pointed to a sink in the corner. "That's all I remember. I just remember the eyes, and then floating, and then everything was different." Harry crossed to the sink she'd indicated. It looked ordinary enough, old, slightly cracked, covered in a layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been used in decades. But his magical sensitivity showed him something else entirely. The sink was wrapped in enchantments so old they'd fused with the porcelain itself. Concealment charms, recognition wards, and something that felt like a lock that responded to sound, to language, to specific vibrations in the air. Parseltongue activation. Say, "Open," in snake language and it should respond. Harry focused on the image of a snake, tried to imagine he was speaking to one. "Open," he said, or tried to say. What came out was a strange hissing sound, sibilant and alien. The sink glowed. And then it moved. The entire structure sank into the floor, revealing a large pipe, wide enough for a person to slide down, descending into darkness. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "That's it," Hermione said, her voice mixing excitement with terror. "That's the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." Harry stared into the darkness. Somewhere down there was a 1,000-year-old basilisk, a monster that could kill with a glance. Somewhere down there was the answer to mysteries that had haunted Hogwarts for generations. "We can't go down there alone," Hermione said firmly. "We need to tell a professor. Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or, they won't believe us," Harry said. "Not without proof. And even if they did, what would they do? Send adults down a pipe to fight a basilisk? Most wizards wouldn't survive the first glance. And we would. We have advantages they don't." Harry met her eyes. "I can speak Parseltongue. I might be able to command the basilisk, or at least communicate with it. And I have abilities that can help, danger sense, enhanced reflexes, magical sensitivity to warn us of threats." "It's still suicide," Ron said, but his voice lacked conviction. He was already calculating, already planning. "Not if we're prepared." Harry stepped back from the pipe. "We don't go down today. We research, we gather equipment, we make a plan. When we're ready, really ready, then we go." Hermione relaxed slightly. That's actually sensible. Don't sound so surprised. I'm always surprised when boys are sensible. It happens so rarely. Ron made an offended noise, but he was grinning. They sealed the entrance, Harry hissing, "Close," in Parseltongue, and left the bathroom with moaning Myrtle's confused wails echoing behind them. Phase 1 complete. They'd found the chamber. Now they just had to survive entering it. October brought complications. The first attack happened on Halloween. Harry felt it before anyone else did, a wrongness in the castle's magical field, a ripple of dark energy that made his sensitivity flare with warning. He was in the Great Hall for the feast when the sensation hit, and he nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Something's happening. Dark magic, active, somewhere in the castle. The signature is similar to the diary, cold, patient, hungry. But the diary's in my trunk. Locked away. Then there's another source. Another way the chamber is being accessed. Harry's blood went cold. They'd assumed intercepting the diary had stopped the plot. But what if there was a backup plan? What if someone else could open the chamber? He stood abruptly. I need to check something. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but didn't argue. They'd learned to trust Harry's instincts. The three of them slipped out of the Great Hall, following Harry's sense of wrongness through the castle corridors. The feeling grew stronger as they climbed stairs, past classrooms, approached. "Oh no," Hermione breathed. The wall was covered in writing. Foot-high letters, gleaming red in the torchlight, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." And beneath the message, hanging from a torch bracket, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, stiff and unmoving, her eyes wide and glassy. "She's petrified," Harry said, his sensitivity confirming what his eyes already suspected. The cat wasn't dead, her life force was still present, frozen rather than extinguished, but she was completely immobilized. Basilisk attack. The cat saw the reflection of its eyes, probably in the water on the floor. Indirect exposure causes petrification rather than death. "The chamber's been opened," Ron said, stating the obvious. "But how?" "Harry has the diary, there must be another way." Harry's mind raced. The diary was the plan, but not the only method. Someone else has access to the chamber, or the basilisk, or both. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione insisted. "This changes everything. Students could die, footsteps. Voices." The feast was ending, and students were flooding into the corridors. Within moments, they were surrounded, students staring at the message, at Mrs. Norris, at Harry and his friend standing in the middle of it all. "Enemies of the air, beware," Draco Malfoy read aloud, his voice carrying over the crowd. "You'll be next, mudbloods." His eyes found Hermione, and he smiled. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore examined Mrs. Norris and confirmed she was petrified, not dead. Filch was inconsolable. The teachers were alarmed. And somehow, impossibly, suspicion began to fall on Harry. Potter was found at the scene. Snape pointed out during the emergency staff meeting that Harry was definitely not supposed to be eavesdropping on. He has demonstrated unusual abilities that could be connected to dark magic. "Harry Potter is not the heir of Slytherin," McGonagall said firmly. "His mother was Muggle-born. Slytherin's heir would never, unless his abilities come from another source," Snape interrupted. "The boy is hiding something. I've sensed it all year." Harry retreated from his listening post, heart pounding. "Snape is perceptive. He can't see the system, but he can sense that your magical signature is unusual. He's interpreting that as evidence of dark magic." "Great. So now I'm a suspect." Being a suspect could actually be useful. It gives you a reason to investigate. You're trying to clear your name. Just don't get expelled before you can solve the mystery. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who had been following Harry around with a camera, was found petrified in a corridor. His camera was destroyed, the film inside melted. He saw the basilisk through his camera lens. The device absorbed most of the impact, saving his life but destroying itself in the process. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found together, Justin petrified, Nick somehow frozen in a state of ghostly immobility. The ghost saw the basilisk directly but can't die again. Justin saw it through Nick's translucent form, enough protection to avoid death, not enough to avoid petrification. Each attack taught them something about the basilisk's abilities. Each attack brought them closer to understanding how to fight it. But each attack also increased the danger, the fear, the pressure to act. And then Harry discovered something that changed everything. He was alone in his dormitory, examining the diary for the 100th time, when he noticed something he'd missed before. The diary's enchantments weren't just waiting for someone to write in it. They were reaching out, sending thin threads of magic into the surrounding area, searching for connection, seeking vulnerable minds. And one of those threads was pointing directly at the floor. At the chamber beneath Gryffindor Tower. At Ginny Weasley. The diary is trying to reconnect with her. It remembers the intended bond and is attempting to establish it despite the physical separation. But she never wrote in it. She never made contact. Proximity was enough to create an initial imprint. The diary knows her magical signature now. It's been calling to her, weakening her defenses, preparing her for full possession. Harry felt sick. All this time he'd thought Ginny was safe, and the diary had been working on her anyway. The attacks, were they connected? Was Ginny somehow involved without knowing it? He thought about her behavior over the past weeks. She'd been pale, withdrawn, prone to staring at nothing. Ron had attributed it to first-year stress, but what if it was something worse? I need to destroy this diary. Now. You still don't have basilisk venom. And attempting destruction without the proper tools might strengthen the connection rather than break it. Then I need to get basilisk venom. Which means entering the chamber. Harry stared at the diary, at the threads of dark magic emanating from it, at the danger that was growing every day. Tomorrow. We go tomorrow. You're not ready. People are getting hurt. Ginny is being targeted. We can't wait for ready. Then we prepare as much as possible in the time we have. Pull up your status. Let's see what resources you can bring to bear. Status, name, Harry James Potter. Age, 12. Titles, The Boy Who Lived, Youngest Seeker in a Century. Karma points, 6,234, passive, physical, minor vitality restoration, rare, total recall, rare, synthesized, perfect balance, common, night vision, uncommon, quick dry, common, advanced stretching techniques, common, pain tolerance, uncommon, physical enhancement, minor, rare, swimming proficiency, common, temperature tolerance, common, accelerated healing, minor. Uncommon, passive, mental, magical sensitivity, rare, danger sense, uncommon, emotional stability, uncommon, the Clemency Foundation, rare, spatial awareness, uncommon, adaptive learning, epic, passive, social, calming aura, minor, common, active, whisper network, uncommon, skills/knowledge, basic first aid, common, intermediate cooking, common, Latin fluency, uncommon, penmanship enhancement, common, basic herbology knowledge, common, speed reading, common. Knot tying, common, wilderness survival basics, common, lock intuition, uncommon, mat ion basics, common, ancient Greek fluency, uncommon, magical, mana reinforcement, rare, inventory, 10 slots, slot 1, one-armed plastic soldier, sentimental, slot 2, emergency food cache, slot 3, 267 galleons, slot 4, invisibility cloak, slot 5, Tom Riddle's diary, Horcrux, slot 6 to 10, empty. Harry studied his abilities, looking for anything that might help against a basilisk. Danger sense will warn me if it's about to attack. Night vision could be useful in the dark chamber. Physical enhancement and perfect balance will help me dodge. But none of this protects against the actual gaze. Correct. The basilisk's killing gaze is magical in nature, it targets the soul through the eyes. Your physical abilities won't help if you look at it directly. Then I don't look at it directly. Mirrors, reflections, indirect viewing, all of those cause petrification instead of death. Which is still bad. Petrification takes you out of the fight completely. What if I close my eyes entirely? Fought blind? Possible, but extremely difficult. You'd be relying entirely on your other senses, danger sense, magical sensitivity, spatial awareness. It could work, but the margin for error is razor thin. Harry thought about his karma points. Over 6,000, enough for multiple 10 pulls, with plenty left over. I should do some pulls. See if I can get something useful. Agreed. But be strategic. You want abilities that help with this specific situation, sensory enhancement, defensive capabilities, anything that compensates for blindness or protects against magical attacks. Harry took a deep breath. 2 10 pulls. Let's see what the multiverse gives me. Initiating 10 pull 1. Cost, 450 KP, remaining karma, 5,784 KP, pulling, pull 1, common, result, steady hands, your hands never shake, tremble, or lose precision. Useful for delicate work, aiming, and surgery. Pull 2, uncommon, result, echolocation, basic, you can perceive your surroundings through sound reflection, similar to a bat. Range is limited, about 10 meters, and resolution is low, but it works in complete darkness and with your eyes closed. This is exactly what you needed. Pull 3, common, result, poison resistance, minor, your body is more resistant to toxins and poisons. You're not immune, but you'll survive doses that would kill most people, and you'll recover faster from poisoning. Basilisk venom is extremely potent, but this might buy you time if you're bitten. Pull 4, rare, result, adrenaline surge, in moments of extreme danger, you can consciously trigger an adrenaline response. This temporarily boosts strength, speed, and pain tolerance beyond their normal limits. Lasts approximately 30 seconds, followed by exhaustion. Use sparingly. Pull 5, common, result, rope work, advanced knowledge of rope techniques, climbing, rappelling, securing loads. Complements your knot tying skill. Pull 6, uncommon, result, tremor sense, basic, you can detect vibrations through the ground, sensing movement and position of creatures within about 15 meters. Works through solid surfaces. Another blind fighting ability, the system is being kind today. Pull 7, common, result, hold breath, you can hold your breath for approximately 5 times longer than normal. Useful for swimming, surviving in toxic environments, or avoiding airborne threats. Pull 8, uncommon, result, quick recovery, your stamina recovers faster between exertions. You can fight, run, or perform strenuous activity, rest briefly, and return to peak performance much quicker than normal. Pull 9, common, result, direction sense, you always know which way is north, and you have an intuitive understanding of your position relative to known landmarks. Getting lost becomes nearly impossible. Pull 10, guaranteed rare plus rare, result, soul shield, passive, your soul has a layer of protection against direct magical attacks. Mind control, possession, and soul targeting effects are significantly weakened when used against you. This won't stop the basilisk's gaze entirely, but it might reduce the effect from instant death to severe injury. 10 pull 1 complete. Summary, 5 common, 3 uncommon, 2 rare, excellent hull. Echolocation and tremorsence give you blind fighting capability. Poison resistance and soul shield provide defensive layers. Adrenaline surge gives you a combat boost when needed. This is exactly the kind of survival toolkit you need for facing a basilisk. Harry felt the new abilities integrating, filling in gaps he hadn't known existed. The echolocation was strange. He could make soft clicking sounds with his tongue and perceive the echoes as a mental map of his surroundings. The tremor sense was subtler, a constant awareness of vibrations in the floor beneath his feet. One more pull. Initiating 10 pull 2. Cost, 450 kp, remaining karma, 5334 kp, pulling, pull 1, uncommon, result, combat instincts, basic, your body has baseline understanding of fighting, stance, guard positions, when to strike and when to dodge. You're not a martial artist, but you're no longer a complete novice either. Pull 2, common, result, light sleeper, you wake instantly and alertly from any disturbance. No grogginess, no disorientation. Useful for avoiding ambushes. Pull 3, uncommon, result, magical resistance, minor, your body has enhanced resistance to magical effects. Spells that target you directly are slightly weakened. Not enough to stop powerful magic, but helpful against minor hexes and curses. Pull 4, common, result, animal handling basics, you have an intuitive understanding of animal behavior and body language. Animals find you less threatening. This might help with parseltongue negotiation, understanding the basilisk's mindset could be valuable. Pull 5, rare, result, Phoenix Tear Blessing, single use, you carry a blessing of Phoenix healing. Once, and only once, you can survive a wound that would otherwise be fatal, healing completely from any injury short of instant death. The system is really looking out for you today. Pull 6, common, result, fire starting, you can reliably start fires using minimal materials. Includes knowledge of fire behavior and safety. Pull 7, uncommon, result, fear resistance, you are harder to frighten or intimidate. Fear effects, magical or natural, are significantly weakened. You can still feel fear, but it won't control you. Pull 8, common, result, climbing proficiency, you can climb surfaces with reasonable handholds efficiently and safely. Complements your rope work skill. Pull 9, uncommon, result, wound cauterization, you can seal bleeding wounds using heat without causing additional damage. Emergency medical technique for severe injuries. Pull 10, guaranteed rare plus epic, result, parseltongue mastery, your parseltongue ability is enhanced. You can now communicate complex concepts, issue commands that carry magical weight, and potentially influence snake-type creatures more effectively. This could be the key to the entire confrontation. 10 pull 2 complete. Summary, 4 common, 4 uncommon, 1 rare, 1 epic, incredible. Phoenix Tear Blessing gives you a second chance if things go wrong. Parseltongue Mastery means you might be able to command the basilisk directly, or at least negotiate with it. Between your new abilities and your existing toolkit, you're as prepared as anyone could be to face a 1000-year-old magical snake. Harry sat back, overwhelmed by the influx of new capabilities. His body hummed with potential he'd never had before. The system really came through. The GACHA is random, but it's not completely unguided. There's a tendency for pulls to align with immediate needs. Call it probability manipulation, call it cosmic sympathy, call it luck. Whatever it is, it's working in your favor. Let's hope it keeps working tomorrow. That night, Harry gathered Ron and Hermione in an abandoned classroom. Tomorrow, he said simply. Hermione went pale. Harry, we're not ready, people are getting petrified. Ginny is being targeted by the diary even though I have it locked away. Every day we wait, the danger increases. Harry met their eyes. I've prepared as much as I can. I have abilities now that might actually let me survive facing the basilisk. We can't keep waiting for perfect conditions. Ron nodded slowly. What's the plan? We go down together. I lead, I'm the one with the blind fighting abilities and the parseltongue. You two stay behind me, eyes closed or looking through mirrors. If I can communicate with the basilisk, command it or negotiate with it, we might be able to end this without a fight. And if you can't? Hermione asked. Then we fight. I've got tools that give me a chance. And I've got you two watching my back. We don't have tools, Ron pointed out. We're just, us. You're never, just anything. Harry reached into his inventory and pulled out 2 items he'd prepared earlier, small mirrors on cords, designed to hang around the neck. Wear these. If you need to look around, look through the mirror. The basilisk's gaze is weakened by indirect viewing. Hermione took the mirror with trembling hands. You've really thought about this. I've had time. Harry paused. I should also tell you, the diary. I'm bringing it with us. If we can get basilisk venom, we can destroy it in the chamber. End the Horcrux permanently. The thing that's targeting Ginny, Ron said, his voice hard. Yeah. Let's destroy it. They clasped hands, a moment of connection, of shared determination. Tomorrow, Harry repeated. We end this. Chapter 10, Into the Serpent's Maw. Chapter 10, Into the Serpent's Maw. The morning dawned grey and cold, November wind rattling the windows of Gryffindor Tower. Harry woke before his dorm mates, already alert thanks to his light sleeper ability. He lay still for a moment, running through the plan in his mind, checking and rechecking his preparations. Abilities, catalogued and ready. Equipment, mirrors, wand, diary, emergency supplies in inventory. Allies, Ron and Hermione, briefed and committed. Escape routes, mapped in his spatial awareness. Backup plans, multiple, each more desperate than the last. Your heart rate is elevated but controlled. Emotional stability is doing its job. You're as ready as you're going to be. That's not as reassuring as you might think. Wasn't meant to be reassuring. Just accurate. Harry slipped out of bed and dressed quietly, then made his way to the common room where Ron and Hermione were already waiting. They looked as nervous as he felt. Hermione's hair was even bushier than usual, suggesting a sleepless night, and Ron's freckles stood out starkly against his pale face. Ready? Harry asked. No, Hermione said honestly. But let's do it anyway. They crept through the castle's early morning corridors, avoiding the few students who were already awake. The bathroom on the second floor was empty, Moaning Myrtle nowhere to be seen, probably haunting some other plumbing fixture. Harry approached the sink and focused on the snake image in his mind. Open, he hissed. The sink descended, revealing the pipe into darkness. I'll go first, Harry said. Count to 10, then follow. If you hear fighting, stay back until I call for you. Like hell, Ron muttered, but he nodded. Harry sat on the edge of the pipe, took a deep breath, and pushed off. The slide was long and dark, twisting through the castle's foundations like the intestines of some massive beast. Harry's night vision showed him rushing walls of ancient stone, his tremor sense picking up vibrations from somewhere far below, movement, rhythmic and heavy, like the breathing of something enormous. He landed in a pile of small bones, rodent skeletons, mostly, the remains of countless meals. The tunnel continued ahead, barely lit by phosphorescent moss, sloping downward into the earth. You're beneath the lake now. The chamber is deeper still, probably carved into the bedrock beneath Hogwarts itself. Ron landed behind him with a grunt, then Hermione, both of them immediately raising their mirrors to look around indirectly. Cozy, Ron whispered. Shoo. Harry moved forward, his senses extended to their maximum range. Echolocation painted a picture of the tunnel ahead, 60 meters of winding passage, then a larger space. The tremor sense showed him the movement he'd detected earlier, now clearer, something massive, coiled in that larger space, occasionally shifting. The basilisk was awake. They crept forward in silence, Harry leading with closed eyes, navigating by sound and vibration alone. It was disorienting at first, his instincts screamed to look where he was going, but his new abilities compensated, creating a mental map that was almost as good as sight. The tunnel ended at a massive circular door, carved with intertwined serpents, their emerald eyes glittering in the dim light. "Open," Harry commanded. The snakes separated, the door swinging inward, and they stepped into the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber was vast. Stone pillars carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was flooded with several inches of water, perfectly still, reflecting the greenish light from torches that had probably been burning for 1,000 years. At the far end stood a massive statue, Salazar Slytherin himself, his ancient face carved from living rock, his mouth a dark opening that suggested depths beyond. And coiled at the statue's base, watching them with eyes the color of poison. "Close your eyes," Harry shouted, spinning to face his friends. They obeyed instantly, mirrors raised, not looking directly at the monster. Harry kept his own eyes shut, relying on echolocation and tremor sense to track the basilisk's position. It was enormous, easily 60 feet long, its body thicker than a tree trunk, its scales scraping against stone as it moved. "Who dares enter the Chamber of Secrets?" The voice was ancient, cold, resonating in Harry's mind through his Parseltongue. "Who speaks the noble tongue?" "I am Harry Potter," Harry replied, his enhanced Parseltongue giving his words weight and authority. "I come to speak with you, great serpent." A pause. The basilisk's movement shifted, curious rather than aggressive. "A speaker. It has been long since a true speaker entered my domain. The last one was different. Broken. Incomplete. The diary. Tom Riddle's fragment, commanding the basilisk through Ginny or some other puppet. The broken one is my enemy," Harry said carefully. "He seeks to use you for evil purposes, to attack innocent students, to spread fear and death. I know nothing of evil or innocence. I know only the commands of my master's heir. And if there is no true heir, if the one commanding you is merely a fragment, a piece of a soul, not a whole person." The basilisk's hissing took on a thoughtful quality. "You speak of the voice that has been calling me. It is strange. Incomplete, as you say. It commands, but its commands are confused. It wants death, but it does not understand why. That voice is not your master. It's a remnant, a ghost trapped in an object, trying to rebuild itself by possessing students and causing chaos." Harry took a breath. "I have the object. The diary. I can destroy it, if you help me." "Why should I help you?" "Because when the fragment is destroyed, you'll be free. No more confused commands, no more being used as a weapon against children. You could rest, or leave, or simply exist without serving a broken master." Silence. The water rippled as the basilisk shifted its massive coils. Harry's tremor sense showed him the creature's posture, alert but not attacking. His danger sense wasn't screaming immediate threat. His animal handling intuition suggested the basilisk was genuinely considering his words. "The heir's bloodline commands me," the serpent said finally. "I cannot harm one who carries the heir's magic. I don't carry, you do. I sense it. The touch of the heir's soul upon your own, faint, old, but present. You bear his mark." Harry's hand went to his scar instinctively. "When Voldemort's curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul latched onto you. You've been carrying a piece of him your entire life. That's why you have Parseltongue, it's his ability, transferred through the soul connection." The realization hit Harry like a physical blow. He was a Horcrux. Another piece of Voldemort, lodged in his own soul since the night his parents died. "I'm a Horcrux. You didn't know. I didn't want to tell you until you were ready. I'm sorry, Harry." Harry forced himself to focus. This revelation changed things, changed everything, but right now he had a basilisk to negotiate with and friends depending on him. "If I carry the heir's mark," he said slowly, "then you cannot harm me. And I command you, do not harm my companions either. You presume to command me. I bear the heir's magic. You said so yourself. Does that not give me the right?" Another pause. Then, incredibly, something that might have been laughter, a deep, rumbling hiss that echoed through the chamber. You are clever, little speaker. Clever and brave. The heir was clever too, once, before he broke himself into pieces. The basilisk's presence shifted. Very well. I will not harm you or your companions. But I will not help you destroy the fragment either. That choice must be yours alone. Then give me your venom. Freely given, so I can end the broken one. Why would I give such a gift? Because it's the right thing to do. Because the fragment has used you against your will, twisted your purpose, made you a murderer when you were meant to be a guardian. Because you want to be free as much as I want to free you. The basilisk was silent for a long, terrible moment. Then Harry heard something he didn't expect, the sound of a fang, long as a sword, being pressed into the stone floor. Take it. One fang, freely given. Use it to destroy the broken one, and we will be even, my freedom for your victory. Harry moved carefully forward, eyes still closed, following his tremor sense to where the fang lay. It was massive, easily 2 feet long, wickedly curved, glistening with venom. He picked it up carefully, wrapping it in cloth from his inventory. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me, little speaker. End this, and we shall speak again. Perhaps in better times, when the airs are all dust and serpents can simply be serpents. The basilisk retreated into the statue's mouth, disappearing into whatever lair Slytherin had built for it 1,000 years ago. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Is it gone? Ron's voice was barely a whisper. It's gone. You can open your eyes. They did, cautiously, looking around the vast chamber with wonder and residual terror. Harry, Hermione breathed. Did you just negotiate with a 1,000-year-old monster? Apparently. Harry held up the cloth-wrapped fang. And I got what we came for. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Ron was grinning despite his pallor. You talked a basilisk into giving you its own tooth. That's the most Gryffindor thing I've ever heard. Harry managed a weak smile. But inside, his mind was reeling with what the basilisk had revealed. I'm a Horcrux. Voldemort's soul is attached to mine. We'll deal with that later. Right now, focus on destroying the diary. One thing at a time. Harry pulled the diary from his inventory. The black leather seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness, as if sensing the danger it was in. Everyone back, Harry warned. Ron and Hermione retreated to the chamber's entrance. Harry knelt in the shallow water, the diary open before him, the basilisk fang raised. The diary seemed to shiver. Its pages fluttered despite the still air. And from its depths, a voice emerged, not heard, but felt, pressing against Harry's occlumency barriers. Don't. We could help each other. We could be powerful together. I can give you everything you've ever wanted. Harry drove the fang into the diary's heart. The scream that erupted was inhuman, a shriek of rage and pain that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Black ink fountained from the wound, hot as blood, spreading across the water's surface. The diary thrashed, pages tearing themselves apart, leather cover crackling and burning. And from the ruin, something rose, a ghostly figure, translucent and flickering, its features twisting in agony. Tom Riddle, young and handsome, his mouth open in a soundless howl. The ghost locked eyes with Harry. You, it hissed. You're the one. The boy who lived. The one who keeps destroying me. I'm just getting started, Harry replied. He stabbed the diary again, and again, and again, pouring his rage and determination into each blow. The ghost flickered, fading, screaming, until finally, silence. The diary lay in pieces, ink spreading through the water like blood. The ghostly figure was gone, dissolved into nothing. Tom Riddle's Horcrux was destroyed. Mission complete, destroy the diary, bonus, negotiate with the basilisk, achieved, bonus, protect your friends, achieved, total reward, 750 KP, current karma, 6084 KP. Harry sat back in the shallow water, exhausted, victorious, and utterly terrified by what he'd learned about himself. The climb back up was harder than the descent. The pipe was too smooth to climb directly, but Harry's rope work and climbing proficiency, combined with Ron's creative problem-solving and Hermione's levitation charm on their equipment, got them back to the bathroom eventually. Moaning Myrtle was there when they emerged, watching with spectral curiosity. "You're alive," she said, sounding almost disappointed. "I thought I'd have company." "Sorry to disappoint," Harry replied. They stumbled through the castle corridors, filthy and exhausted, to find Professor McGonagall waiting for them with an expression that mixed fury, relief, and something that might have been pride. "My office," she said. "Now." The debriefing lasted hours. Harry told them most of the truth, about the diary, about the chamber, about negotiating with the basilisk. He left out the part about being a Horcrux himself. That was a burden he'd carry alone, at least for now. Dumbledore listened with that piercing gaze that always made Harry feel like his soul was being read. When Harry finished, the old wizard was quiet for a long moment. "You took an extraordinary risk," Dumbledore said finally. "Entering the chamber alone, facing the basilisk, not alone, sir. Ron and Hermione were with me. Which makes your actions either more admirable or more reckless, depending on one's perspective." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I lean toward admirable, personally." "What happens now?" Harry asked. "The petrified students will be revived. Professor Sprout's mandrakes are nearly mature. The diary is destroyed, ending the immediate threat. And you, Mr. Potter, have once again demonstrated a remarkable talent for finding trouble and surviving it." "What about the basilisk?" Hermione interjected. "It's still down there." "It is." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Harry's negotiation seems to have created a truce of sorts. The basilisk will not attack students while the current arrangement holds. In time, we may find a more permanent solution, relocation, perhaps, or some other accommodation." "You're not going to kill it?" "It is a 1,000-year-old magical creature, Miss Granger. One of the last of its kind. Destruction seems wasteful." He turned back to Harry. "Unless you feel differently, Harry. You are, in a sense, its current master." Harry thought about the basilisk, ancient, lonely, used and manipulated for centuries by heirs who saw it only as a weapon. "Let it live," he said. "It deserves better than it's gotten. Plus 50 karma for mercy. The universe approves of compassion, even toward monsters." Dumbledore nodded, something like approval in his eyes. "Very well. The chamber will be sealed, the basilisk left in peace. And you three," he looked at all of them, "will return to your studies, your friends, and your lives. The crisis is ended." But as they left Dumbledore's office, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that one crisis had simply been replaced by another. He was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort lived inside him. And sooner or later, he was going to have to deal with that. The rest of the year passed in something like normalcy. The petrified students were revived. Hermione was ecstatic to see Colin Creevey bouncing around Gryffindor Tower again, camera in hand. Hagrid, who had been arrested on suspicion of opening the chamber, was released and returned to his groundskeeper duties with tearful gratitude. Lockhart, it turned out, had attempted to obliviate Harry and Ron in the early stages of their investigation, before Harry's occlumency had deflected the spell entirely, and had fled the country when his fraud was exposed. The defense position was being filled by a series of substitute teachers until a permanent replacement could be found. "Good riddance," Ron said cheerfully. "Maybe next year we'll get someone who can actually teach." Statistical analysis of Hogwarts defense professors suggests a pattern of catastrophic failure in that position. Don't get your hopes up. Harry kept his discovery about the Horcrux inside him secret from everyone, even Ron and Hermione. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, he did, completely. It was that he didn't know what to do with the information yet, and burdening them with it felt cruel. You'll need to address it eventually. A piece of Voldemort's soul inside you is not something that can be ignored indefinitely. I know. I need time. Take the time you need. But remember, secrets have a way of becoming heavier the longer you carry them. The end-of-year feast was festive, Gryffindor winning the House Cup for the second year in a row. Harry received special recognition for his role in stopping the attacks, which was embarrassing but unavoidable. Speech. Speech, the twins chanted, grinning. No, Harry said firmly. On the train ride home, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. Next year's going to be different, Hermione said quietly. Is it ever the same? Ron asked. I mean really different. After everything we've been through, we're not the same people who got on this train last September. She was right. They'd grown, all of them. Harry had faced his fears, discovered terrible truths about himself, and chosen mercy over vengeance. Ron had stood beside his friends in mortal danger without flinching. Hermione had watched her logical worldview crack and chosen loyalty over safety. They were 12 years old and they'd already survived more than most adults would in a lifetime. This is what growth looks like. Not easy, not comfortable, but real. You're becoming the person you'll need to be when the real challenges arrive. Real challenges? What we just did wasn't a real challenge. IT was a challenge. But Voldemort is still out there, still seeking a way back. The Horcruxes still exist, including the one inside you. The war that killed your parents isn't over. It's just waiting. Harry looked at his friends, laughing now, sharing sweets from the trolley, enjoying the simple pleasure of each other's company. He'd protect them. Whatever it took, whatever it cost, he'd make sure they survived what was coming. The train rumbled on toward London, carrying 3 young heroes toward an uncertain future. But for now, at least, they were together. And that was enough. Chapter 11, Shadows, Secrets, and Sirius Black. Chapter 11, Shadows, Secrets, and Sirius Black. The summer after second year was supposed to be peaceful. Harry returned to Privet Drive with a trunk full of books, a head full of dark knowledge, and a fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged somewhere in his being. The Dursleys, predictably, were no help with any of these things. But at least they left him alone. The flying car incident had apparently terrified them enough that they'd decided ignoring Harry completely was safer than engaging with him. He got his own room, regular meals, left outside his door, as if he were a particularly dangerous pet, and blessed, endless hours of solitude. Harry used every one of them. Daily login, day 425, reward, 15 KP, current streak, 425 days, daily missions available. The missions had become routine, physical training, mental discipline, skill practice. Harry completed them automatically, his body and mind honed by months of dedicated effort. But his real focus was research. The Horcrux inside him. I've been analyzing the soul fragment since you learned about it. The good news, it's dormant. Voldemort's consciousness isn't actively present, it's more like a recording than a living entity. The bad news, it's deeply integrated with your own soul. Removing IT won't be simple. Can it be removed at all? In theory, yes. Horcrux destruction typically requires damaging the container beyond magical repair, which, for a living host, would mean death. But there may be other options. The soul is resilient. With the right approach, IT might be possible to separate the fragment without destroying the host. Might be. I'm working with incomplete data. Horcrux creation is rare, and living Horcruxes are virtually unheard of. You're literally the only case study I have access to. Harry spent hours in Mat Ion, probing the edges of the foreign presence within him. His occlumency had grown strong enough to perceive his own mental landscape clearly, a vast library of memories and knowledge, organized by his total recall into perfect categorical systems. And there, in the deepest corner, behind walls he hadn't consciously built, was something else. It was dark. Cold. Sleeping. The fragment didn't seem aware of his examination. It just existed, a tumor on his soul, pulsing faintly with magic that wasn't quite his own. Your occlumency barriers are keeping it contained. As long as you maintain them, the fragment can't influence your thoughts or actions. But if your defenses ever fail, extreme emotional distress, magical exhaustion, direct assault, it might wake up. And then? Unknown. Possibly nothing. Possibly attempted possession. Possibly something worse. Let's not find out. Harry doubled down on his mental training. The news about Sirius Black came in late July. Harry was eating breakfast, alone, as usual, when the television in the next room caught his attention. The Dursleys were watching the morning news, and the anchor was speaking in the grave tones reserved for serious criminals. Escaped from prison last night. Black is considered extremely dangerous. The public is advised not to approach him under any circumstances. Harry crept to the doorway, curiosity overcoming caution. The screen showed a photograph, a man with long, matted dark hair, a gaunt face, and eyes that seemed to burn with madness. Something about the image nagged at Harry's memory, but he couldn't place it. Black was convicted 12 years ago for the murder of 13 people with a single curse, the anchor continued. He is believed to be armed and extremely dangerous. Anyone with information, Uncle Vernon noticed Harry lurking and changed the channel with a grunt. But the image stayed with Harry. There was something about that face, those eyes. Sirius Black. Convicted mass murderer, imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years. He was also your parents' friend, James Potter's best friend, in fact. He was their secret keeper. Their what? The Fidelius charm is a powerful protection spell that hides a location within a single person's soul, the secret keeper. Only the secret keeper can reveal the location. Your parents used it to hide from Voldemort, and Sirius Black was supposed to be their secret keeper. Which means, he told Voldemort where to find them. According to the official record, yes. He betrayed them, Voldemort found them, and your parents died. Then, when another of their friends, Peter Pettigrew, confronted Black about the betrayal, Black killed him and 12 Muggle bystanders. Harry felt cold. His parents' best friend had been their murderer. The man who was supposed to protect them had handed them to Voldemort. And now he'd escaped from prison. Is he coming for me? Probably. If he betrayed your parents to Voldemort, he might be seeking to finish the job. Or he might have other motives. 12 years in Azkaban does strange things to a person's mind. What's Azkaban? The wizarding prison. It's guarded by Dementors, creatures that feed on positive emotions, leaving only despair and madness. Prisoners don't escape from Azkaban. Until now, no one ever has. Harry sat with this information for a long time, turning it over in his mind. His parents' betrayer was loose, possibly hunting him. Another threat to add to the growing list. But something about the story didn't quite fit. You said, according to the official record. Do you doubt it? I have questions. The evidence against Black was circumstantial, witness testimony, presence at the scene, motive. There was no trial, no Veritasrum questioning, no deep investigation. He was thrown into Azkaban almost immediately after the murders. Why? Good question. The Ministry was in chaos after Voldemort's fall. Lots of Death Eaters were claiming Imperius Curse defenses, lots of trials were happening. Black was high profile, the Potter's betrayer, and punishing him quickly made good political sense. But it also means corners might have been cut. You think he might be innocent? I think the truth is rarely as simple as the official story. And I think you should keep an open mind until you have more information. The letter from Hogwarts arrived a week later, along with a permission slip for Hogsmeade visits. Harry stared at the slip with resignation. He'd need a guardian's signature, and asking the Dursleys was about as appealing as asking the basilisk for a hug. But there was something else in the envelope, a personal note from Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, given the current security concerns, the headmaster has arranged for your transportation to Hogwarts via the night bus rather than the Hogwarts Express. A representative will collect you on August 31st. Please be ready to depart by 6 p.m. Additionally, Professor Dumbledore wishes to meet with you privately during the first week of term. The matter is of some importance. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Security Concerns. Sirius Black. Harry's summer just got more complicated. August passed in a blur of training and preparation. Harry's abilities continued to grow. His physical conditioning reached new heights, he was faster, stronger, and more coordinated than any 13-year-old had a right to be. His magical theory knowledge expanded through dedicated study, preparing him for the practical work he'd do once he returned to Hogwarts. And his karma accumulated steadily. Current karma, 7,842 KP, you've been busy. The daily missions helped, but most of his karma came from small kindnesses around Little Whinging, helping neighbors with groceries, returning lost pets, mowing lawns for elderly residents who couldn't manage it themselves. The Dursleys thought he was currying favor, in reality, he was building resources for whatever challenges lay ahead. Daily login, day 456, reward, 15 KP, milestone achieved, 450-day streak, bonus reward, 1 guaranteed epic plus pull. Harry's eyebrows rose. Epic or better? That's new. Streak milestones provide increasing rewards. 365 days gave you system evolution. 450 days gives you a guaranteed high-tier pull. Use it wisely. Harry thought about what he might need. His blind fighting abilities had served him well against the basilisk, but facing a human enemy, one who could use magic, tactics, and unpredictable strategies, would require different tools. What would help against a dangerous wizard? Combat abilities. Defensive capabilities. Anything that gives you an edge in a magical duel. Your current toolkit is survival-oriented, you might want something more offensive. Harry focused on the pull, hoping for something useful. Initiating guaranteed epic plus pull, pulling, rarity, legendary. Harry's heart jumped. Legendary. He'd never pulled a legendary ability before. Result, reflex override, description, in moments of extreme danger, your reflexes can temporarily exceed human limitations. Time appears to slow as your perception accelerates, allowing you to react to threats faster than should be physically possible. Duration is brief, 2 to 3 seconds of subjective time per activation, and repeated use causes cumulative fatigue. This ability has saved the lives of countless warriors across multiple universes. Use it sparingly, but when you need it, you'll know. Harry sat back, stunned. That's incredible. Legendary abilities are rare for a reason. Reflex override is a top-tier combat skill, it can turn impossible situations into survivable ones. But the fatigue cost is real. Use it too often and you'll collapse from exhaustion. Save it for genuine emergencies. Harry spent the remaining days of summer testing his new ability, learning its limits and triggers. The time dilation effect was disorienting at first, everything around him seemed to freeze while he moved at normal speed, but his adaptive learning helped him adjust quickly. By the time August 31st arrived, he felt ready for whatever third year might bring. The night bus was an experience. A violently purple triple-decker appeared out of nowhere when Harry stepped out of Privet Drive with his trunk, nearly running over a cat in the process. The conductor, a young man named Stan Shunpike, helped load his belongings while cheerfully warning him about the ride's intensity. First time. Hold on tight, then. The warning was warranted. The night bus didn't drive so much as teleport repeatedly, lurching through space in stomach-churning jumps, squeezing between obstacles that shouldn't have fit, and generally defying every law of physics Harry had ever learned. His perfect balance kept him from being thrown around like the other passengers, but just barely. The night bus uses spatial compression and probability manipulation to reach its destinations. It's actually brilliant magical engineering, even if the ride experience leaves something to be desired. The bus dropped Harry at the Leaky Cauldron, where he spent the last night before term at a room arranged by the ministry. The pub was bustling with back-to-school traffic, and Harry spotted several familiar faces in the crowd. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through the noise. She was sitting at a table with Ron and his family, waving enthusiastically. Harry made his way over, grinning. "How was your summer?" "Educational." "Yours?" "Eventful." They exchanged meaningful looks. Conversations about Horcruxes and soul fragments would have to wait for privacy. Ron looked tanned and happy. "We went to Egypt. Bill's working there, he's a cursebreaker for Gringotts. The tombs were brilliant, Harry. You wouldn't believe the traps." "I might believe more than you think." The evening passed in comfortable reunion, catching up on summer adventures, discussing the upcoming year, carefully avoiding the topic of Sirius Black that hung over everything like a storm cloud. Mrs. Weasley kept shooting Harry concerned looks when she thought he wasn't watching. "She knows something. The Weasleys are connected to the ministry through Arthur's work. They've probably been briefed on the threat Black poses to you specifically." "Wonderful." Finally, as the evening wound down and students began heading to their rooms, Mr. Weasley pulled Harry aside. "Harry, I need to speak with you. Privately." They found a quiet corner near the fireplace. Arthur Weasley's face was grave, lacking its usual enthusiasm. "I'm not supposed to tell you this," he said quietly. "The ministry thinks you're safer not knowing. But I disagree, and Molly agrees with me, so," he took a breath. "Sirius Black is after you." "I know." Arthur blinked. "You know. I saw the news coverage. Did some research." Harry kept his voice steady. "He betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Now he's escaped, and he's probably trying to finish what his master started." That's the general theory, yes." Arthur looked relieved that he didn't have to explain further. "The ministry has placed Dementors around Hogwarts for protection. Do you know what Dementors are? Creatures that feed on positive emotions. Guards of Azkaban." "Right. Well, they're dangerous even to the innocent. If you see one, don't try to fight it, just get away. And Harry," Arthur's hand gripped his shoulder. "Don't go looking for Black. Whatever you learn, whatever you hear, let the adults handle it." "I'll try," Harry said, which was not quite a promise. Arthur seemed to understand. He nodded, sighed, and let Harry go. The Hogwarts Express departed on time, carrying its cargo of students toward another year of magic and mystery. Harry found a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and, to his surprise, Ginny, who had apparently decided that her rescue from the chamber entitled her to join their friend group. She was still shy around Harry, but less starstruck than before. "I never properly thanked you," she said quietly, while Ron and Hermione argued about arithmancy versus divination as elective choices. "For the diary. For saving me." "You never needed saving," Harry replied. "You never wrote in it. I just removed a threat before it could become one. Mom told me what it was. What it would have done." Ginny shuddered. "I could have been possessed. Could have hurt people without knowing. But you weren't. And you didn't. Because of you." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The gratitude in Ginny's eyes was genuine, but it made him uncomfortable. He hadn't saved her, he'd just been paranoid enough to steal a suspicious diary. Is that heroism? Heroism is often just paranoia that happens to be correct. Don't diminish what you did. The train journey was interrupted by an unexpected stop. The lights went out. the temperature dropped. Harry's breath misted in the suddenly frigid air, and his danger sense screamed. What's happening? Ron's voice was tight with fear. Harry's magical sensitivity showed him something approaching the train, a presence that radiated cold and despair, a void in the magical fabric of reality that seemed to consume everything it touched. Dementor. Stay calm. It's probably just searching the train for Black. But be ready to run if it comes inside. The compartment door slid open. Harry saw a cloaked figure, taller than any human, its face hidden beneath a hood. A rotting hand emerged from the cloak, reaching toward him. And then, screaming. A woman screaming, high and desperate and terrified. Green light. Cold that went beyond temperature, reaching into his soul, touching the fragment of darkness that lived there. The Horcrux woke up. Harry felt Voldemort's presence inside him, not conscious, not aware, but active, reacting to the Dementor's assault with rage and hunger. The fragment surged against his occlumency barriers, trying to break free, trying to fight, trying to, Harry. Reinforce your walls. Don't let it through. Harry slammed every mental defense he had into place. The fragment writhed against them, screaming in a voice only he could hear, demanding release. The Dementor paused. Its hidden face turned toward Harry, as if sensing the conflict within him. Then, slowly, it withdrew. Light returned. Warmth crept back into the compartment. Harry found himself on the floor, shaking, with his friends gathered around him in concern. Harry! Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, he managed, though he wasn't sure that was true. Just, give me a minute. His mind was in chaos. The fragment had nearly broken free. If the Dementor had stayed longer, if Harry's defenses had faltered. That was close. Too close. Dementors resonate with dark magic, they must have sensed the Horcrux and tried to feed on it. The fragment reacted defensively, which nearly broke your barriers. Is it contained now? For now. But Dementors are going to be a problem. You need to learn how to defend against them specifically, or every encounter will be a risk. A new voice entered the compartment, an adult, tired-looking but kind, offering chocolate. Here. Eat this. It helps. Harry looked up at the man who had been sleeping in the corner of their compartment, someone he'd noticed but not really processed. Shabby robes, graying hair, scars across his face. Intelligent eyes that were studying Harry with something like recognition. I'm Professor Lupin, the man said. I'll be teaching defense against the dark arts this year. And unless I'm very much mistaken, you're Harry Potter. Yes, sir. Eat the chocolate, Harry. And then we should talk. I think I can help you with your Dementor problem. There was something in his tone, a knowingness, that made Harry's instincts tingle. He knows something. About me, about my parents, about Black. Remus Lupin. One of James Potter's best friends. The fourth marauder, along with Black and Pettigrew. If anyone knows the truth about what happened 12 years ago, it's him. Harry ate the chocolate and felt warmth spread through his frozen limbs. Third year was already shaping up to be the most complicated yet. Chapter 12, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and the Truth. Chapter 12, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and the Truth. The first weeks of third year established a pattern that Harry found both comforting and frustrating. Classes were familiar, transfiguration, charms, potions, the usual rotation, but the atmosphere had changed. Dementors patrolled the boundaries of Hogwarts, their presence casting a pall over everything. Students walked in groups, avoiding the edges of the grounds. Laughter seemed muted, colors less vibrant. And everywhere Harry went, he felt watched. Not by the Dementors, though they were concerning enough. By people. Students whispered when he passed, teachers gave him concerned looks, and the staff seemed to have an unspoken agreement to never leave him unsupervised for long. They're protecting me from Black. They're trying to. Whether their protection would actually help against a determined killer is another question. The one bright spot was defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin was, quite simply, the best teacher Harry had ever had. His classes were practical, engaging, and focused on real-world application. He taught them about dark creatures with a combination of academic rigor and practical experience that suggested he'd actually faced the things he described. He treated students as intelligent beings capable of learning, rather than vessels to be filled with information. And he had a particular interest in Harry. "Your Patronus work is coming along well," Lupin observed during one of their private sessions. Harry had approached him after the Dementor incident on the train, asking for help defending against the creatures. Lupin had agreed immediately, seeming almost eager for the opportunity. "It's still not corporeal," Harry replied, frustration coloring his voice. His Patronus emerged as a silver mist, strong enough to slow a Dementor, but not to drive one away completely. Corporeal patronuses take time. The charm requires more than just happy memories, it requires a fundamental connection to joy, to hope, to life itself. Lupin studied Harry with those knowing eyes. "Your memories are powerful, but they're complicated. Mixed with pain, with loss. Is that why the Dementors affect me so strongly?" Lupin hesitated. "Partly. You've experienced more trauma than most people your age. The Dementors have more to feed on." He paused. "But there's something else, isn't there? Something you haven't told me." Harry's occlumency walls tightened instinctively. Lupin was perceptive, more perceptive than Harry had anticipated. "What do you mean?" "I mean that when the Dementor approached you on the train, I saw something unusual. A flicker of darkness, fighting against the creature's influence. Almost as if there were two presences in your mind, not one." He sensed the Horcrux. Werewolves have enhanced magical perception, he might be able to see things normal wizards can't. Harry's heart rate spiked. "Professor, I'm not asking you to explain," Lupin said quickly. "Whatever you're carrying, whatever burden you bear, it's yours to share or keep as you choose. But I want you to know that I'm here to help. Not because you're the boy who lived, but because," he stopped, emotion flickering across his scarred face. "Because I owed your father a great debt, and helping his son is the least I can do to repay it. You were friends. You and my dad and Sirius Black." The name hung between them like a drawn blade. "Yes," Lupin said quietly. "We were friends. The best of friends, once. Before everything fell apart." "What happened?" Lupin was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with old grief. "We trusted the wrong person. And your parents paid the price." The conversation stayed with Harry for days. Lupin clearly believed the official story, that Sirius Black had betrayed the Potters, had been their secret keeper, had handed them to Voldemort. But there was something in his voice, a thread of doubt or grief or something else, that suggested the story wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lupin lost all his friends in one night. James and Lily died. Sirius was imprisoned. Peter was supposedly killed. He's been alone for 12 years, carrying the weight of that loss. His perspective is colored by trauma. But he might know things. Things that didn't make it into the official record. Possibly. But getting him to share them will require trust, and trust takes time to build. Harry continued his Patronus training, making slow but steady progress. The silver mist grew denser, began taking shape, though it refused to fully solidify. Lupin was patient, encouraging, clearly invested in Harry's success. Meanwhile, the mystery of Sirius Black deepened. The escaped prisoner had been spotted near Hogwarts, twice, according to the rumors that circulated through the castle. The Dementors were growing more aggressive, their patrols extending closer to the school. Students were forbidden from leaving the grounds for any reason. And then, on Halloween night, everything changed. The Gryffindor common room was in chaos. Harry returned from the feast to find students crowded around the portrait hole, voices raised in alarm. Professor McGonagall was there, her face pale and stern. "What's happened?" Harry pushed through the crowd. The fat lady's portrait, the guardian of Gryffindor Tower, had been slashed. The canvas hung in ribbons, the magical figure of the fat lady nowhere to be seen. "Sirius Black," McGonagall said grimly. "He was here. He tried to enter the tower." The common room went silent. "He had a knife," Percy Weasley added, his prefect's authority shaken. "The fat lady refused to let him in without the password, so he attacked her." "Where is she now?" Hermione asked. "Hiding in a landscape painting on the 5th floor. She's terrified." Harry's mind raced. Black had been here. Inside Hogwarts. Trying to get into Gryffindor Tower. Trying to get to me. It would appear so. The question is, how did he get into the castle in the first place? The Dementors should have detected him. The wards should have triggered. Unless he has a way around them. The students were evacuated to the Great Hall, where sleeping bags were laid out in long rows. The teachers patrolled the corridors, searching for any sign of the intruder. Harry lay awake, staring at the enchanted ceiling, thinking about a man who had been his father's best friend and was now hunting him across Britain. He got inside once. He'll try again. Almost certainly. And next time, he might succeed. You need to be prepared. For what? To fight him. To kill him. To survive. And to learn the truth. Whatever that turns out to be. The weeks following the break-in were tense. Security around Harry tightened further. He was escorted between classes, forbidden from Quidditch practice after dark, watched constantly by teachers and prefects. It was suffocating, but also, Harry had to admit, probably necessary. His investigation into Sirius Black continued quietly. Hermione helped with research, tracking down old newspaper articles and ministry records. Ron contributed strategic thinking, mapping out possibilities and scenarios. Together, they built a picture of the night that had changed everything. "The official story has gaps," Hermione said during one of their late-night sessions in the common room. "Black was supposedly the secret keeper, but there's no record of the Fidelius charm being cast. No witnesses, no documentation. Maybe they kept it secret," Ron suggested. "You wouldn't want everyone knowing who your secret keeper was." "True. But there's something else." Hermione pulled out a yellowed newspaper clipping. "This is from the day after the murders. It says Peter Pettigrew confronted Black in the street, and Black killed him with a single curse, blew up the whole street, killed 12 muggles. That's the story. But look at this." She pointed to a detail in the article. "They never found Pettigrew's body. Just a finger. One finger." Harry frowned. "That's not unusual, is it?" The explosion was massive. Massive enough to vaporize an entire body but leave a finger intact. Hermione shook her head. "The magical physics don't work. An explosion powerful enough to disintegrate someone would scatter remains over a wide area, not leave a single recognizable finger at the epicenter." She's right. The evidence doesn't add up. Either Pettigrew survived the explosion somehow, or the official account of what happened is wrong. "What are you suggesting?" Ron asked. "That Pettigrew faked his death." "I'm suggesting that we don't know what really happened. And if we don't know what really happened, we can't be sure that Black is actually guilty." Harry thought about the fragments of information he'd gathered, the lack of trial, the circumstantial evidence, the inconsistencies in the story. He thought about Lupin's grief-tinged doubt, about the system's warnings about official narratives. "We need more information," he said. "Something that doesn't come from ministry records or newspaper articles. Something from someone who was actually there." "Like who?" Harry thought about it. The witnesses were limited, most of the Muggles had been obliterated, the magical witnesses were either dead or imprisoned. Like Sirius Black himself. Ron and Hermione stared at him. "Harry," Hermione said carefully, "are you suggesting we try to talk to the escaped murderer who's hunting you?" "I'm suggesting that everyone assumes he's guilty, but no one's ever asked him what actually happened. Including the Ministry. Because he's a killer. Maybe. Or maybe he's been screaming the truth for 12 years and no one's listened." Harry met their eyes. "My parents trusted him. They made him my godfather. I owe it to them to find out if that trust was misplaced, or if something else happened. This is either very brave or very stupid. Possibly both. Story of my life." The opportunity came in spring. Harry was walking back from Hagrid's cabin, a visit to comfort the gamekeeper, who was devastated about the upcoming execution of his hippogriff Buckbeak, when he spotted something impossible. A large black dog, watching him from the edge of the forbidden forest. His danger sense prickled, but not with immediate threat. More like recognition. Something about the dog felt familiar, felt connected to him in ways he couldn't explain. That's not a dog. The magical signature is wrong, too complex, too human. It's an animagus. A wizard in animal form. Black. That's how he's been getting past the Dementors. They don't detect animals the same way they detect humans. The dog, Black, held Harry's gaze for a long moment. Then it turned and disappeared into the forest. Harry didn't follow. Not yet. But he filed the information away, another piece of a puzzle that was slowly coming together. The confrontation happened on the night of Buckbeak's scheduled execution. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had visited Hagrid to say goodbye to the hippogriff. They were walking back to the castle, miserable and angry about the injustice of it all, when something burst from the shadows. The black dog. It grabbed Ron, not Harry, Ron, and dragged him toward the Whomping Willow, the violent tree that had nearly killed them second year. Ron screamed as he was pulled into a gap between the roots, disappearing into the earth. "Ron!" Hermione sprinted after him. Harry followed, his reflexes letting him dodge the tree's flailing branches. They squeezed through the gap, found themselves in a tunnel, and emerged, in the Shrieking Shack. The most haunted building in Britain, according to local legend. But Harry's magical sensitivity showed him the truth: no ghosts, no residual hauntings, just old protective enchantments and the lingering traces of something wild. Ron was on the floor, his leg twisted at an ugly angle. And standing over him, wand drawn, was a man. Sirius Black looked worse than his photograph. Gaunt to the point of emaciation, his face a skull with skin stretched over it, his eyes burning with desperate intensity. But there was no madness in those eyes, just exhaustion, and fear, and something that might have been hope. "Harry," he breathed. "You look so much like James. Don't talk about my father." Harry's wand was up, pointed at Black's chest. "You betrayed them. You got them killed." "No." Black's voice cracked. "No, I didn't. I would have died for them. I would have died 1,000 times, then who did?" "Peter. Peter Pettigrew." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. "Pettigrew is dead. You killed him." "I tried to kill him. I failed." Black's eyes darted to Ron. "He's alive, Harry. He's been alive all these years. Hiding. Waiting. That's insane. He's an animagus, like me. A rat. Small, easy to hide, easy to pass off as a pet." Black pointed a trembling finger at Ron. "And right now, he's in that boy's pocket." Ron's hand went to his robe, where Scabbers, his pet rat, was nestled. "What?" "No, that's mad, check it," Black said. "Look at his magical signature. If you can see magic like your father could." Harry's magical sensitivity was already active. He looked at the rat, really looked, and felt his world tilt. The rat's signature was wrong. Too complex, too human, just like the dog. And underneath the animal's form, barely visible, was something else. A person. Hiding. He's right. The rat is an animagus. A wizard in animal form, concealed for over a decade. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said slowly. He's been hiding as Ron's pet. All these years. Yes. Black's voice was barely a whisper. He was their secret keeper, Harry. Not me. We switched at the last minute. I thought I'd be too obvious a target, that Voldemort would come after me. I convinced James to use Peter instead. And Peter betrayed them. And then framed me for his murder. Cut off his own finger, transformed, and scurried away while I was dragged to Azkaban. Black's eyes filled with tears. 12 years. 12 years in that hell, knowing the truth and unable to tell anyone. The door burst open. Professor Lupin stood in the doorway, wand raised, face pale with shock. Sirius, he breathed. Remus. Black's voice broke. It was Peter. It was always Peter. And then Lupin did something that shattered Harry's understanding of everything. He lowered his wand and embraced Sirius Black. The explanation took time. Lupin had suspected for months, since he'd seen Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauders' map, the magical document that showed everyone in Hogwarts. A name that shouldn't have been there. A dead man, somehow alive. I thought I was seeing things, Lupin admitted. Wishful thinking, or a glitch in the map. But I started watching, and I noticed patterns. The rat was always near Harry. Always watching. He was waiting for Voldemort to return, Black said. Hiding with a wizarding family, close to information and influence. And close to Harry, in case his master needed access. You're saying Scabbers, Ron's voice was faint. You're saying the rat I've had since I was a kid is actually a murderer. A traitor. The man who sold James and Lily to Voldemort. Harry's wand was still in his hand. His emotions were a hurricane, rage, grief, confusion, hope. If Black was telling the truth, then his parents' real betrayer was sitting in Ron's pocket, had been sleeping in Ron's bed for years. Prove it, Harry said. Force him to transform. Lupin and Black exchanged glances. Then, together, they pointed their wands at the rat. Reveal yourself, Peter. The spell hit Scabbers like a beam of light. The rat squeaked, writhed, and then, impossibly, began to grow. In moments, a man stood where the rat had been. Short, balding, watery-eyed, with a nervous twitch that matched the rat's constant fidgeting. Peter Pettigrew. He looked around the room with the desperate gaze of a cornered animal. Sirius. Remus. My old friends, don't. Black's voice was ice. Don't you dare call us friends. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, then you should have died. Black lunged forward, but Lupin held him back. You should have died like James would have for you. Like I would have for any of you. Peter turned to Harry, falling to his knees. Harry, sweet Harry, your father would have understood, my father is dead because of you. The words came out cold, flat, empty. Harry felt nothing. No rage, no grief, just a hollow space where emotion should have been. Emotional stability is protecting you. Processing this will take time. For now, focus on the immediate situation. We're taking him to the castle, Harry said. He'll confess. Sirius will be cleared. Harry, please, no. Harry met Peter's terrified eyes. You murdered my parents. You destroyed lives. And you're going to face justice for it. Peter began to cry. Harry felt nothing at all. The walk back to the castle was tense. Peter was bound with magical ropes, Sirius supporting his injured godson with fierce protectiveness, Lupin keeping watch. Harry walked at the rear, wand ready, mind racing. Black is innocent. My godfather is innocent. He spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. The wizarding justice system failed catastrophically. No trial, no Veritaserum, no actual investigation. They wanted someone to blame, and Sirius was convenient. That's going to change. They emerged from the Whomping Willow into bright moonlight, and Lupin transformed. The change was horrible, bones cracking, skin splitting, a howl of agony tearing from his throat as his body reshaped itself into something monstrous. Werewolf! Hermione screamed. Remus, no, Sirius shoved Ron toward Harry. Get them back. But the werewolf was already moving, and in the chaos, Peter saw his chance. He lunged for Lupin's dropped wand, transformed mid-leap, and disappeared into the grass as a rat. Gone. The real murderer, gone. No. Harry tried to chase, but the werewolf was between them now, and Sirius had transformed into the black dog, grappling with the beast, buying them time to escape. Dementors. Harry felt them before he saw them, a wave of cold despair washing over the grounds, hundreds of the creatures converging on the chaos. They were drawn by the violent emotions, by the raw magical energy, by Sirius's escaped prisoner signature. Sirius collapsed, overwhelmed. The dog form melted away, leaving the man defenseless. No. Harry's Patronus exploded from his wand, not mist this time, but something solid, something real. A great silver stag, blazing with light, charging into the mass of Dementors with fury and purpose. The creatures scattered. The cold retreated. And Harry stood in the moonlight, wand raised, finally understanding what his Patronus truly was. His father's animagus form. A stag named Prongs. Beautiful. Your happiest memory isn't a specific event, it's the hope of family, of connection, of love. And that hope just saved your godfather's life. Harry ran to Sirius, who was breathing but unconscious. In the distance, the werewolf howled, lost in the forbidden forest. And somewhere in the darkness, a rat scurried away, carrying secrets and guilt toward an uncertain future. The aftermath was complicated. Sirius was captured, locked in a tower room, scheduled for the Dementor's kiss, a fate worse than death, his soul sucked out while his body lived on as an empty shell. The Ministry refused to listen to Harry's explanation, refused to acknowledge that their entire investigation had been wrong. They don't want to admit they made a mistake, Hermione said bitterly. 12 years of wrongful imprisonment. The political fallout would be enormous. Then we get him out ourselves, Harry said. Dumbledore, surprisingly, agreed. There is a way, the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling with something that wasn't quite humor. Miss Granger, I believe you have an item that might help. Something the Ministry provided for your studies this year. Hermione's hand went to her neck, where a small golden hourglass hung on a chain. My time, Turner. The window is limited. 3 hours at most. But if you were to go back, to be in 2 places at once. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. You might be able to save more than one innocent life tonight. Harry understood. The Hippogriff. Buckbeak, who was supposed to be executed, who could fly. We save Buckbeak. We use him to rescue Sirius. Precisely. Dumbledore moved toward the door. I am going to lock you in. When I return, I expect to find you still here. Unless, of course, you have found a way to be in 2 places at once. He left. Hermione looked at Harry. This is insane. This is Thursday. Harry held out his hand. Let's go save my godfather. Time travel was disorienting. 3 hours backward meant reliving events, watching themselves from a distance, carefully avoiding any action that might create paradoxes. They rescued Buckbeak from Hagrid's pumpkin patch. They waited, hidden in the forest, while their past selves dealt with werewolves and Dementors. And when the moment came, when past Harry's Patronus scattered the Dementors, they were ready. Buckbeak flew to the tower where Sirius was imprisoned. Harry climbed through the window, unlocked the door, and faced his godfather for what felt like the first time. "Harry?" Sirius looked confused, disoriented. "How, time travel?" "Long story. We need to go." They flew through the night sky, 3 figures on a hippogriff, leaving Hogwarts behind. They landed near the Forbidden Forest, where the tree line provided cover. "You can't stay in Britain," Harry said. "They'll hunt you." "I know." Sirius's face was a mixture of gratitude and grief. "I wish I could stay. I wish I could be there for you, the way I should have been. You will be. Someday." Harry embraced the godfather he'd only just found. "Stay safe. Stay alive. And when Voldemort returns, I'll be ready." Sirius mounted Buckbeak, his eyes bright with tears and determination. "Your father would be so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud." "I know." Sirius and Buckbeak rose into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Harry watched until they were gone, then turned and walked back toward the castle. "You saved him. Against all odds, against a broken system, you saved your godfather. And Pettigrew escaped. The real murderer is still out there." "Yes. But now you know the truth. And knowledge is the first step toward justice." Harry reached the castle just as his past self was emerging from the hospital wing. Time had reset. The night was over. But the war, the real war, was only beginning. Chapter 13, The Summer of Preparation. Chapter 13, The Summer of Preparation. The summer after third year was different. Harry returned to Privet Drive with a godfather who was alive and free, a truth that had been suppressed for 12 years finally exposed, and a growing certainty that war was coming. Voldemort was still out there, weakened, bodiless, but persistent. Peter Pettigrew had escaped to find his master. The pieces were moving toward a confrontation that Harry could feel approaching like a storm on the horizon. He wasn't going to be caught unprepared. Daily login, day 548, reward, 15 KP, current streak, 548 days, current karma, 9,847 KP. The karma had accumulated steadily over the past year. Daily missions, small kindnesses, the major rewards from saving Sirius and confronting Pettigrew. Harry had nearly 10,000 points to work with, more than he'd ever had before. Time to spend some of it. Agreed. Your current ability set is strong for survival and investigation, but if you're going to face Voldemort directly, or his followers, you need more combat capability. Harry pulled up his status, reviewing what he had and what he might need. Status, name, Harry James Potter. Age, 13, nearly 14, titles, The Boy Who Lived, Youngest Seeker in a Century, Basilisk Negotiator. Karma points, 9,847. The ability list was extensive now, dozens of passive enhancements, several active skills, a foundation of knowledge and capability that would have seemed impossible to 7-year-old Harry in his cupboard. But it wasn't enough. Not for what was coming. 3 10 pulls, Harry decided. Let's see what the multiverse has for me. Initiating 10 pull sequence, total cost, 1,350 KP, remaining karma, 8,497 KP, pulling, 10 pull 1, uncommon, result, wand affinity, your connection to your wand is strengthened. Spells cast through it are approximately 10% more powerful and efficient. Additionally, your wand becomes harder for others to use against you, it will resist commands from anyone who isn't you. Pull 2, common, result, projectile prediction, you can instinctively track fast-moving objects and predict their trajectories. Useful for dodging, catching, and aiming. Pull 3, rare, result, spell weaving, basic, you can combine 2 simple spells into a single casting, producing hybrid effects. Requires practice and concentration. Opens the door to advanced magical combat techniques. Pull 4, common, result, endurance running, your ability to maintain physical activity over long periods is enhanced. You can run, fight, or work for hours without significant fatigue. Pull 5, Uncommon, Result, Magical Circuit Efficiency, your magical pathways are optimized. Spells drain less energy, recovery between castings is faster, and magical exhaustion is harder to reach. Stacks with your existing mana reinforcement. Pull 6, Common, Result, Pressure Point Awareness, you have intuitive knowledge of human pressure points, where to strike for maximum effect, where to apply pressure for pain compliance, where the body is most vulnerable. Pull 7, Uncommon, Result, Shield Instinct, when surprised by incoming attacks, your body automatically tries to produce a defensive response, raising arms, turning away, moving to cover. This instinct now extends to your magic. Your wand will attempt to cast basic shield charms automatically when you're threatened and not actively casting something else. Pull 8, Common, Result, Breath Control, you have conscious control over your breathing patterns, allowing you to calm yourself instantly, reduce oxygen needs, and optimize performance in high-stress situations. Pull 9, Uncommon, Result, Dueling Footwork, your movement in combat situations is optimized for magical dueling, proper stance, efficient positioning, smooth transitions between offensive and defensive postures. Pull 10, Guaranteed Rare plus Rare, Result, Counterspell Recognition, you can recognize spells as they're being cast, by wand movement, incantation fragments, or magical signature, and identify appropriate counters. Doesn't make you faster, but makes you smarter in combat. 10 Pull 1 Complete. Summary, 4 Common, 4 Uncommon, 2 Rare, 10 Pull 2, Pull 1, Uncommon, Result, Magical Resistance, Moderate, Upgrade from Minor. Spells that target you directly are now noticeably weakened, approximately 25% reduction in effect. Won't stop powerful curses, but provides meaningful protection against common hexes and jinxes. Pull 2, Common, Result, Quick Draw, you can draw your wand from any holster or pocket with exceptional speed. Shaves critical fractions of seconds off your response time in ambush situations. Pull 3, Uncommon, Result, Intimidation Presence, when you choose to be threatening, you project an aura of danger that makes others take you seriously. Useful for deterrence, negotiation from strength, and making enemies hesitate. Pull 4, Rare, Result, Pain Conversion, you can convert physical pain into magical energy. When injured, you can channel the pain into your spells, increasing their power at the cost of accelerated exhaustion. Double-edged sword, use carefully. Pull 5, Common, Result, Crowd Reading, you can quickly assess groups of people, identifying leaders, threats, potential allies, and emotional states. Useful in chaotic situations with multiple actors. Pull 6, Uncommon, Result, Magical Tracking, Basic, you can follow magical signatures over short distances and times. If someone casts a spell near you, you can track their magical residue for approximately an hour. Range limited to about 100 meters. Pull 7, Common, Result, Falling Technique, you know how to fall without injury, rolling, distributing impact, protecting vital areas. Reduces damage from falls and throws significantly. Pull 8, Uncommon, Result, Sensory Filter, you can consciously filter your enhanced senses, preventing overload in chaotic situations. Particularly useful for your magical sensitivity in high magic environments. Pull 9, Common, Result, Verbal Misdirection, you're skilled at saying things that distract, confuse, or mislead opponents. Useful for creating openings in combat or extracting information in conversations. Pull 10, Guaranteed Rare plus Epic, Result, Combat Precognition, Limited, in active combat situations, you receive brief flashes of incoming attacks approximately 0.5 seconds before they occur. Not enough time to plan complex responses, but enough to dodge, block, or counter. Works against both magical and physical attacks. This is a significant combat upgrade. 10 Pull 2 Complete. Summary, 4 Common, 4 Uncommon, 1 Rare, 1 Epic, 10 Pull 3, Pull 1, Uncommon, Result, Wandless Magic, Rudimentary, you can perform simple spells without a wand, Lumos, Basic Levitation, Minor Summoning. Power and precision are significantly reduced compared to wand magic, but having options when disarmed is valuable. Pull 2, Common, Result, Night Movement, you can move silently and efficiently in darkness, even in unfamiliar terrain. Combines with your night vision for effective nocturnal operations. Pull 3, Uncommon, Result, Willpower Reinforcement, your mental resistance to coercion, compulsion, and despair is enhanced. Complements your clemency and emotional stability for comprehensive mental defense. Pull 4, Rare, Result, Apparition Instinct, you have an intuitive understanding of apparition, the magical teleportation technique. When you learn the spell formally, you'll master it much faster and with fewer risks of splinching. Additionally, you can sense when someone is about to apparate near you. Pull 5, Common, Result, Environmental Awareness, you automatically track exits, cover positions, and tactical features in any environment you enter. Useful for planning escape routes and defensive positions. Pull 6, Uncommon, Result, Curse Resistance, Minor, you have enhanced resistance specifically against dark curses. The unforgivables will still work, but lesser dark magic is partially mitigated. Pull 7, Common, Result, Grip Strength, your ability to hold on to things, wands, ropes, people, is significantly enhanced. Useful when being disarmed or in physical confrontations. Pull 8, Uncommon, Result, Recovery Mat Ion, you can enter a light meditative state that accelerates healing, magical recovery, and mental restoration. Requires 10 to 15 minutes of relative quiet but provides benefits equivalent to several hours of sleep. Pull 9, Common, Result, Poison Identification, you can identify common poisons by sight, smell, or magical signature. Complements your existing poison resistance. Pull 10, Guaranteed Rare plus Legendary, Result, Soul Anchor, your soul is anchored more firmly to your body, making possession, soul extraction, and similar effects significantly harder to accomplish. Additionally, if you are ever hit by the killing curse, there is a small chance your soul will resist immediate departure, giving you precious seconds to survive. This directly addresses your Horcrux situation, the fragment of Voldemort inside you is now more contained, less likely to influence you or break free. 10 Pull 3 Complete. Summary, for Common, for Uncommon, 1 Rare, 1 Legendary, Harry sat back, overwhelmed by the influx of new capabilities. Soul Anchor. That's exactly what you needed. The Horcrux fragment has been a vulnerability since you learned about it. Now it's more contained, still there, still a problem to solve eventually, but less likely to cause immediate crisis. And combat precognition. That changes everything. It does. Combined with your reflex override, you now have 2 layers of combat enhancement, precognition to see attacks coming, and time dilation to react to them. You're not invincible, but you're significantly harder to hit. The summer training took on new dimensions. Harry practiced his combat abilities relentlessly, spell combinations with his spell weaving, defensive responses with his shield instinct, movement patterns with his dueling footwork. He pushed his wandless magic as far as it would go, learning to light candles and summon small objects without touching his wand. His physical training intensified too. The combination of physical enhancement, endurance running, and quick recovery let him exercise for hours, building strength and speed that would serve him in any confrontation. And his mental training deepened. The soul anchor made his clemency more stable, the willpower reinforcement made his defenses more resilient. The Horcrux fragment was still there, he could sense it when he made it, but it felt more distant, more contained, less threatening. You're becoming formidable. Not just talented, not just lucky, genuinely capable. When Voldemort returns, you'll be ready to face him. When, not if. Pettigrew is out there, seeking his master. It's only a matter of time. Letters from Sirius arrived regularly, delivered by tropical birds that looked nothing like British owls. He was hiding in the Caribbean, moving between islands, staying ahead of the ministry's half-hearted pursuit. His letters were warm, encouraging, full of stories about Harry's parents that made the past feel real in ways it never had before. "Your father was terrible at potions," one letter said. "Lily used to help him cheat, passing notes written in color-changing ink that only showed up under certain conditions. Slughorn never figured it out. Your mother had a laugh that could fill a room. When she was really amused, she'd snort, and then get embarrassed, which made her laugh harder. James used to tell the worst jokes just to make her snort. They loved you so much, Harry. From the moment Lily knew she was pregnant, you were the center of their world. Everything they did, every choice they made, was about giving you a future. Never doubt that." Harry kept the letters in his inventory, preserved perfectly, treasured beyond measure. "Your godfather is healing. 12 years of Azkaban left scars, but being free, having purpose, having connection to you, it's helping him recover. I hope so." The invitation to the Quidditch World Cup came in early August. Mr. Weasley had obtained tickets through his ministry connections, top box seats, the best in the stadium. Harry was invited to join the Weasley family, along with Hermione, for what promised to be the magical event of the decade. "It's Ireland versus Bulgaria," Ron's letter enthused. "Victor Krum is playing, he's the best seeker in the world." "Well, after you, obviously." Harry smiled at that. His Quidditch career at Hogwarts had been successful but interrupted, the Dementor-filled third year had seen fewer matches than usual. The chance to watch professional players, to see the sport at its highest level, was genuinely exciting. The Burrow was chaos when Harry arrived, the Weasley family preparing for the trip with their usual combination of enthusiasm and disorganization. Harry was swept into the madness immediately, helping pack tents and supplies, listening to Ron's detailed breakdown of both teams' strategies. "Krum's been nursing a shoulder injury all season," Ron explained over dinner. "If he's not at full strength, Ireland's chasers could overwhelm Bulgaria's defense before the snitch is even spotted." "You've really thought about this?" "It's the World Cup, Harry." "Of course I've thought about it." The journey to the match involved a portkey, a magical transportation device that felt like being hooked behind the navel and yanked through space. Harry's apparition instinct helped him land gracefully while everyone else tumbled to the ground. "Show off," Ron muttered. The campsite was enormous, filled with wizarding families from around the world. Harry's magical sensitivity was overwhelmed by the sheer variety of magical signatures, different traditions, different styles, different cultures of magic all converging in one place. This is more concentrated magical diversity than you've ever experienced. Take the opportunity to observe, to learn. Every magical tradition has something to teach. Harry wandered the campsite with Ron and Hermione, absorbing the atmosphere. He saw wizards from Africa with staffs instead of wands, witches from Asia with enchanted fans, magical practitioners from a dozen countries with a dozen different approaches to the same fundamental power. The match itself was spectacular. The stadium held 100,000 witches and wizards, the noise and excitement overwhelming. Harry watched Victor Krum fly, and he was everything Ron had promised, a figure of impossible grace and precision on a broom, while Ireland's chasers dominated the scoring. The match ended with a controversial snitch catch. Bulgaria lost despite Krum's capture, the point differential too large to overcome. "He knew they couldn't win," Harry observed. "He caught the snitch to end it on his terms." "That's exactly what he did." Ron was practically bouncing with excitement. "You saw it too." "Most people think he made a mistake, but it was strategy. Control what you can control." "Good analysis." Krum is a competitor who understands that victory isn't always possible, but dignity is always a choice. The celebration afterward was joyous, the Irish supporters flooding the campsite with green and gold and the sound of magical fireworks. And then everything went wrong. The scream started around midnight. Harry was half asleep in the Weasley tent when his danger sense exploded, his combat precognition flooding him with warnings of imminent violence. "Get up!" Mr. Weasley's voice cut through the darkness. "Everyone out, now!" They emerged into chaos. The campsite was burning, tents ablaze, people running in every direction. And in the distance, floating above the flames, were figures, masked, robed, levitating the bodies of the Muggle campsite managers like puppets. Death Eaters. "Take the children and run," Mr. Weasley ordered, drawing his wand. "Get to the woods, stay hidden. I have to help the Ministry." He sprinted toward the chaos. Harry watched him go, then turned to his friends. "We need to move." They ran. The forest at the edge of the campsite was dark and crowded with fleeing witches and wizards. Harry's night vision and night movement let him navigate where others stumbled. His crowd reading identified threats, his environmental awareness mapped escape routes. They were almost clear when Harry felt it. Dark magic. Familiar, cold, patient. Someone was casting something terrible. Morse Mordra. A beam of green light shot into the sky, coalescing into a massive symbol, a skull with a snake emerging from its mouth, glowing against the clouds. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's sign. The crowd's panic intensified. People screamed, apparat away, trampled each other in their desperation to escape. And Harry, standing in the darkness, felt a cold certainty settle over him. He's coming back. Voldemort is coming back. This is just the beginning. The Death Eaters are sending a message. They've been in hiding for 13 years, but they're not gone. They're waiting for their master to return. And Pettigrew is out there, working to make that happen. The Ministry arrived in force, the Death Eaters scattering before them. The crisis was over as quickly as it had begun. But as Harry watched the dark mark fade from the sky, he knew that the real crisis was only starting. The train ride back to Hogwarts was subdued. The World Cup attack was all anyone could talk about, who the Death Eaters might have been, what the dark mark meant, whether Voldemort was truly returning. Fear hung over the conversations like a fog. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, discussing what they knew and what they suspected. "The Ministry is covering it up," Hermione said grimly. "They're calling it isolated troublemakers instead of acknowledging it was organized Death Eater activity." "They don't want to admit Voldemort might come back," Ron added. "Bad for politics. Bad for everyone if they're not prepared." Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside. The war never really ended. It just paused. "You're right. The First Wizarding War concluded inconclusively. Voldemort was defeated but not destroyed, his followers scattered but not eliminated. Everything that's happened since has been prologue to the real conflict. And I'm at the center of it. You always have been. The boy who lived, the one who survived, the wild card that Voldemort can't predict or control. He'll come for you eventually. The question is whether you'll be ready when he does." The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry looked up at the castle that had become his home. Fourth year was beginning. The Triwizard Tournament was coming, some kind of international magical competition, according to the rumors. But underneath the excitement and anticipation, Harry could feel something darker gathering. A storm was coming. And Harry Potter was going to face it head-on. Chapter 14, Fire, Water, and the Maze of Fate. Chapter 14, Fire, Water, and the Maze of Fate. The announcement came at the welcome feast. Dumbledore stood before the assembled students, his expression carrying the weight of something significant. Behind him, at the staff table, sat two unfamiliar figures, a massive woman who could only be Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, and a severe-looking man with a fur cloak who Harry's research identified as Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang. This year, Dumbledore began, Hogwarts will host a legendary event. An event that has not occurred in over a century. An event that will test the courage, intelligence, and magical prowess of our finest students. The great hall buzzed with anticipation. The Triwizard Tournament. The buzz became a roar. Students who knew the history, mostly purebloods and Ravenclaws, were explaining rapidly to those who didn't. 3 schools, 3 champions, 3 deadly tasks. Due to the dangerous nature of the tournament, Dumbledore continued, raising his voice over the noise, the Ministry has imposed an age restriction. Only students who are of age, 17 years or older, will be permitted to enter their names. Groans from the younger students. Fred and George Weasley looked particularly outraged. The champions will be selected by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire. A wooden chest was brought forward, open to reveal a large wooden cup filled with blue-white flames. Harry's magical sensitivity showed him enchantments layered deep within the artifact, binding magic, selection magic, something that felt almost like a contract. The Goblet of Fire is a powerful magical artifact. When a name is submitted, the person enters into a magical contract. If selected, they must compete, refusal would strip them of their magic. That's harsh. The tournament was designed in an era when magical binding contracts were common. It's archaic, but still legally enforceable. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang entered with ceremony, the French students elegant and poised, the Eastern Europeans stoic and formidable. Among the Durmstrang students, Harry spotted a familiar face. Victor Krum. The Seeker from the World Cup. Ron nearly fell off his bench. The weeks before champion selection were chaotic. Students of age lined up to submit their names to the goblet. Fred and George attempted to circumvent the age line with an aging potion. It failed spectacularly, leaving them both with magnificent white beards. Tension built between the 3 schools, friendly rivalry mixing with genuine competition. Harry watched it all from a distance, grateful that the age restriction kept him out of it. You could compete, you know. Your abilities would give you significant advantages in the tasks. I don't want to compete. I want a normal year for once. When has anything in your life been normal? Fair point. The selection ceremony was held on Halloween, because of course it was. Harry's track record with Halloween suggested that something was about to go terribly wrong. Dumbledore dimmed the lights. The goblet's flames turned red, and a charred piece of parchment shot into the air. The champion for Durmstrang. Victor Krum. Applause, mostly from the Durmstrang table. Krum rose and walked to a side chamber with his usual stoic demeanor. Another parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour. A beautiful blonde girl stood, looking pleased but unsurprised. The Beauxbatons students cheered while several who hadn't been selected burst into tears. A third parchment. The champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with joy. Cedric, a 7th-year Harry knew slightly, handsome and well-liked, made his way to the side chamber amid thunderous applause. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. The goblet's flames turned red again. Harry's danger sense screamed. A 4th piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it, his face going pale as he read the name. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. No, someone put your name in. Someone wants you in this tournament. But I didn't, I never, Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was sharp now, cutting through Harry's shock. Harry, please come forward. Harry stood on numb legs. Every eye in the hall was on him, confusion, suspicion, anger, fear. He walked toward the staff table, toward Dumbledore, toward the side chamber where the champions waited. His mind was racing. Who did this? How? The age line only prevented underage students from approaching the goblet. If someone of age submitted your name on your behalf, possibly under a 4th school's name, the goblet might not have recognized the deception. A 4th school. The goblet selects 1 champion per school. If your name was entered under a school that doesn't exist, you'd be the only candidate. The goblet would have to select you. That was clever. Horrifyingly clever. The side chamber was tense. The other champions stared at Harry with expressions ranging from confusion, Cedric, to disdain, Fleur, to calculation, Crumb. The door burst open. Dumbledore entered, followed by Karkaroff, Maxime, and several ministry officials including a man Harry recognized from photographs, Bartemius Crouch, head of International Magical Cooperation. "What is the meaning of this?" Karkaroff demanded. "Hogwarts cannot have two champions. I assure you, Igor, I did not enter Harry's name, then how did it get in the goblet?" The argument raged. Harry stood silent, watching, thinking. Someone had entered him in a deadly competition against his will. Someone had manipulated ancient magic to force him into a binding contract. Someone wanted him in this tournament. Voldemort. Or his followers. Almost certainly. The tournament is dangerous, champions have died in previous iterations. If you were killed accidentally during a task, Voldemort's enemies would be devastated while he maintained plausible deniability. Or there's another plan. Something I'm not seeing yet. Stay alert. Whoever did this has access to the goblet, knowledge of its loopholes, and the ability to operate undetected within Hogwarts. That's a dangerous enemy. Crouch's ruling was final, Harry had to compete. The goblet's magic was binding. Refusal meant losing his magic, a fate worse than death for any wizard. Harry was now the fourth Triwizard champion. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Hogwarts turned against him. The Hufflepuffs were furious that he was stealing Cedric's spotlight. The other houses assumed he'd cheated somehow. Even some Gryffindors were skeptical, only Ron and Hermione believed him completely. "I don't know how it happened," Harry told them in the common room that night. "I never went near the goblet. I didn't want this." "We know," Hermione said firmly. "Someone set you up. We need to figure out who and why." "The who is probably connected to Voldemort," Ron added, unusually serious. "The why, that's what worries me." Harry's magical sensitivity had been working overtime since the selection, scanning everyone he encountered for signs of deception or dark magic. Most people were exactly what they seemed, students, teachers, visiting dignitaries with normal auras and predictable motivations. But there was one exception. Professor Moody. The new defense against the dark arts teacher was a legendary aura, famous for capturing dark wizards during the First War. His magical eye could see through walls, invisibility cloaks, and illusions. His paranoia was legendary, constant vigilance, had already become a catchphrase among the students. But his magical signature was wrong. Harry couldn't quite identify the problem. Moody's aura was powerful, experienced, scarred by decades of dark magic exposure. All of that was consistent with his reputation. But underneath, barely perceptible, was something else, a second layer, hidden, patient. "You're sensing something. Trust your instincts. It could be nothing. Old curse damage, maybe, or some kind of protective enchantment. Or it could be exactly what it looks like, someone hiding beneath the surface." Harry watched Moody carefully, looking for any sign of the wrongness he sensed. And Moody watched Harry right back, his magical eye tracking Harry's movements with unsettling intensity. The first task was announced: dragons. Each champion would face a nesting mother, trying to retrieve a golden egg from among her clutch. The dragons were terrifying, 40-foot monsters of scale and flame, each one capable of killing a grown wizard in seconds. Harry's combat precognition, danger sense, and reflex override would help with survival. His magical resistance and curse resistance would provide some protection against dragon fire, which was partially magical in nature. His physical enhancement and perfect balance would aid in dodging. But none of that would help him actually retrieve the egg. "You need a strategy," Hermione said during their preparation sessions. "Brute force won't work against a dragon. You need to outsmart it. Or outfly it," Ron suggested. Harry's eyes widened. "My broom. I'm a seeker, I'm better in the air than on the ground. The rules say you can only bring your wand, the summoning charm, Hermione interrupted, excitement building. Accio. You summon your broom to the arena. It was a good plan. Harry spent the remaining days perfecting his summoning charm, practicing until he could call objects from across the castle with perfect accuracy. Your spell weaving might also be useful. If you can combine the summoning charm with a speed boost or protection spell, you'd have an edge. Harry experimented, eventually managing to combine Accio with a minor shield charm. The summoned object would arrive wrapped in protective magic, harder to intercept or destroy. The day of the first task arrived. The arena was packed with spectators. Harry waited in the champion's tent, listening to the roars of the crowd and the more terrifying roars of the dragons. His combat precognition was already active, filling his mind with fragmented warnings of danger. Potter. You're up. Harry stepped into the arena. The Hungarian Horntail was the most dangerous dragon in the competition, 50 feet of black scales, bronze horns, and flame that could melt stone. It crouched over its eggs, watching Harry with intelligent, malevolent eyes. Harry raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. The broom came screaming across the sky, trailing protective magic. Harry caught it, mounted, and launched himself into the air just as the dragon unleashed a torrent of flame. The battle that followed was aerial chaos. Harry dove, rolled, climbed, using every flying skill he'd ever developed. The dragon was fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be, but Harry was faster. His combat precognition showed him flame attacks before they came. His reflex override let him make impossible turns. His perfect balance kept him seated through maneuvers that should have thrown him from the broom. And his magical sensitivity showed him the moment the dragon's attention wavered. He dove for the eggs, snatched the golden one, and pulled up just as the dragon's jaws snapped closed where he'd been an instant before. The crowd exploded. Harry landed, clutching his prize, breathing hard, alive. First task complete. Excellent performance, you demonstrated skill, strategy, and adaptability. The judges will score you highly. They did. Harry tied for first place with Crumb, ahead of Cedric and well ahead of Fleur. But as Harry left the arena, he caught Moody's magical eye fixed on him, and the wrongness he sensed pulsed with something that felt like satisfaction. The months between tasks were filled with mystery. The golden egg, when opened, produced a terrible screaming sound, banshee-like wailing that conveyed no information. Harry spent weeks trying to decipher it before Cedric offered a hint: take a bath with it. The prefect's bathroom, with its massive tub and excellent acoustics, revealed the egg's secret. Underwater, the screaming became singing, a murmish song describing the second task. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. The Black Lake. Mere people. An hour underwater to retrieve something precious. Harry's swimming proficiency and hold-breath abilities would help, but an hour was too long. He needed magical assistance. Gillyweed, according to Hermione's research, would transform him temporarily into something that could breathe underwater. The night before the second task, Dobby appeared in the Gryffindor common room. Harry Potter must wake up. The house elf was trembling with urgency. The task is soon, and Harry Potter's Weasley has been taken. My what? The Weasley. The one Harry Potter would most sorely miss. They has taken him to the lake. Ron. They'd taken Ron as his hostage. The task is designed around emotional stakes. Each champion has something precious taken, something they must rescue within the time limit. What happens if I don't? The song implies loss. Permanent loss, possibly. The tournament doesn't play games with half measures. Harry didn't sleep that night. He prepared instead, Gillyweed obtained through Dobby's connections, strategies reviewed, abilities catalogued. When dawn came, he was ready. The second task was cold, dark, and terrifying. Harry swallowed the gillyweed and dove into the black lake, feeling his body transform, gills sprouting on his neck, webbing growing between his fingers and toes. The water that should have been crushing cold became comfortable, almost welcoming. He swam down, following the pull of the Mermish song, navigating by his spatial awareness and the distant glow of magical light. The Merpeople's village was eerie, stone dwellings carved into the lakebed, populated by gray-skinned beings with sharp teeth and suspicious eyes. They watched Harry pass but didn't interfere. At the village center, 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep: Ron, Hermione, a young girl who must be Fleur's sister, and Cho Chang, clearly Cedric's hostage. Harry reached Ron first, cutting the ropes with a sharp-edged rock. Then he hesitated. Fleur hadn't appeared. Neither had Cedric. And the hour was running out. I can't leave them. The rules say 1 hostage per champion. If you take more, I don't care about the rules. I'm not leaving people to drown because of a stupid competition. Harry cut Hermione free, then the young girl. The Merpeople stirred, agitated, but Harry's intimidation presence and his reputation, the boy who lived, the basilisk negotiator, made them hesitate. They're coming with me, Harry said, hoping his voice carried authority. All of them. He grabbed the 3 unconscious figures and swam upward, pushing against the gillyweed's fading effects. His muscles burned. His gills began to close. The surface was too far, his adrenaline surge activated. Time seemed to slow. His body flooded with energy, pushing through exhaustion, defying limits. He kicked harder, faster, rising through the dark water toward the distant light. He broke the surface seconds before the hour ended, gasping, clutching 3 unconscious people. The crowd went wild. Fleur was at the shore, sobbing with relief at the sight of her sister. Cedric had retrieved Cho minutes earlier and was watching Harry with an expression of mixed gratitude and confusion. The judges debated. Harry had violated the spirit of the task, 1 hostage, not 3, but he'd demonstrated something more important than rule following. Dumbledore awarded him full marks for outstanding moral fiber. Harry didn't care about the points. He cared that his friends were safe. You made the right choice. The tournament is a game, people's lives are not. The third task was a maze. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch had been transformed into a massive hedge labyrinth, filled with magical obstacles, dangerous creatures, and a single goal, the Triwizard Cup, waiting at the center. First to touch the cup would win. Harry entered the maze with his wand raised and his senses extended. His danger sense pulsed constantly. The maze was saturated with threats, every path a potential trap. He navigated by instinct and ability, combat precognition warning him of ambushes, magical sensitivity revealing enchanted barriers, tremor sense detecting creatures before they could strike. A blast ended Scrut. A boggart. A sphinx with a riddle, his Latin and ancient Greek helped him parse its wordplay. Deep in the maze, he encountered Cedric fighting Victor Crumb. Something was wrong. Crumb's eyes were blank, his movements mechanical. Harry's magical sensitivity showed him the truth, the Imperious Curse, someone else controlling the Durmstrang champion. Stupefy. Crumb went down. Harry helped Cedric to his feet. Someone cursed him, Harry explained. This whole thing, it's a trap. The cup, Cedric said, understanding. Someone wants us to reach it. They moved together through the final corridors, covering each other, working as a team despite being competitors. The cup glowed ahead, beautiful, golden, waiting. Together, Cedric said. We take it together. Hogwarts wins either way. Harry nodded. They reached for the cup simultaneously, and the world dissolved. Portkey. Harry recognized the sensation instantly, the hook behind the navel, the rushing darkness. But this was wrong. The cup wasn't supposed to be a portkey. They weren't supposed to be transported anywhere. They landed hard in a graveyard. Ancient tombstones. A dark manor house on a hill. And standing before them, wand raised, was a figure Harry had hoped never to see again. Peter Pettigrew. Kill the spare, a cold voice commanded, high, thin, terrible. Green light flashed. Cedric fell. Harry's body moved before his mind caught up, combat precognition, reflex override, danger sense all screaming in unison. He dove sideways, rolled, came up with his wand aimed at Pettigrew. Expelliarmus. But Pettigrew was faster, or maybe had been waiting. Ropes shot from nowhere, binding Harry to a massive tombstone. His wand clattered away into the darkness. Harry Potter, the cold voice said. At last. Harry looked up at the figure emerging from the shadows. It wasn't Voldemort, not quite. Something else, something worse. A twisted, infant-sized creature with snake-like features and burning red eyes, carried in Pettigrew's trembling arms. The rudimentary body Voldemort had built from dark magic and possessed servants. A temporary vessel, waiting for something better. Tonight, Voldemort's voice rasped, I will be reborn. And you, Harry Potter, will provide the key ingredient. Pettigrew approached with a cauldron, a knife, and the terrible certainty of a man who had sold his soul long ago. Blood of the enemy, Voldemort commanded. Forcibly taken. The knife cut into Harry's arm. He screamed, but his pain tolerance kicked in, his pain conversion channeling the agony into magical energy that had nowhere to go. Blood dripped into the cauldron. The potion boiled, glowed, exploded upward, and from the steam and fury, a figure emerged. Tall. Skeletal. White as bone, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. Lord Voldemort, reborn. My wand, Wormtail. Voldemort took the offered wand, flexed his restored fingers, smiled with a mouth that had never known joy. Harry Potter. We meet again. Harry's mind was racing. His wand was gone. His arms were bound. The Horcrux inside him pulsed with recognition, responding to its creator's presence. But he wasn't helpless. His wandless magic was limited, but he could still feel his magic responding to his will. His sole anchor was containing the Horcrux's reaction, keeping it from overwhelming his defenses. His combat precognition was active, showing him fragmented futures of pain and death. And his Phoenix Tear blessing was unused, waiting for the moment he needed it most. I'm going to kill you, Voldemort said conversationally. But not yet. First, I want to understand. How have you survived me so many times? What protection did your mudblood mother give you that I cannot unravel? Love, Harry said. Something you'll never understand. Voldemort laughed, a cold, empty sound. Love. How touching. Shall we test it? He raised his wand. Crucio. The Cruciatus curse hit Harry like liquid fire, agony beyond anything he'd ever experienced. His pain tolerance helped, kept him conscious, kept him thinking, but the curse was designed to cause suffering beyond physical limits. He screamed. He couldn't help it. Where is your love now? Voldemort asked when the curse finally lifted. Where is your mother's protection? Harry's body shook with aftershocks, but his mind was clear. His emotional stability was holding, keeping the pain from overwhelming his reason. He needed his wand. He needed to fight. His wandless magic reached out, searching for the familiar signature of holly and phoenix feather. There, 20 feet away, hidden in the grass. Accio. The spell was weak, underpowered, but his wand affinity responded. The wand twitched, rolled, began sliding toward him. Voldemort noticed. Interesting. Wandless magic at your age? Perhaps you're more worthy than I thought. He raised his wand again, preparing another curse. Harry's wand reached his bound hands. His fingers closed around it. And everything changed. The first spell Harry cast was a cutting curse, slicing through his ropes in an instant. The second was a shield charm, deflecting Voldemort's reflexive attack. The third was pure instinct, Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. The spells met in midair. Golden light exploded from the connection, beams of energy linking Harry's wand to Voldemort's, creating a dome of power that surrounded them both. Priori Incantatem. Your wands share a core, feathers from the same phoenix. They recognize each other, refuse to fight each other. Instead, they're forcing a contest of wills. Harry felt the connection like a physical weight, pressing against him, trying to overwhelm his magic. Voldemort's power was immense, decades of dark magic, rituals, murder, all channeled through a wand that had killed countless victims. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't. A cosmic lottery system that had been building his capabilities for 7 years. A foundation of abilities, mental, physical, magical, that made him more than he appeared. And a will forged in suffering, tempered by love, unbreakable by any force the Dark Lord could bring to bear. He pushed back. The golden bead at the center of the connection began to move, slowly at first, then faster, sliding toward Voldemort's wand. Voldemort's eyes widened. Impossible, the bead touched his wand. Shadows erupted from it, ghostly figures, the echoes of Voldemort's victims. A man. A woman. More shadows, crowding around the Dark Lord, blocking his vision, distracting his concentration. And there, emerging last, were 2 figures Harry would have recognized anywhere. James Potter. Lily Potter. Harry, his mother's ghost whispered. Hold on. Just a little longer. We're so proud of you, his father added. Now run. Harry broke the connection. The golden dome shattered. The ghosts swarmed Voldemort, buying seconds of confusion. Harry grabbed Cedric's body, grabbed the cup, and, the world dissolved again. He landed on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, clutching a corpse and a trophy, surrounded by cheering crowds who didn't yet understand what had happened. He's back, Harry gasped. Voldemort's back. He killed Cedric. Everything went dark. Chapter 15, The Boy Who Chose. Chapter 15, The Boy Who Chose. Harry woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warm and golden, completely at odds with the darkness that filled his mind. For a long moment, he lay still, staring at the ceiling, trying to reconcile the peaceful surroundings with the horrors he'd witnessed. Cedric was dead. Voldemort had returned. The war had begun. You've been unconscious for 18 hours. Your body needed time to recover from the cruciatus exposure and the magical strain of the Priori Incantatem. Madame Pomfrey has been checking on you every 30 minutes. What happened after I passed out? Chaos. Dumbledore took control of the situation, isolated you from the crowds, began gathering information. The Ministry is denying everything. Fudge refuses to believe Voldemort has returned. The wizarding world is fracturing along lines of belief and denial. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching with residual pain. His magical sensitivity showed him wards around his bed, privacy charms, protection spells, monitoring enchantments. Someone wanted to keep him safe and contained. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Harry. How are you feeling? Like I was tortured and then fought a Dark Lord. Harry's voice was hoarse. So, about normal for me. Dumbledore didn't smile. He pulled up a chair and sat beside Harry's bed, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. I owe you explanations, the headmaster said. Many explanations, long overdue. But first, I need to know exactly what happened in that graveyard. Harry told him everything. The portkey. Cedric's murder. Pettigrew's ritual. Voldemort's resurrection. The torture, the duel, the golden connection between their wands. The ghosts of his parents, buying him time to escape. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his expression growing grimmer with each revelation. Priori Incantatem, he murmured when Harry finished. The reverse spell effect. Your wands share a core, Harry, feathers from the same phoenix. My phoenix, Fox. When they're forced to duel, they create a connection that neither can win. The echoes you saw were the shadows of Voldemort's victims, stored in his wand's memory. My parents. Yes. Their love protected you even in death, even as echoes. They bought you the time you needed to survive. Harry felt tears prick his eyes, but he forced them back. There would be time for grief later. Now, he needed answers. You said you owe me explanations. Start talking. Dumbledore sighed. Very well. What do you know about Horcruxes? The conversation lasted hours. Dumbledore explained everything, or at least, everything he knew. Voldemort's obsession with immortality. His discovery of Horcrux creation. His decision to split his soul not once, but multiple times, creating anchors that would keep him alive even if his body was destroyed. I believe he created 6 Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. The diary you destroyed was one. There are others, objects of significance, hidden in locations of personal importance. As long as even one remains, Voldemort cannot truly die. And the piece inside me? Dumbledore's face tightened with pain. An accident. When he tried to kill you as an infant, his soul was so unstable from previous splits that a fragment broke off and latched onto the only living thing in the room. You, Harry. You became an unintended Horcrux. Harry had known this for over a year, thanks to the system. But hearing Dumbledore confirm it made it feel more real, more final. That's why I can speak Parseltongue. Why I can see into his mind sometimes. Why the Dementors affect me so strongly. Yes. The connection goes both ways, he can sense you, just as you can sense him. It's one of the reasons I've tried to keep you at a distance, to avoid giving him a window into my plans through your mind. You've been protecting me by keeping me ignorant. I've been trying to protect you, yes. Whether I've succeeded. Dumbledore shook his head. I've made many mistakes where you're concerned, Harry. Leaving you with the Dursleys. Keeping secrets. Treating you as a piece on a chessboard rather than a young man who deserved the truth. Why are you telling me now? Because you've earned it. Because the war has begun and you need to understand what you're fighting. And because, Dumbledore paused, something vulnerable flickering across his ancient face. Because I'm old, Harry. And tired. And I don't know how much longer I'll be able to guide you. You need to be able to continue without me. He's being honest. His aura is open, unguarded. Whatever his past mistakes, he's trying to make amends now. Harry studied the old wizard, really studied him, with all his enhanced senses. Dumbledore's magical signature was powerful but weary, marked by old wounds and older regrets. His emotions were a complex tangle of guilt, hope, fear, and something that felt like paternal love. I have something to tell you too, Harry said. Something I should have shared a long time ago. And then, for the first time, Harry told an adult about the GACHA system. Dumbledore listened with the focused attention of a scholar encountering something genuinely new. Harry explained everything, the near-death experience at age 7, the system's awakening, the karma points and abilities and pulls. He demonstrated his magical sensitivity, describing Dumbledore's aura in detail that made the old wizard's eyebrows rise. He explained the system evolution, the synthesis capability, the daily missions that had structured his training for years. Remarkable, Dumbledore breathed when Harry finished. A multidimensional ability-granting entity, bonded to your soul. I've encountered many forms of magic in my long life, Harry, but nothing quite like this. It's helped me survive. Helped me prepare for things I couldn't have faced otherwise. I can see that. Your capabilities far exceed what any 14-year-old should possess, even one as naturally talented as yourself. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Does this system have a consciousness? A will of its own? Tell him I'm listening. It can hear you, Harry said. It says to tell you it's listening. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, then he nodded with something like respect. Greetings, then, to Harry's unusual companion. I hope we can work together for his benefit. I like him. He adapts quickly to new information. That's rare in people his age. It says it likes you. I'm flattered. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling again, just slightly. This changes things, Harry. Not the fundamental situation. Voldemort has returned, the Horcruxes must be destroyed, the war must be won, but the resources we have available. With your abilities and my knowledge, we may be able to accomplish things that would otherwise be impossible. What about the Horcrux inside me? Does it have to be destroyed too? The twinkle faded. I don't know. I've been researching alternatives for years, but the magic involved is dark and poorly understood. The traditional method of Horcrux destruction, damage beyond magical repair, would kill you. There may be other options. Your soul anchor ability has changed the dynamic. The fragment is more contained now, more separate from your true soul. With the right approach, it might be possible to extract it without destroying the host. The system thinks there might be ways around it, Harry said. My abilities have changed how the fragment interacts with me. It's more contained now, less integrated. Then we research. We experiment carefully. We find a solution that doesn't require your sacrifice. Dumbledore's voice was firm. I will not accept your death as an acceptable outcome, Harry. Not after everything you've survived, everything you've become. For the first time since waking, Harry felt something like hope. The summer after fourth year was the most intense of Harry's life. Dumbledore shared his research on Horcruxes, the Order of the Phoenix, a secret society of Voldemort's opponents, and the political situation in the wizarding world. Harry shared his abilities, his training methods, and his insights from the system's multiversal knowledge. Together, they began planning. The diary is destroyed, Dumbledore summarized during one of their sessions. That leaves 5 Horcruxes, plus the fragment in you. I have theories about what some of them might be, objects connected to the Hogwarts founders, items of personal significance to Tom Riddle, but I need time to track them down. And while you're searching, Voldemort is rebuilding his forces. Yes. He's operating in secrecy for now, gathering followers, consolidating power. The Ministry's denial is helping him. Every day they refuse to acknowledge his return is a day he can work unopposed. Harry's karma had continued accumulating throughout the summer. Daily missions, small kindnesses, and the major rewards from the tournament had pushed his total past 12,000 points, more than he'd ever had before. You're at a decision point. You have enough karma for major investments, multiple tentpoles, ability upgrades, synthesis combinations. How do you want to prepare for what's coming? Harry thought carefully about what he might face. Full-scale war. Battles against Death Eaters. Confrontations with Voldemort himself. The search for Horcruxes, which would take him to dangerous places. And somewhere, eventually, the need to deal with the fragment in his own soul. I need versatility. Combat power, yes, but also utility, things that help in situations I can't predict. Wise approach. Let's build a balanced toolkit. The pulls came in waves over the summer, each one adding new capabilities to Harry's growing arsenal. His combat abilities expanded dramatically. A legendary pull gave him battle trance, the ability to enter a focus state where his combat instincts, precognition, and reflexes synchronized perfectly, making him nearly untouchable for short periods. An epic pull provided spell chaining, letting him cast multiple spells in rapid sequence without the normal recovery time between incantations. His defensive capabilities deepened. Magical immunity, specific, protected him completely from one spell of his choosing. He selected the Imperious Curse, ensuring he could never be controlled. Damage reduction, moderate, lessened the impact of physical and magical attacks, making him harder to incapacitate. His utility abilities grew. Magical lock-picking let him bypass wards and protections that would stop normal wizards. This guy's intuition helped him see through glamours and illusions. Escape artist made him nearly impossible to restrain, complementing his existing abilities. And then, at the end of the summer, the system offered him something unprecedented. Synthesis opportunity detected, available combination, Soul Anchor plus Occlumency Foundation plus Horcrux Fragment, contained, potential result, Soul Integration, transform the parasitic Horcrux Fragment into a controlled aspect of your own soul. The fragment's power would become yours to command, including Voldemort's memories and abilities from the time of its creation. You would gain true mastery over the connection between you, able to open or close it at will. The fragment itself would be fundamentally altered, no longer a piece of Voldemort, but a piece of you that remembers being him. Warning: this synthesis has never been attempted. Success is not guaranteed. Failure could have catastrophic consequences, including death, possession, or permanent soul damage. Synthesis cost, 5,000 KP, success probability, 47%, Harry stared at the notification for a long time. 47%. It's a gamble. The biggest gamble you've ever taken. But if it works, you'd solve the Horcrux problem permanently. You'd gain abilities and knowledge that could turn the war. You'd become something new, something that's never existed before. And if it fails? Best case, you lose the karma and nothing changes. Worst case, the fragment takes over, or your soul is shattered, or you die. There's no way to know which outcome failure would bring. Harry thought about his friends. Ron and Hermione, who had stood beside him through everything. The Weasleys, who had given him a family. Sirius, finally free after 12 years of wrongful imprisonment. Dumbledore, working tirelessly to prepare for the war ahead. He thought about Cedric, dead because of a plot to resurrect Voldemort. About his parents, sacrificing themselves so he could live. About all the people who would die if Voldemort won, if the war continued indefinitely, if Harry wasn't strong enough to end it. 47% wasn't good odds. A coin flip, essentially. Any sane person would refuse. But Harry had never been particularly sane. No, no. Not yet. The odds are too low and the stakes are too high. I'm not going to bet everything on a coin flip when I have other options. What options? I keep training. Keep building karma. Keep improving my abilities. And when the time comes, when I've done everything else I can do, I revisit this choice with better odds. The synthesis opportunity may not remain available indefinitely. Then I'll find another way. Or I'll accept that some problems don't have clean solutions. Harry took a breath. I've spent my whole life being the boy who lived, the one who survived by luck and sacrifice and other people's choices. I'm done being passive. I'm done letting the universe decide my fate. If I'm going to take risks, they'll be calculated risks. Prepared risks. Risks I choose, not risks that are forced on me. That's remarkably mature. I've had good teachers. Including you. I'm a cosmic lottery system. And you've taught me that even random chance can be managed. That preparation matters. That who I am is more important than what I can do. The system was quiet for a long moment. You've grown, Harry Potter. More than I expected. More than any host I've ever had. Is that good? It's terrifying, honestly. I'm used to being the most important factor in my host's survival. But you've become someone who could succeed without me. Someone who uses my gifts but isn't defined by them. I'll always need you. You're part of who I am. Maybe. But you don't need me to tell you what to do anymore. You figured that out for yourself. Harry smiled. Thanks. For everything. Don't thank me yet. The war's just starting. The final weeks of summer brought visitors. Sirius arrived at Grimmauld Place, his family's ancestral home, now serving as headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. 2 years of freedom had begun healing the damage Azkaban had inflicted. "You look good," Harry said when they embraced. "I feel good. Or I did, until I heard what happened at the tournament." Sirius's expression darkened. "Cedric. Voldemort's return. You facing him alone." "I wasn't alone." "Not really." Harry told Sirius about the system, the second adult he trusted with the full truth. Sirius took it better than expected, his marauder background making him more accepting of impossible magical phenomena. "So you've got a cosmic entity helping you cheat at life," Sirius summarized. James would have loved that. He was always looking for shortcuts. "It's not cheating. It's optimization." That's what he would have said too. Hermione and Ron arrived a few days later, full of questions and concerns about the summer's events. Harry shared what he could without revealing everything: the Order, the preparations for war, the growing conflict between those who believed in Voldemort's return and those who denied it. "The Ministry is going to try to discredit you," Hermione warned. "They can't admit Voldemort is back without admitting they've been incompetent. They'll attack your credibility instead. Let them try. I know what I saw. I know what's coming." "What is coming?" Ron asked quietly. "Really?" Harry looked at his best friends, the people who had stood beside him through trolls and basilisks and dementors and dark lords. The people he trusted more than anyone else in the world. "War," he said. "A real war, not just one dark wizard causing trouble. Voldemort's been building toward this for decades. He's not going to stop until he wins or he's destroyed completely." "And you're going to destroy him," Hermione said. It wasn't a question. "I'm going to try. With help." Harry looked at both of them. "With you, if you're willing." "We've always been willing," Ron said. "Since first year. Since the troll." "Some things you can't share without ending up liking each other," Hermione added, smiling slightly. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place, looking out over London. The city was quiet, ordinary, completely unaware of the magical war brewing in its shadows. Millions of people living their lives, oblivious to the darkness gathering. Penny for your thoughts. Just thinking about what comes next. 5th year. The Ministry's opposition. Voldemort's plans. The Horcruxes we need to find and destroy. It's a lot. It's always been a lot. Ever since I was a baby, my life has been about fighting forces bigger than me. Harry paused. But I'm not a baby anymore. I'm not the powerless kid in the cupboard, hoping for rescue. I'm someone who can fight back. You are. More than most people will ever understand. Because of you. Partly. But mostly because of you. Your choices, your efforts, your refusal to give up. I gave you tools. You decided what to build with them. Harry thought about the path ahead. The war would be long and bloody. People would die, maybe people he loved. The Horcruxes would be difficult to find and dangerous to destroy. Voldemort would grow stronger, more desperate, more willing to commit atrocities. But Harry had grown too. Grown stronger, wiser, more prepared. Grown into someone who could face the darkness and not be consumed by it. I made a choice tonight. About the synthesis, about the risks I'm willing to take. But there's a bigger choice, isn't there? A choice about who I want to be when all of this is over. What choice is that? Whether I become someone defined by the war, or someone who fights the war but stays true to who I am. Harry's hands tightened on the rooftop railing. Voldemort chose power over everything else. He made himself into a monster because he was afraid to be human. I could do the same, use every ability, take every risk, become something unstoppable. But that's not who I want to be. Who do you want to be? Someone my parents would be proud of. Someone who protects people not because I'm powerful, but because it's right. Someone who, when all of this is over, can live a normal life, have friends, have family, have happiness that isn't built on violence and fear. That's a harder path. I know. But it's the one I'm choosing. The system was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, there was something in its tone that Harry hadn't heard before. Something almost like respect. You know what, kid? I've been bonded to hosts across 1,000 universes. I've seen people with more power than you, more abilities, more resources. But I've never seen anyone with your kind of strength. What kind is that? The kind that comes from knowing who you are and refusing to let anyone, even yourself, change that. The kind that chooses compassion when cruelty would be easier. The kind that stays human even when becoming a monster would be safer. I called you hope once, wrapped in chaos, powered by random chance. But you've become something more than that. You've become someone who doesn't need hope because you create it. Harry smiled. Thanks. That means a lot. Don't mention it. Now get some sleep. 5th year starts tomorrow, and something tells me it's going to be interesting. Isn't it always? The Hogwarts Express departed King's Cross on a grey September morning. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, watching the English countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. The war was coming. Voldemort was gathering his forces. The Ministry was in denial, the wizarding world was divided, and somewhere out there, fragments of a Dark Lord's soul waited to be found and destroyed. But Harry was ready. Not because he was powerful, though he was. Not because he had a cosmic system feeding him abilities, though he did. But because he knew who he was and what he was fighting for. He was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The basilisk negotiator. The friend who wouldn't leave anyone behind. And when Voldemort came for him, and he would come, Harry would be waiting. Not with fear. Not with resignation. With courage. With purpose. With the strength that came from choosing to be good in a world that often rewarded cruelty. The train rumbled north toward Hogwarts, carrying 3 young heroes toward an uncertain future. Outside the window, the sky was heavy with clouds, threatening rain. But somewhere beyond those clouds, the sun was still shining. And Harry intended to see it again. Story complete, final status, name, Harry James Potter age, 14, nearly 15, titles, The Boy Who Lived, Youngest Seeker in a Century, Basilisk Negotiator, Triwizard Champion, Voldemort's Bane Karma Points, 7,234, after summer investments, total abilities, 73, across physical, mental, social, magical, and skill categories, the journey continues. The war awaits. But for now, this chapter of Harry's story is complete. Thank you for reading. One last thing, Harry thought as the train carried him toward his future. What's that? What? I never asked. After all these years, do you have a name? The system was quiet for a long moment. When it answered, there was something almost wistful in its tone. I've had many names, across many universes. Some hosts called me the Wheel. Others called me Fate's Dice. One particularly poetic soul called me the Dream of Infinite Possibility. But for you, Harry, for the boy who chose, you can call me whatever you like. Harry thought about it. About the cosmic entity that had saved his life at 7, guided his growth through the years, become as much a part of him as his own heartbeat. How about hope? Hope. I like that. It's what you've given me. What I want to give others. Seems fitting. Then hope it is. Hello, Harry Potter. I'm Hope. And I'm honored to be your partner. Harry smiled as Hogwarts appeared on the horizon, its towers reaching toward the clouded sky. Hello, Hope. Thanks for everything. Always. Now, let's go save the world.